Welcome, there's nothing you need to do right now, nothing to get right, nothing to prepare, just let yourself arrive. If you can, lie down, on your back if that's comfortable or however your body settles best tonight. Let your legs be uncrossed, let your hands rest wherever they fall, palms up or palms down, it doesn't matter. Let the pillow take the full weight of your head. You don't need to hold anything anymore. Not your head, not your shoulders, not your thoughts. Whatever kind of day this was, it's over now. This hour belongs to rest. Maybe you found your way here because you were wondering something. Maybe you searched what is NSDR or non-sleep deep rest. Maybe you typed how to rest without sleeping or how to fall asleep fast when your mind won't stop. Or maybe you're simply exhausted but can't nap, tired in a way that sleep hasn't been fixing. Whatever brought you here, you're in the right place. You don't need to have slept well before. You don't need to be good at relaxing. You only need to lie still and listen. And even the listening can be loose, half-attended, drifting in and out. That's fine. That's how this works. What we're going to do tonight has a plain name. Neuroscientists call it non-sleep deep rest. NSDR for short. It's not hypnosis. It's not a spiritual practice. There's nothing hidden in it. It's a structured way of resting, and the structure is simple. First, we'll breathe together for a while with long, slow exhales, because the long exhale is the body's own built-in signal to slow down. Then we'll move your attention, not your body, just your attention, slowly through the body, one region at a time, like a warm light passing from place to place. And we'll keep doing that unhurried for as long as you're awake to hear it. Research suggests this kind of deliberate rest can leave the body feeling deeply restored. Many people find it carries them into sleep without any effort at all. And if you drift off somewhere in the middle, that's not failing the practice. That's the practice succeeding. One soft thing to say once, and then we'll let it go. This is a guided rest practice, not medical advice. If you've been having ongoing trouble with sleep or with your health, a doctor is the right person to talk to. This is simply rest, offered plainly. And now that's said, and you don't have to think about it again. So let your eyes close if they haven't already, and feel the surface underneath you, the bed or the couch or the floor. Notice that it's holding you, all of you. It was holding you before you noticed, and it will keep holding you whether you pay attention or not, which means right now there is truly nothing you have to do. Gravity is doing the work. The surface is doing the work. You're just here, lying still, listening to a voice in the dark. Let's begin with the breaths. Take an easy breath in through your nose. Not a big dramatic breath, just a comfortable one. And when it feels full, take one more small sip of air on top, just a little extra, and then let it all out slowly, through the mouth or the nose, whichever is softer for you. A long, slow, complete exhale, letting it take twice as long as the breath in took, letting it empty all the way down to quiet. And again, an easy breath in, a small sip more at the top, and a long, unhurried breath out, slow, slower than feels necessary, letting the exhale trail off like a sound fading in another room. There's a simple reason we breathe this way. When the exhale is longer than the inhale, the heart slows a little on its own. It's a signal wired into the body, older than words. The long out breath tells the nervous system that nothing is chasing you, nothing needs your effort, and it's safe to power down. You don't have to believe that or think about it. The body responds either way. Your only job is the breath itself. So once more, breathe in easy, the small sip on top, and out, long, slow, complete. And now let the breath find its own gentler shape. No more sips, no more counting, just this. Let every exhale be a little longer than the inhale, in and a long way out, in and a long way out, as if each out breath was setting something down. Good, just like that. With each exhale, you might notice the body soften somewhere. Maybe the shoulders drop a fraction, maybe the belly loosens, maybe nothing you can name, just a general dimming, like a light on a slow dial. You don't need to make it happen, just breathe out long and let whatever softens, soften. In and slowly out. In and slowly out. And if the mind wanders, and it will, that's what minds do, you haven't broken anything. Thoughts will come and go all night like traffic on a faraway road. You don't have to stop them and you don't have to follow them. Whenever you notice you've drifted into thinking, just come back to the feeling of the breath leaving your body. That long, warm-out breath, that's home base. You can return to it 100 times and it counts as 100 small successes, not one failure. In and out, long and slow. Let the breathing continue like this on its own now. You don't need to manage it anymore. The body knows how to keep an exhale long once it's been shown. Just let it run in the background, like something warm humming in another room. And let your attention come with me. Because now we begin the heart of this practice, the slow rotation of attention through the body. Here's all it is. I'll name a region of your body, and you'll simply notice it, not move it, not tense it or relax it on purpose. Just find it with your attention, the way you'd find a word on a page. Feel whatever is actually there, warmth, tingling, pressure, numbness, nothing at all, and then let that region be heavy and still as we move on. There's no way to do this wrong. If you can't feel a region, noticing the blankness is enough. If you fall behind, just join in wherever the voice is, and if you fall asleep, then you've simply finished early. We'll begin with the face, because the face holds more effort than almost anywhere else. A whole day of expressions lives there, and we're going to set them all down. Bring your attention to your mouth, just the mouth. Feel your lips resting together or slightly apart. Feel the small weight of them, and let the lips be soft. Nothing to say for the rest of the night. No words waiting, the mouth off duty now. Feel the inside of the mouth, the tongue, notice where the tongue is resting, and let it lie loose, heavy, resting on the floor of the mouth like something set down and forgotten. The tongue works all day, shaping every word you spoke, and now it has nothing left to shape. Let it be thick and idle. And the jaw, feel the jaw, the hinge of it just below your ears. So many people carry the whole day in the jaw without knowing it. Let the teeth part just slightly. Let the jaw hang by its own weight, heavy, unclenched, like a gate left open in the evening. Nothing to bite down on, nothing to hold. Feel the cheeks now, the soft weight of the cheeks. They don't have to hold any expression, not a pleasant one, not a tired one. Let them simply drape over the bones of the face the way fabric drapes over a chair, loose, warm, still. And the eyes, your eyes are closed, and behind the closed lids, let the eyes themselves rest. Let them float in their sockets, aimed at nothing. They've been focusing all day, near and far, screen and road and face and page, and now there is nothing to look at, nowhere to aim. Let the eyes go dim and unfocused, like windows of a house where everyone's asleep. Feel the eyelids, how little they weigh, and yet how completely they close out the world. Let them lie shut without any pressing, just resting closed, the way a book rests closed on a table. The small muscles around the eyes, at the outer corners, between the eyebrows, let them all smooth out. Whatever fine print of worry was written there, let the page go blank. And the forehead, feel the forehead as one broad, smooth surface. Let it be wide and flat and quiet, like still water, nothing furrowed, nothing raised. The forehead at rest is one of the body's clearest signals to itself that thinking is done for the day. So let it be smooth, let it be cool and smooth. Move up now to the scalp, the whole dome of the head. You can feel where the head meets the pillow, that patch of warmth and pressure, and around it the rest of the scalp curving away in every direction. Let the scalp loosen. It's a subtle thing, but there's a softening available even there. As if the whole covering of the head settled a millimeter. Let the head be nothing but weight now. A heavy, quiet globe, fully held, thinking nothing. And the ears, one at a time. Find your left ear, the curve of it. Maybe it's against the pillow, maybe it's open to the air of the room. You don't have to listen with it. Sounds can come and go without being followed. And the right ear, the same, just a soft shape on the side of the head. Hearing without listening. letting this voice arrive without any effort of attention. The ears can rest even while they hear. The whole face now, feel the whole face at once. Mouth, jaw, cheeks, eyes, forehead, scalp, ears, all of it soft, all of it off duty. Let the face be like a face in deep sleep already, expressionless not because it's empty, but because it's finally at peace. And with your next long exhale, let the face sink a little further into stillness. Good. Now the neck, bring your attention down to the neck and throat. The neck holds the head up all day, hour after hour, a steady, thankless work. And right now the pillow has taken over that job completely. So the neck has nothing to do. Feel the back of the neck, let it lengthen and go slack. Feel the sides of the neck, soft, feel the throat, at ease. You're not speaking, not swallowing anything back, not bracing, just a soft column resting while the breath passes quietly through it, in. And slowly, warmly out. Let the attention drift now to your right shoulder, just the right shoulder. Feel the whole rounded weight of it. Shoulders spend the day up near the ears, lifted by hurry and habit. And now let the right shoulder release downward, falling away from the ear, sinking back into the surface beneath it, heavy. Let the surface hold it entirely. And from the shoulder, let attention pour slowly down the right arm, into the upper arm. Feel the weight of the upper arm resting against the bed or against your side. The muscle there, loose, nothing to lift, nothing to carry. Down into the right elbow, the fold of it, a hinge with nothing to do. The right forearm, feel the length of it, the two bones, the soft muscle around them, heavy on the surface, warm. The right wrist, loose, like a watch strap undone. And the right hand, feel the whole hand at once first. Its shape, its warmth, wherever it's resting. The hand may be the busiest part of the body, gripping, typing, carrying, holding on. And now nothing. Let it lie open or curled exactly as it is. And now more slowly the fingers, one by one, feel the right thumb, just the thumb, its own small weight. The right index finger, the one that points and taps and presses, resting now, pointing at nothing. The right middle finger, long and heavy. The right ring finger, quiet. And the right little finger, the smallest weight of all, resting at the edge of the hand like the last word of a sentence. Feel the whole right arm now, from the shoulder to the fingertips, one long, warm, heavy shape, completely still, completely held, and with your next slow exhale, let the right arm sink, as if it were a little too heavy to ever lift again tonight. It isn't going anywhere. It doesn't need to. And the breath goes on beneath all of this, in and long, slow out. Now let attention float across the body, over the quiet chest, to the left shoulder. Feel the left shoulder, its rounded weight, and let it too fall away from the ear, releasing downward, sinking into the surface accepting all of it. Down the left upper arm, heavy against whatever it rests on, loose in the muscle, slack. The left elbow, just a fold, just a hinge at rest. The left forearm, its length, its weight, warm where it touches. The left wrist, undone, loose. And the left hand, feel it whole, its warmth, its stillness, a hand with nothing left to hold, and the fingers one by one, the left thumb, resting, the left index finger, resting, the left middle finger, heavy, the left ring finger, quiet, and the left little finger, small, still, done. The whole left arm now, shoulder to fingertips, one continuous weight, and as you breathe out long and slow, let the left arm sink to match the right. Both arms heavy now, both arms finished with the day, lying alongside you like oars shipped in a drifting boat. The boat doesn't need rowing anymore, the water carries it. Feel both arms and the face together for a moment, everything above the chest, soft and heavy and still, and notice, without effort, that the breath has stayed long and slow all on its own, in and out, the body keeping its own promise. Now bring the attention to the chest, the broad, warm middle of you. Feel it rise just slightly as the breath comes in, and fall slowly as the breath goes out. You're not lifting it, the breath lifts it. You're only watching, like watching a slow tide from the shore, rise and fall, and inside the chest, the heart doing its quiet work without any instruction from you. It has kept its own time your whole life. It doesn't need supervision tonight. Let the chest be open and unguarded, nothing pressing on it, nothing held inside it that has to be held, just the tide, rising, falling. And below the chest, the belly, let attention settle into the belly like a stone settling into a pond. Slow, soft. The belly is where the body braces all day without telling you, and now let it be completely unbraced, loose, round, rising and falling even more easily than the chest. With every long exhale, the belly softens another degree, nothing sucked in, nothing defended, just a warm, slow-moving center, an animal's belly asleep in a safe place. Because this is a safe place, the door is closed, the night is long, and nothing is asked of you. And beneath the belly, the low back, let your attention drift around gently to the back of the body, the part of you that has been meeting the bed this whole time without any thanks. Feel the low back. Wherever it touches, let it touch more. Wherever it hovers, let it hover without concern. There is no correct shape for a resting back, only the shape it already has. And with a long exhale, let the muscles along the spine loosen, one story at a time. Like the lights of a tall building going out at the end of the evening, floor by floor, nobody working late, nothing left on. Feel the middle of the back, between the shoulder blades, a place that carries so much and is noticed so little. Let it be noticed now, warmly, and released. The shoulder blades resting like two smooth stones warmed by the day and cooling slowly in the dark, and the whole length of the spine, from the base of the skull, down through the neck, between the shoulders, through the middle, to the low back, to the very base, let the entire column rest. It has held you upright since morning. It has done its work, and now the bed does the holding, and the spine can simply lie there, curved the way it wants to curve, resting the way a rope rests when both ends are set down. And the breath continues, an easy breath in and a long, slow breath out, each exhale a little message to the heart, no rush, slow down, and the heart, hearing it, obliges, a little slower, a little softer. This is simply how the body works. The long out breath is the lever, and you are barely touching it, and it is working anyway. Now let attention pour downward like warm water finding its level, into the hips, the pelvis, the heavy bowl at the center of the body. Feel its weight, its width, how completely the bed receives it. This is the anchor of you, and tonight the anchor is down. Let the right hip soften, let the left hip soften, let the whole basin of the pelvis grow heavy and settled the way a foundation is settled, not going anywhere, not needing to. Everything above it can rest because it rests. And from the hips, let attention begin its slow travel down the right leg, the right thigh first, the longest, strongest muscle you own. Feel its size, its warmth, all that quiet power lying idle now, like a workhorse in a stable at night. Fed, brushed, done. Let the thigh be utterly slack, heavy from hip to knee, sinking its full weight into whatever holds it. The right knee, just a joint at rest, nothing bent, nothing braced. Let even the small deep places behind the knee soften. The right shin and the right calf, feel them together, the front and the back of the lower leg. The calf that lifted you up every stair today, let it be soft as dough, warm, finished. The right ankle, loose. The small bones settling against each other like coins in a pocket that has stopped moving. And the right foot, feel the whole foot, the heel resting its round weight. The arch, that quiet curve, holding nothing up anymore, the broad top of the foot. The sole which touched the ground all day and touches nothing now. Let the foot be warm and empty of work. And the toes, one by one, the right big toe, resting, the second toe, resting, the middle toe, still, the fourth toe, quiet, and the smallest toe, the farthest outpost of the whole body. Even that far away, the rest has arrived. Feel the entire right leg now, from the deep socket of the hip, down the thigh, through the knee, down the calf, to the heel and the 5 still toes, one long, heavy, warm line of rest, and on your next slow exhale, let the right leg sink, fully, completely, as if the bed had been shaped just for it. And the breath goes on, in and long, slow, out. Now across without hurry to the left leg, the left thigh, feel it from the inside, its weight, its warmth, how it lies there asking for nothing. Let it slacken the way the right one did. Heavy, broad, done for the day, the left knee, unlocked, soft, a hinge with nowhere to swing, the left shin and the left calf, let them soften together, the muscle letting go of its shape, becoming just warmth, just weight, the left ankle, loose as a knot that has been gently worked open. And the left foot, the heel planted in softness, the arch at ease, the sole private and warm, and the toes, the left big toe, resting, the second toe, resting, the middle toe, heavy, the fourth toe, quiet, and the smallest left toe, and that is all of them. Every finger and every toe, all 20 of the body's far ends, found and touched by attention and set down again, gently, like a person counting keepsakes and putting each one back in its drawer. Feel the whole left leg, hip to toes, one warm weight, and let it sink on the exhale to lie level with the right, both legs heavy now, both legs long and still, like two felled logs sinking slowly into soft moss. Years of standing, and now this, the deep, earned rest of a thing that has finally been allowed to lie down. And now, for the first time tonight, feel the body as one whole thing, not a list of parts anymore, not jaw and shoulder and thigh, just one warm, continuous country seen from high above at night. A few soft lights, slow rivers of breath moving through it, everything in it asleep or nearly asleep. Feel the whole body at once, its full length, its full weight, its warmth held in around it like weather, one body, resting, breathing, held. Stay there a moment, nothing to do, nowhere to look, just the whole of you all at once, and the breath moving through the whole of you, in and slowly out. Research suggests that when the body is guided through itself this way, slowly, region by region, the nervous system takes it as evidence that nothing is wrong anywhere. No alarms from the jaw, none from the hands, none from the feet. And with the evidence in, the system does what it was always going to do when the news was this good. It stands down. You may already feel some of that, a thickness in the limbs, a pleasant distance from the day. You don't need to feel anything in particular. Whatever you feel is the right thing to feel. The rest is happening either way. Let's take the breath a little deeper into its slowness now. Breathe in, easy and low, a soft breath, no effort in it. And at the top, one more small sip of air, just a little, and then let it all go, long, slow, unhurried, the exhale like a long hallway you get to walk down at your own pace. No doors to open, just the walking, just the length of it. And again, in, a small sip more, and out, long, emptying, easy. And now let the breath find its own size again. Smaller is fine, slower is fine. You don't have to shepherd it anymore. It knows the way down now. And while the breath tends to itself, we'll pass through the body once more, a different kind of pass this time, quicker, warmer, less like a survey and more like a hand smoothing a blanket that is already lying flat, just confirming, just kindness. The face, soft, all of it at once, brow, eyes, cheeks, jaw, one soft face. The neck and throat, easy, open. The right arm, shoulder to fingertips, warm and heavy, yes. The left arm, shoulder to fingertips, warm and heavy, yes. The chest, rising and falling on its own, trusted. The belly, round and loose, trusted. The back, given fully to the bed. The hips, anchored. The right leg, hip to toes, long and heavy. The left leg, hip to toes, long and heavy. And the whole body, one warm shape in the dark, smoothed, settled, confirmed. Notice how much faster that pass could be, because the work was already done. The second visit to a quiet house is quick. You're only checking the locks, and every lock is a soft one here, every door closed gently, every room dark and warm. And now a different way of sensing, if you like. Instead of moving attention like a lantern from room to room, let it widen, let it become like the dark itself, touching everything at once. Feel the body not as parts in sequence, but as one continuous field of sensation. A low, warm hum with your name on it. Some places louder in feeling, some places so quiet you have to take them on faith. All of it one field. The way a summer evening is one temperature. You don't feel it in pieces, you're just in it. Rest in that wideness for a few breaths, the whole body at once, nothing singled out, nothing left out, in and out, in and out. Many people find that somewhere around here, the edges begin to blur a little, where the hand ends and the bed begins, where the back ends and the mattress begins. You don't have to find those edges, let them stay lost. The body doesn't need its outline to rest. A shape can be loved without being traced. And now gently, one more way of listening to the body, the contact points, the places where you and the world are touching right now. Feel the back of the head resting in the pillow, that one point of contact, how complete it is. The head has weight, and the pillow answers all of it, nothing held back on either side. Feel where the shoulders touch, 2 more points, broad and warm. The length of the arms, wherever they lie, every inch that touches, touching fully. The back, the widest contact of all, a whole landscape of touch. Feel how much of you is being carried there, how the bed pushes up exactly as much as you weigh, no more, no less. A perfect agreement, renewed every second without a word. The hips, deep contact, the heaviest cargo, the surest hold. The backs of the legs, the calves, the heels, 2 small, round, certain points at the far end of everything. Count them all together now without counting. Head, shoulders, arms, back, hips, legs, heels, all the places where you are held, and understand in the simple way the body understands things that you are held everywhere you need to be. There is no part of you hovering over a drop, no part of you doing balance work. The whole weight of you has been accepted, every gram, signed for, taken in. This is what the nervous system waits all day to learn, that the weight can be put down somewhere, and here, tonight, it has been, all of it, put down. And with that, let the sinking begin in earnest, not something you do, something you allow. The body is a little heavier with each exhale. Imagine snow falling on a field at night, each breath another slow layer. No single flake weighs anything at all, and yet by morning the field is transformed. That is how this heaviness works, breath by breath, layer by layer, the exhale falls, and the body under it grows softer and heavier and more deeply covered in rest. The face under its layer of quiet snow, the arms under theirs, the long legs whitening with stillness, the chest still rising and falling beneath it all, warm underneath the way the ground is warm underneath, alive and slow and utterly unbothered. Gravity is doing all of the work now, and gravity never gets tired. It has held the oceans down for 4 billion years. It can certainly hold you tonight. You could not fall off the earth if you tried. So there is nothing to grip with, nothing to grip for. Let even the idea of holding on dissolve, the way sugar dissolves in warm water, slowly, completely, until you can't point to where it went, only taste that the water changed. And the breath still there, smaller now maybe. The breaths of a resting body are modest. They don't need to be big. A sleeping animal barely seems to breathe at all, and it is doing everything right. Let your breath be modest. Let it be barely anything. In and out, a thread of air, enough, always enough. Somewhere in the distance of the body, there may still be a place that hasn't fully let go, a shoulder with one last opinion, a corner of the jaw, a spot in the back. You don't need to fix it, just notice it the way you'd notice a light left on in a faraway window, and breathe out. And more often than not, while you're not looking, the light goes out on its own. Things settle when nobody is standing over them. Let the body settle unsupervised. You are off duty. Deeply, officially, entirely off duty. Off duty, the phrase itself is restful, no watch to stand, no list to keep, Whatever was unfinished today will still be unfinished tomorrow, and tomorrow is well equipped for it. Tomorrow will have daylight and coffee and a rested mind. Tonight has only one piece of business, and you're doing it, lying still, breathing slowly, letting the weight fall through you into the ground. Feel that falling through if it's there, the pleasant sense that the bed is not a surface anymore but a depth, that you have some small distance left to sink and all night to sink it, a leaf coming down through still air, no hurry in it, no destination it's worried about, turning a little, drifting a little, lower and lower, every exhale a few inches more. And the sounds of the room, whatever they are, the small ticks and hums of a house at night, let them be part of the rest rather than apart from it. A house makes noises the way a body makes breaths. It is only settling too. Everything around you is doing exactly what you are doing. Cooling, quieting, coming down from the day. You are in good company. The walls, the floor, the dark windows, the whole patient architecture of night resting with you. In and slowly out. The mind may wander, minds do. It may drift to some scrap of the day, some voice, some errand. This is not a mistake. You haven't broken anything. When you notice you've drifted, you don't need to scold or start over. Just come back to one warm place in the body, the hands maybe, or the slow belly. Rest attention there like setting a cup down on a table, and let the thought finish leaving on its own. Thoughts at this hour are only the mind emptying its pockets before bed. Receipts, ticket stubs, nothing that needs filing, let them fall where they fall. And each time you return, you'll find the body further along than you left it, heavier, warmer, deeper in the field of snow. Rest does not wait for you to watch it. It goes on ahead. Feel the hands now just because they're near, two warm, loose, open shapes. Hands tell the truth about a person's state, and these hands say, nothing to do, nothing to hold, nothing to sign, nothing to carry. Let the truth of the hands spread up the arms, into the shoulders, down through the chest. Let the whole body agree with the hands. And the feet far away at the other end, warm, still, pointing wherever they point, feet that have no floor tonight, no distance to cover. Between the truthful hands and the finished feet lies all the rest of you, slow, breathing, held. In and out, long and soft. Let the jaw check itself once more, all on its own. A little looser, let the tongue lie completely idle in the mouth, no words being prepared, none needed. The voice you're hearing can do all the speaking for both of us. You have said everything today you needed to say. The mouth is closed for the evening, softly, like a shop with the lamps out and a sign in the window that just says, tomorrow. Tomorrow, let the word itself drift off. It doesn't need you tonight, nothing does, and in the quiet the word leaves behind. Notice the breath again, still going, still slow. The breath has been keeping time this whole while without being asked. In and out, longer on the way out, always longer on the way out. The exhale is the part of the breath that belongs to rest, and you can give it as much room as it wants. A slow, complete emptying, down to the quiet at the bottom. And then the next breath arrives by itself, the way it always has. And if you like, picture the breath as a tide now, not a big sea, something small and sheltered, a harbor at night, dark water barely moving, a few boats tied and sleeping at their moorings, and the tide comes in a little and goes out a little, and the boats rise and settle, rise and settle. Nobody sails at this hour, nobody is meant to. The whole harbor exists right now only to float things gently while they rest, and your body is one of those moored boats. Tied to nothing but gravity, lifted a little on the in-breath, lowered a little on the long out-breath, rocked by something so patient it has never once hurried in the whole history of water. In, the boat rises, and out, the boat settles, a little lower, a little softer against the dark. There is a kind of trust boats have in their moorings. They don't check the rope, they don't watch the knot. They just lean their whole weight on it all night and it holds. Let the body lean on the bed that way, whole weight, no checking, it holds. It has held every night of your life. It will hold this one. And out here on the slow water of the breath, let's move attention through the body again. one more pass, but a different kind this time, not naming every small part. This pass is warmth. Imagine, if it's pleasant, that each place attention touches fills with a mild, low warmth, like water that has been sitting in the sun all afternoon and is only now giving the heat back. Nothing hot, nothing sharp, just a temperature the body recognizes as kindness. Let warmth come into the forehead, broad and low, spreading across the brow like the flat of a warm hand, and down into the eyelids, which are already closed, already soft. Warmth makes them softer, the eyes floating in it, not looking at anything, not even the dark. Warmth into the cheeks, the whole face loosening in it, the way a face loosens near a fire without meaning to, and into the jaw, the hinge of the jaw going quiet in the warmth, and the throat, warm and open and unguarded, swallowing once if it wants to, and then done. Let the warmth pour over the shoulders now, both at once, like a warm cloth laid across them, shoulders that carried the day and are now being thanked for it. Feel them give, a half inch, a whole inch. It doesn't matter how far, any give is enough. And down the arms, warmth moving slowly through the upper arms, the elbows, the forearms, arriving in the hands and pooling there, hands full of warmth like two shallow bowls, and out to the ends of the fingers, one warmth for all 10, nothing separate anymore, just warm and done. Warmth filling the chest, around the heart, which is slowing all on its own because the long exhale asked it to. That is the plain mechanics of it. A long, slow out-breath tells the heart it may take its time, and the heart, hearing this over and over tonight, has believed it. Let the warmth say the same thing in its own language. Slow down, you're home. Warmth in the belly, rising and falling with it, a low hearth banked for the night, and warmth spreading into the back, all along the spine, into those deep muscles along the spine that work all day and are almost never noticed. Notice them now just long enough to let them go. Warm, unnecessary, off. Warmth pooling in the hips, heavy and wide, and pouring slowly down the legs, the long muscles of the thighs filling with it, the knees, the calves, warmth arriving in the feet last, the way heat reaches the far room of a house last, and the feet receiving it gratefully, warm to the ends of the toes, the whole body now one temperature, one mild, even sleepy warmth from crown to heel, nothing bright in it, nothing to tend, a warmth that keeps itself. And rest inside that warmth for a breath or two, in and slowly out. Now something even simpler. Let attention find only the places where your body touches what holds it, nothing else, just the touch itself, the back of the head resting, the shoulder blades, the length of the back, the weight of the hips, the backs of the arms, the heels, maybe the touch of the covers over you light as weather. Feel how the body is really just this handful of touches, a constellation of small pressures in the dark. Everything between them can go soft and vague. Visit them slowly, the head's touch, steady, trustworthy. It has not moved in a long while, the back's touch, long and warm like lying against something alive, the hips, the heaviest star in the constellation, the heels, two small far points holding almost nothing. And now notice what happens at those touches if you stay there a while. The line between you and the bed gets harder to find. Where does the shoulder end and the mattress begin? It was so obvious this morning. It is not obvious now. The boundary is going quiet, the way the horizon goes quiet at dusk. You don't have to make anything of this. It's only what deep rest feels like from the inside. The body's outline is a daytime tool, and the body is putting its tools away. In and out, long, unhurried. The night has its own way of holding still that daytime never learns. Think of a lake well after dark. In the daytime, a lake is all surface, wind, glitter, motion, but at night the wind lies down and the surface forgets itself, and the lake becomes what it really is: depth, stillness, water resting on water all the way down, and anything the day stirred up, silt, sand, the small debris of hours, it all settles, slowly, straight down, through the dark water, to the soft floor, where it lies still. Your mind is doing that now. It doesn't need help. The stirred-up day is settling through you, grain by grain. Every long exhale is a little more stillness on the surface. Every minute is a little more clearness in the deep. You don't have to sort what settles. You don't have to name it. Settling is not sorting. It's just weight, finding the bottom, being done. And if a fish of thought moves somewhere down there, a slow flicker of something remembered or rehearsed, let it move. Lakes have fish. It disturbs nothing. It belongs to the lake, not to you. You are only the stillness it moves through. In and out. Somewhere far off, maybe the idea of a train, not near enough to hear, just the idea of one. A night train crossing the low country, hours from anywhere, and everyone aboard it asleep in their narrow bunks, rocked by the long rhythm of the rails, carried through the dark without doing any of the carrying. That is the arrangement you have with tonight. You are aboard. The night is driving. It knows the route. It has made this run 10,000 times, dusk to dawn, and never once been lost. Your ticket is already punched. Your bunk is already made. There is nothing to watch for out the window, because the window shows only dark fields and darker hills, mile after gentle mile. And morning will arrive at the platform on its own schedule, whether you attend to the journey or not. So don't attend. Passengers who sleep arrive the same time as passengers who worry. Let the night do the driving. Let the rhythm do the rocking. In and out, rails in the dark. And let the body be checked one last easy time, not as work. Just a slow glance down the length of yourself, the way you'd glance down a hallway before turning in. The face, dark and smooth, nothing happening there. Good, the shoulders, down and staying down. Good, the arms, asleep before you are probably. They often are. The chest, slow, the belly, slower, the back, given over, the hips, anchored, the legs, long and empty, the feet, finished. The whole hallway dark, every door along it closed softly for the night, nothing left on anywhere. You can stop glancing now. The house of the body is down for the night, and it does not need a watchman. In and slowly, slowly out. Breathing can be even simpler from here. You don't need to shape it anymore. The long exhale has done its teaching and the body has learned it. Now the breath can just be watched from a little distance, the way you'd watch someone else's chimney smoke from across a valley. Rising, thinning, rising, thinning. It's not your job now. It never really was. 20,000 breaths a day, and you were only introduced to a few dozen of them tonight. Let the rest go by unintroduced. The body is a better breather than you are, and it works cheapest when nobody supervises. Rain maybe, not real rain, just the memory of what a slow rain does to the ground, how a garden takes it. No gutter rush, no storm, only that fine, patient, all-night kind of rain, and the soil accepting it without a sound, every drop finding its way down between the grains, darkness soaking downward, roots drinking in their sleep. By morning the whole garden is heavier, softer, fed, and it did nothing. It only lay there and let the night come down into it. Rest is coming down into you that same way, fine and patient and all night long. You don't have to open anything to receive it. You are soil, not a roof. It goes right in. It is going in now, down past the surface thoughts, down past the muscles, into the deep root places that only ever get watered when you stop. In and out, soft as weather. And notice, without disturbing it, how far you've come since you lay down. You don't have to measure it. Just feel the difference, the way you feel a room's warmth when you come in from outside. The breath that was a task is now a tide. The body that was a list of parts is now one warm, settled weight. The mind that arrived carrying the whole day is lying next to you now like a dog by a stove. One ear still up, maybe. That's fine. Dogs sleep with an ear up and sleep well anyway. The ear will come down on its own, in its own hour. Nothing about you needs finishing. Rest is not a project with a last step. It's a direction, and you're facing it, and the ground slopes that way, and all that's left is rolling gently downhill in the dark. Let the eyes be checked once, softly, not opened, just noticed. They may be moving a little behind the lids, or they may have gone still the way eyes do at the border of sleep. Either is right. Let them sink back in their sockets a little. 2 stones at the bottom of the lake, nothing to see all night. the optic world closed hours ago. Whatever the eyes still hold of today, screens, faces, road, light, it's draining out of them now like warmth out of an evening window. Let them empty. Eyes empty of pictures grow very heavy, very quiet. They are the heaviest small things in the body right now. Let them be. And the ears still on as ears always are, but turned way down, hearing the voice, and under the voice the quiet, and under the quiet something even quieter that has no name and needs none. Let the hearing get simple, sound arriving and leaving without being kept. The voice itself can become less like words now and more like a texture, low, regular, warm. You don't have to follow the meaning anymore. Meaning is optional at this depth. The tone is doing the work. Let the words blur into tone the way lamplight blurs when the eyes are nearly closed. In and out. Heavier now, notice it. Each time the breath goes out, the body takes another small step down into itself. The mattress holding more of you than it held a minute ago, the pillow holding a heavier head, gravity, that oldest and gentlest of habits, drawing you down not to take anything from you but to hold you closer. The way the ground holds everything it loves, stones, roots, sleeping animals in their burrows, houses, you, held down is held. Let yourself be held down. And the covers over you, if there are covers, their small weight lying along you like a low, warm sky. Under that sky nothing is expected of anyone. Under that sky it is officially night, and every part of you that still remembers standing, walking, hurrying, let it forget. The body keeps the day in its muscles the way a road keeps heat, and all that stored day is radiating out of you now, breath by breath, into the dark. You can almost feel it leaving, a faint warmth rising off you. The day evaporating, good riddance and good night to it. Out long and low. Slower now, everything's slower. The thoughts when they come farther apart, like footsteps of someone walking away, each one softer, each one less yours. The breath shallow and easy, the tide small now, the harbor nearly asleep around its sleeping boats. The body one warm weight in the dark, one settled, watered, held down weight, nothing separate in it anymore, nothing waiting. And you somewhere in the middle of all that, not steering, not watching, just carried, the night train running smooth on its long rails, the lake going stiller by the minute, the fine rain coming down and down into the deep of you. There's nowhere else you're supposed to be. There's nothing else this hour is for. Whole cities are doing this exact thing right now, in the dark, badly or well, and you are doing it well. You are doing it very well. Rest is the one skill that improves the less you try, and you have stopped trying, so it is going beautifully without you. In and out. Let even the listening rest now. Half here, quarter here. The voice will keep going for a long while yet, and it asks nothing. It's only company, a low light left on in another room. You can drift and return and drift again, and every time you drift you go a little deeper, and every time you return there is nothing to catch up on. Nothing here ever needs catching up. This hour repeats itself like slow water. You cannot fall behind in it. So let go of the thread. Threads are for daytime, nights are woven differently, loose, wide, dark, warm. The belly rises, barely, and falls slowly. Rises and falls, and the warmth stays, and the weight stays, and the quiet gets another shade quieter, and somewhere beneath all of it, in the deep root places, the rest keeps soaking in, patient as rain, steady as rails, certain as the tide. The jaw again, just for a moment, not to do anything with it, only to notice that it has gone dark in there, the way windows go dark in a small town when the evening gets late. One window, then another. No one decides it all at once. It simply happens house by house, and the mouth is such a window now, unlit, quiet behind the glass. The tongue lying in the dark of it like a cat that has finally chosen its spot for the night. And the eyes, two more windows, curtains drawn. Whatever they watched all day has been let go. The eyes are off duty. Behind the lids there is only that soft grainy dark, the color of sleep itself. Let them rest back into the head a little. They are round and small and heavy like plums. Let them be plums in the dark. Nothing to see, nowhere to look. Even the looking muscles, the tiny ones that aim and focus, even those can go dark now. The forehead, smooth as a field under snow, and that is the new weather if you want it. Not rain now, snow, slower than rain, softer than rain. Snow doesn't even land exactly, it arrives. It settles the way dust settles in an old room without a sound, without a decision. Let a fine snow be settling over the forehead, over the scalp, each flake almost nothing, and yet the field whitens. That is how this rest works too. Almost nothing, again and again, until everything is covered. Breathe in, easy, and out, long, like a door closing so gently the latch never clicks. The neck, snow settling there, the throat, quiet. It has said everything it needed to say today, and probably a few things it didn't, and all of it is finished now. Spoken words don't stay in the throat, they leave completely. The throat is empty the way a bell is empty after the ringing stops. Just shape, just stillness, a little warmth where the sound used to live. And down into the shoulders, let the snow gather in those two broad places. The shoulders are where the body keeps its bracing, and bracing melts under snow like everything else does. Slowly, from underneath, you don't have to unclench anything, just let the settling continue, flake by flake, the right shoulder going white and quiet, the left shoulder going white and quiet, and the arms lying out from them like two country roads after midnight, unplowed, untraveled. No one is coming down those roads until morning. They can vanish under the snow entirely. Upper arms, elbows, forearms, the wrists, those small bridges, the hands. The hands, let them fill up with that settled softness. Palms open or curled either way. The fingers like a row of low hedges disappearing into white. Thumb, first finger, middle, ring, little, one at a time or all together, it doesn't matter. Nothing in this hour is graded. The hands worked, the hands are done. The hands are two warm animals asleep in the snow, perfectly safe, dreaming whatever hands dream, probably of holding nothing. Out, slow, all the way to the soft end of the breath, and rest there a heartbeat before the next one comes on its own. The chest under the snow now, and here the snow does something lovely. It lets the small movement continue underneath it. The way a field of snow rides up and down ever so slightly on the sleeping ground. The chest rises, the whole white field rises, the chest falls, the field falls, nothing disturbed, nothing broken. Breath and stillness are not opposites. A sleeping animal breathes, a winter field breathes in its own slow year-long way. You are allowed to be both moving and completely at rest. The belly, deep snow there, the warmest part of the field, oddly. Snow is a blanket, farmers know this. It keeps the ground beneath it from freezing, so let the belly be that kept ground, warm underneath, alive underneath. Roots down there doing their slow root work all winter without a single thought, digesting, mending, keeping. The belly does not need instructions and never did. Cover it over and let it work in the dark, the way all the best work is done. Back, pressed to the warm underside of everything, and the hips, and the long legs stretched away like two fence lines running out toward the edge of the field, going faint, going white, the thighs, the knees, those two round stones capped in soft, the shins, the ankles, and the feet at the very end of you at the far border of the property where the field meets the dark beyond it. Let the feet go last. Let them be the last two lights in the town, and now let even those go out. And the whole body one field under one snowfall, nothing marked, nothing labeled, just a soft white shape in the dark that the night is very slowly rounding over. Every hour it lies still, it belongs to the winter a little more, and belonging is restful, belonging asks nothing. In and out, always longer out. Now the ears, we haven't given the ears their own moment tonight, and they've earned one. The ears never close, think of that. Every other sense has a lid or a distance, but the ears stay open their whole lives on watch, so they can't be shut, but they can be softened. Let the ears stop reaching. Sounds can still arrive, the room's small sounds, the house's small sounds, this voice, but let them arrive the way snow arrives. landing on the ear instead of being caught by it. There is a difference, and the body knows the difference. Catching is work, landing is free. Let every sound for the rest of this night simply land. The hum of whatever hums, the settling tick of the walls cooling. Old houses talk to themselves at night, little wooden murmurs, beams easing, floors letting go of the footsteps they held all day. None of it is for you. It's just the house doing its own version of this, lying still, creaking softly, falling asleep around you. And this voice landing too, not caught, not followed. A sound among the house sounds now. You could no more fall behind it than you could fall behind the creak of a beam. Out and down. Somewhere far off, maybe, the kinds of sounds that only exist at this hour. A single car on a distant road, there and gone. A dog once in another yard, already regretting it. The huge soft nothing between those sounds. Night is mostly made of that nothing. Great rooms of silence with one small sound hung in each, like one picture on a large wall. And you are deep inside those rooms now, deep enough that the sounds hang far away, small, framed, nothing to do with you. Let the breath be small too. It has gotten small on its own, you may notice. That's right, that's the size it wants. A resting body sips its air. There's no need for more, the fires are banked. And that's another true thing about this hour. A banked fire is not a dead fire. It's a kept fire, coals gathered close under their grey ash, holding their heat till morning. Everything in you is banked like that now. The strength is not gone, it's kept, covered. Glowing quietly under the ash of this rest, losing nothing, ready for a morning that is still a long, long way off. You don't have to tend it. Banked fires tend themselves. That's the whole point of banking them. In a sip, and out, a long, thin ribbon of air. Let the ribbon spool all the way out. And now, if you like, one more pass through the body, the laziest one yet, not region by region this time, just a slow pour, as if someone tipped a jar of warm honey at the crown of your head and you have nothing to do but feel it descend. It moves at honey's speed, which is the speed of nothing else on earth, down over the scalp, slow, slower than that, over the brow. It takes its time at the eyes, pooling a little in those two hollows, down the cheeks. It finds the jaw and rounds it, the throat. It spreads across the shoulders in no hurry at all, the way honey spreads on warm bread, finding every low place, filling every crease, down the arms in two slow tongues of gold. It reaches the elbows and you could count your breaths waiting for it to reach the wrists, and that waiting is the practice. There is nowhere in you it needs to be by any particular time. The hands fill like two small cups, sweet heavy, done. And the chest, glazed and slow, the belly, the hips. It moves down the legs the way afternoon light moves down a wall, so gradually that you can never catch it moving, only notice that it has moved. Knees, shins, and at last the feet, the two far cups filling, full, and the whole body glazed in slow warm gold, inside and out, too heavy to move and too sweet to want to. Out and let the breath be pulled long by all that weight. The thoughts by now, look how far apart they've drifted, like the last few bees of the evening, heavy with the day, wandering home. One comes, it circles once, it goes, a long amber gap, another comes, you don't have to open the door for them or close it. The hive takes care of itself at night, a low, contented hum somewhere deep in you, and every worker settling into its small waxen room. A mind at this hour is just that, a hum with the lights off, let it hum. It's a good sound, it means everything got put away. And if a thought arrives that feels important, some remembering, some tomorrow thing, arriving with its little urgent suitcase, you can trust this, nothing that arrives at this hour is actually urgent. Night thoughts wear costumes. Under the costume they are all the same small tired traveler, and what the traveler really wants is what you want, a bed, so give it one. Let every arriving thought be shown, wordlessly, to a small room of its own somewhere down the long corridor of you. Door after door closing softly, do not stay to tuck them in. The corridor grows quieter behind you as you go, and you are always going, down and down. In and out. Deeper now, and notice what deep feels like since you're here. It isn't dramatic, it's mostly absence. The absence of the checking, That little watchman in you who all day long taps every window. Is this all right? Is that done? What time is it? What's next? The watchman has sat down. Maybe for the first time all day, the watchman is off his feet, and the town he watched is fine. It was always mostly fine. Towns keep themselves at night. Let him doze in his chair with his coat still on, the way watchmen do. Nothing will need him before morning, and you are not the watchman. You never were. You're the town, every dark window of you, every quiet street. Out, long, the last of the breath leaving like the last light going. Warm under the covers of this hour, or cool where the air finds your face. Both are night's textures. The cool on the face is good. It's the coolness at the mouth of a cellar, and the body below all warm dark storage now, shelf after shelf of the years keeping, everything jarred and sealed and lined up glinting faintly in the dark, nothing spoiling, nothing needing turning. A full cellar and a locked door and winter outside doing winter's work. You can stand at the top of those stairs in your mind, feel that cool, sweet, stone-smelling air rise past your face, and know that everything below is kept. And then you don't even have to stand there. You can let the door swing to. Kept things don't need watching. That's what kept means. And the breath goes on without you. In, small, out, long. It has been breathing you for a while now, if we're honest. You handed it over somewhere back there and never noticed, which is exactly how the handover is supposed to go. The face by now has no expression at all, and a face with no expression is a rare and beautiful thing. It's the face you had before you learned faces were for anyone else, just skin resting on bone, the small muscles all lying down like grass when the wind has completely stopped. You could not say from inside whether the corners of the mouth are up or down, and that not knowing is the sign. The face has left the conversation. It belongs to the pillow now, and the pillow accepts it without reading it. The first thing all day that hasn't read it. And the hands have no grip in them, and the belly has no guard on it, and the long muscles of the legs have gone off like streetlights at dawn, except it is the opposite of dawn. It is the deep middle of the descent, with hours of soft dark still ahead, hours of it, more night than you could spend if you tried. You are rich with night. You can waste it. Lie here and waste the night like a fortune, hour after hour of it thrown to the dark, and the dark giving it all back as rest, with interest. Night is the one fortune that grows by being spent this way. In and out, slower. Let the words thin now. They don't need to be full sentences anymore. You don't need them to be. Soft at the eyes. Loose at the jaw. The hands, asleep already probably, gone on ahead. The feet far away, at the border, white and quiet. The breath, a thread of it, enough, more than enough. A resting body runs on almost nothing. It's the waking that's expensive. And the heaviness, total now, not pressing, just true, the simple fact of a body at the bottom of its day, lying where it fell in the best sense, found by the night exactly where it should be, covered, kept, banked, glazed, snowed under, every image the same image now, every word the same word, down. Down, the friendliest word in the language at this hour. And the quiet behind this voice, hear how wide it's gotten. The voice is one thin line drawn across an enormous soft dark, and the dark is the real thing. The voice is only here to point at it, and you're already in it. You've been in it for a while. Belly rises a little, falls slowly, rises, falls, and somewhere in you, without any help, the night is doing what the night does, sorting the day's small papers, resting the eyes in their hollows, slowing the heart by gentle fractions, loosening what was tight by one more turn. It will go on doing this for hours whether you listen or not. It prefers that you don't, so don't. Let the listening lie down inside the hearing. Let the hearing lie down inside the quiet. Let the quiet lie down inside the dark. And the dark needs nowhere to lie down. The dark is the bed itself. In, belly, and out, long, and gones. And still the rest goes on, below the words, below the breath, below even the heaviness now, in the deep-kept cellar of you, in the banked red glow of you, in the white field of you, rounding softly under its snow, all night, all the long, unhurried, unwatched night. And while the night works, let something new and easy come, not an effort, just a picture that arrives on its own, the way pictures do at this depth. Think of a house late at night, not your house, no house in particular, just a good old house that has been lived in a long time, and everyone in it is asleep, and there is one person still moving through it very slowly in soft shoes, not to wake anyone, only to make the last round, the round that isn't really needed. The doors were locked hours ago, the stove is cold, but there is a kind of person who likes to walk the house once more anyway, just to feel how settled it is. Just to touch the banister and find it still, and that person tonight is your attention, and the house is your body, and everything in it is already asleep. You are only walking through to admire it. So let the attention go in its soft shoes to the room of the jaw, and find it dark in there. The door was left open, nothing is happening, the great hinge of the jaw hangs unlatched, the way a gate hangs in summer when nobody has come up the path all day, teeth apart, tongue lying in its place like a cat that chose the warmest spot hours ago and hasn't moved. Nothing to do here. The attention doesn't fix anything. It only stands in the doorway a moment, approving, and moves on. To the rooms of the cheeks, small rooms rarely visited, and they too are dark and orderly. The flesh of the face draped on its bones like cloth over furniture in a house closed up for the season, everything covered, everything kept. Nothing expected to happen in here for a long, lovely while. And up the quiet stairs to the eyes, two curtained rooms side by side, curtains drawn, and behind the curtains, the eyes themselves have stopped their little weather. They've given up their small darting errands. They float in their warm salt, aimed at nothing, softened at the center. The attention stands outside the curtains and doesn't part them. Some rooms you just listen at, and what it hears is nothing, good, deep nothing. The brow, a long hallway smoothed flat. Whoever was pacing here earlier, back and forth with their hands behind their back, has gone to bed. The floorboards have stopped their creak. The hallway lies open and level from one temple to the other, and a hallway with no one in it is one of the quietest things there is. The scalp, the attic, and the attic is fine, it's always fine, boxes of things you don't need tonight and won't need tomorrow morning either, resting in the dark exactly where you left them. The roof above holding off the whole sky without effort, the way roofs do. The attention doesn't climb up, it just glances at the attic door, sees it shut, and is satisfied. Down again, past the ears, two windows left open a crack to the night, because a sleeping house still likes a little air. Whatever sound comes in through them tonight, this voice, the room's small hum, anything, comes in like night air, without meaning anything, without asking anything, and passes through. And to the neck, the back stairs of the house, narrow, hard-working, and finally empty, nobody carrying anything up or down. The stairs can just be stairs now. Let the back of the neck lengthen and lie down along its own length, like a stair runner smoothed flat by a slow hand. Now the attention comes to the shoulder on one side, and this is the door to the long wing of the house, the wing of the arm, and it walks that wing slowly. The upper arm, a broad calm room with the furniture pushed back, the elbow a turning in the corridor, the forearm, a narrower passage where the two long bones lie side by side like oars shipped and stowed. The wrist, a small anteroom, and then the hand. And the hand is the room at the end of the wing, the one with the bay window, the one everyone loves. And it is fully asleep, the palm open like a guest bed turned down, each finger a small made bed in a row, thumb, first finger, middle, ring, little, 5 small beds, all occupied, all still. The attention stands in that room a moment longer than it needs to. It's a pleasure, a room like that. Then it draws the door gently to, without latching it, and walks back up the wing. Across the landing of the chest, to the other shoulder, and down the other wing, And this wing it walks even more slowly because there is no reason left in the world to hurry. Upper arm, heavy as a rolled rug. Elbow, forearm, the skin along it cool on top, warm underneath, like a bed already half slept in. Wrist, and the second hand, palm, and the 5 fingers one at a time, each one going out like a small lamp when you look at it. Thumb, first, middle, ring. Little there, the whole wing dark. Both wings dark now. The arms of the house asleep on either side of it, and the house lying between its own arms, which is how a house should sleep. And now the attention comes to the great rooms at the center, the chest, the room with the tall ceiling, and in this room something is allowed to keep moving, and it is the only thing in the whole house with permission. The breath rising and falling like a long curtain at an open balcony door, lifting on some slow air from the sea and settling, lifting and settling. Nobody is moving that curtain. The night moves it. And under the curtain, the heart, going about its small devoted work in the corner, quieter every hour, needing no supervision, wanting none. The attention doesn't linger on the heart. You don't stand over faithful workers. You leave them to it. The belly, the warm kitchen of the house, last of the day's warmth still in its walls, everything wiped down, everything put away. The deep unhurried processes going on behind the cupboard doors, out of sight, the way a kitchen keeps faith with tomorrow without making a sound tonight. Let the belly be as soft as that. A kitchen at 2 in the morning, warm, dark, done. And the back, the whole long back, is the foundation, and the foundation is doing what foundations do best, which is nothing at all, just bearing, just being borne upon, every stone of the spine stacked and settled, one on the next, the way old walls settle. They say old houses take 100 years to finish settling, and that all the little night sounds are the house still slowly sitting down. Let the back be like that. Still slowly sitting down, sound by tiny sound, into a rest that has been coming for a long time. The hips, the wide ground floor, heavy load-bearing at ease, and then the last 2 wings of the house, the long wings of the legs, and the attention walks the first one the way you walk a corridor you know in the dark, trailing one hand along the wall. The thigh, longest room in the house, thick-walled, warm. The knee, its odd and lovely joint, a door that only opens one way, resting now on its hinges. The shin and the calf, the narrowing passage, the ankle and the foot, the far room. The room farthest from the front door, the one that gets the morning light you will not be awake for, heel, arch, and the toes, small as a row of pegs by the door, each one hanging there, holding nothing. And the other wing, thigh, knee, calf, ankle, foot, walked even slower, visited even softer, until the attention has been everywhere and found everywhere the same thing, a house entirely asleep, and now the attention itself, the last one awake, the one in the soft shoes, has nowhere left to check, so let it stop in the middle of the house, in the chest near the curtain that lifts and settles, and let it sit down there, and let it lean its head back. The watch is over. The watcher can sleep in the house it was watching. That's the secret no one tells you. That's how the house finally fills. In, and the curtain lifts. And out, long, and the curtain settles. And now feel, without moving anything, the places where the body touches what holds it, just those places, the back of the head, the shoulder blades, the ribs' light print, the arms, the seat of you, the calves, the heels, and notice that these places are like a shoreline, the exact line where you end and the bed begins, and something is happening at that shoreline, slow as tide. The line is blurring. The longer you lie still, the harder it is to say precisely where you stop. The warmth of you has gone into the bed, and the softness of the bed has come into you, and the border between them has gone the way borders go in fog, wider, kinder, less certain. Let the tide keep coming. It comes in over the heels first. You can feel them less clearly than an hour ago. They've gone approximate, then the calves, vaguer now, wider than they were, dissolved at the edges like sugar at the bottom of something warm. The seat and the hips gone soft at the boundary. The long back, less a shape pressed to a surface and more a warmth continuous with it. The shoulders, the arms, the head resting not so much on the pillow as somewhere in it. Region by region, the tide comes in and takes the outline, and what the tide takes, you do not need. An outline is for daytime. An outline is for being seen and bumped into and asked for things. At night, the outline can go out with the tide and be trusted to come back on its own, near morning, without your help. In slow, and out longer, the tide a little higher. And with the outline gone soft, the breath changes its nature too. It stops being something you do at the front of yourself and becomes something more like a mooring. Think of a small rowboat tied at a dock at night on water with almost no wind. The rope is slack. The boat isn't going anywhere, and it isn't being held tightly either. It just moves a little with the water, forward an inch on the in-breath, back an inch on the out. The rope never pulls taut. The knot was tied by somebody who knew knots long ago, and it has never once failed, and it will not fail tonight. So the boat doesn't think about the knot. The boat has never thought about anything. It just lies on the water and moves the small amount the water moves. Be moored like that, each breath in, the small drift forward, each breath out, the long ease back, slack rope, dark water, dock lights off. And if a thought comes now, let it be a fish under the boat, a shadow sliding beneath, felt more than seen, gone before it was fully anything. The boat doesn't lean over to look. Boats never do. The fish goes its way under you, and you lie on top of the dark water, and the two of you never meet. In the small drift, and out the long ease back, and back, and back. Somewhere far off in the world, things are still happening. A road with one car on it, a kitchen light in some other building, someone's television murmuring through a wall, and all of it has nothing to do with you. It is oddly sweet how little it has to do with you. The world has agreed to run on skeleton crew tonight so that you can be spared entirely. Every distant sound is proof of the agreement. They're handling it. Whoever they are, whatever it is, it's handled. You have been taken off every list until morning. And in the space where the lists were, wool, that's the texture now. Everything gone to wool. Thoughts when they come arrive pre-softened, wrapped before shipping. The edges of words felted down. Even this voice, by now less a voice than a grey soft yarn being drawn slowly through the dark, and you following it not because you must, but because following something soft downhill is the easiest thing a mind can do. It's all downhill from here, gently downhill. The whole rest of the night slopes the right way. Let the jaw be wool, let the hands be wool, let the middle of you be a rolled bolt of it, warm through and through. Nothing in wool can startle. Nothing in wool can ring or knock or need. A woolen hour and another behind it. The night has them stacked for you like blankets on a shelf, more than you could ever use. In, barely a lift. And out, a long woolen letting down. The face now, one more time, but not even region by region anymore. Just the whole face at once, wiped soft the way a hand wipes fog from glass, except backwards. The fog is being wiped on, the clear sharp pain of the day going pleasantly misted so that nothing shows through it and nothing needs to. A misted window between you and everything. And behind the misted window, the rooms of you dark, the wings of you dark, the tide well in, the boat at slack rope. The wool drawn down over all of it. And the heaviness comes back around now, the way a slow melody comes back around, and it is heavier than it was, richer. The arms have doubled their quiet weight. The legs are lying at the very bottom of their own stillness. The head has finished the long transaction with the pillow, and the pillow has won, as it always does, as you always hoped it would. You are being held at every point you can still find, and at all the points you've lost track of, you are being held anyway. That's the thing about being held. It doesn't require your attendance. So stop attending a little more. Let even this listening become half listening, then quarter. The voice will keep on for a while, the way a lamp is left on in another room, not for reading by, just so the dark has one warm grain in it somewhere. You don't have to face the lamp. You don't have to do anything with it. Sleep comes to people in rooms where a lamp burns low in the next room over. It comes easier there, some say, the small ignorable warmth of it. This voice is only that. Belly rises and falls slower each time unless it isn't, and either way is right. Down a little more, there's more down, there's always more down, and all of it is safe. The deep of the night is not a cliff, it's a meadow tilted gently, and you are rolling down it at the speed of honey, and at the bottom there is only more meadow. Nothing waits at the bottom of this, nothing catches you because nothing needs to. The falling is the resting. They were the same thing all along, and the body knew, and now the rest of you is finding out. Heavy at the heels. Heavy in the hips. Heavy through the chest, around the small faithful worker in the corner who has slowed again, by a fraction, and again. Heavy behind the misted glass of the face. And the breath, the slack rope of it, the small drift, the long ease. Somewhere in the next hour, without noticing, you may stop hearing this. That is the plan working. The words will go on for a time, and they will get simpler, and there will be more dark between them, and at some point you will be on the other side of them, in the wide quiet they've been walking you toward all along. And the quiet will hold you better than the words did. It has more hands. For now, just this. The inward. And out long. The house dark. The water still. The wool drawn up. And the night everywhere going on with its patient work, unhurried, unwatched, with hours yet in hand, hours and hours, and every one of them yours to sink through. Somewhere far north of here it has started to snow. You don't have to picture it exactly, just know that it happens, that right now, over some wide field no one is watching, snow is coming down through the dark, and each flake takes its whole slow lifetime to fall. No hurry in any of them, no two arriving together, and the field receives them all without moving. That is the kind of quiet you are lying in now, a snowfall kind of quiet. Where things arrive softly, one at a time, and are simply taken in. And snow makes a sound, though almost no one hears it, a hush that is not silence but softer than silence, the sound of a million tiny landings, each one too small to matter and all of them together making the deepest quiet there is. Let that hush settle over your hearing now, over the small bones of the ears that have worked all day. They can stand down. The world will be muffled for a while, everything at a distance, everything wrapped, everything falling slower than it needs to. In and out, long, the exhale drifting down like one of those flakes, taking its time, landing somewhere below you. And notice if it's easy, the warmth in your hands, not a warmth you're making, a warmth that's making itself, the blood on its slow rounds, unhurried now, carrying heat out to the far provinces of you, the fingertips, the pads of the palms, the thin skin at the wrists. The body keeps its own small fires banked and low through the night, and it tends them without asking you for anything. You could hold your hands over that warmth like hands over embers, except the embers are inside, and the hands are the hearth, and nothing needs stirring. It burns low all by itself. It has burned low every night of your life and never once gone out. Warmth in the palms. Warmth in the soles of the feet, maybe, or coolness there, and both are fine. Warmth somewhere low in the belly, where the body keeps its patient middle. Let the warm places be warm. Let the cool places be cool. The body knows its own weather. You are not the keeper of it tonight. And somewhere too, a night train is crossing a long country. You may have heard one once from a bed like this one, that far sound, not the train itself but the news of it, carried over miles of dark fields, a low note that rises and falls and is gone. And inside that train right now, people are asleep in their seats, heads against windows, coats for blankets, being carried through the night at speed and feeling none of it. Trusting the rails, trusting the driver, trusting the schedule they'll never see. They gave up steering when they boarded, and look how well it goes for them. The country pours past outside, town after town of sleeping strangers, and the train just carries them, mile after mile, and all they had to do was sit down. You are on something like that train now. The night itself is the train, It left the station hours ago and it knows the way. You have a window seat in the dark and nothing to watch. The rhythm underneath you is your own breath, that soft repeating, in and out, the gentle rock of it, and every breath is another mile behind you, another mile of dark field crossed without your help. You'll be carried the whole way. Nobody checks tickets at this hour. Nobody comes down the aisle. The train hums, the fields turn, the sleepers sleep. In and out. Another mile. And out again, longer, another mile after that. The jaw riding loose, teeth apart, the way a passenger's jaw goes when the head tips against the glass. The shoulders riding loose. The hands open in the lap of the night, the way sleeping hands fall open, keeping nothing. And under the field where the snow is falling, under the rails where the train runs, there are roots. This is the part of the world nobody thinks about at night, which is exactly why it's good to think about. The trees standing out there in the cold with their eyes closed, so to speak, and below the frost line, down where the ground never really changes, their roots going on with the slowest work there is. No faster in summer, no slower now. Just the long patient holding, the long patient drinking, done at a pace no clock can measure. A tree does not try to rest. A tree is rest, standing up, and in winter it goes even further down into itself, draws its sweetness into the trunk, lets the branches go bare and asks nothing of them for months. Nothing is wrong with a bare branch. It is not failing, it is wintering. It will be asked for leaves again, but not tonight, not for a long time, and it knows that, in whatever way wood knows things. You can winter too for these hours, draw the sweetness in, let the branches of you go bare and unasked. The arms have no leaves to make tonight, the mind has no leaves to make. Whatever is due from you is due in some far season, and between now and then there is all this good darkness, all this permitted stillness, all this time underground where the only work is the kind that does itself. Roots holding, trunk resting, branches bare, and the snow settling along them, soft as this breath. In and out, long and low. And down at the bottom of some river, right now, there is a stone. It has been there longer than anyone has been anywhere, and the water goes over it all day, all night, year on year, and the stone does not follow the water. Everything moves above it. Leaves, light seasons, the quicksilver bodies of fish. And the stone stays, smooth now from all that passing, smoother every year, asked for nothing, worn only gentler. That is what staying still does over time. It doesn't wear you sharp. It wears you smooth. Be the stone for a while, let the last thin currents of the day pass over you. A thought going by is just water going by. It touches you and moves on, and you are not required to travel with it. You have somewhere to be, and you are already there. The bottom of the night, the cool, smooth bottom of it, where the current is a story happening to other things. A thought passes, water over stone. Another, water over stone. And you, underneath it all, going nowhere, getting smoother. Belly rises and falls. The back of the neck, soft. The small of the back, soft. The backs of the knees, those forgotten creases, soft. Nobody ever thinks of the backs of the knees, and they carry on anyway, and tonight even they are off duty. Somewhere there is a room where the day gets filed. Imagine it loosely, no detail needed. A long quiet room, and everything that happened to you today has been arriving there all evening in no particular order. The conversations, the small errands, the faces, the half-finished things. And there is someone in that room whose whole job is the sorting, and they are very good at it, and they have never once needed your help. They work at night while you're gone. They know which things to keep and which to let go down the chute, and they make those calls kindly, and by morning the room is swept, and the shelves are right, and you wake with the day put away, not by you. That sorting is real as it happens. It is one of the things this kind of deep rest is for, the night staff of the mind, filing while the lights are off. And the only way you can slow them down is by standing in the doorway watching. So don't close the door softly on that room. Leave the day in good hands that are not yours. You will not be consulted, and that is the mercy of it. Whatever felt unfinished at 10 o'clock is being handled by the part of you that never gets tired, and the part of you that does get tired, this part, the one listening, is excused. Excused from sorting. Excused from keeping. Excused from watching the door. In and the little extra sip if it comes, and out, all the way out, the breath like a broom moving slowly over a floor at closing time, one long stroke, nothing left behind it. And the snow is still falling up north. It hasn't stopped this whole time. It doesn't stop just because we look away. That's the good news about most things. They carry on without our attention, and mostly they carry on well. The flakes are still taking their whole lives to fall. The field is whiter than it was. The fence posts are wearing soft white caps now, every one of them evenly without anyone measuring. Snow is the fairest thing there is. It gives everything the same coat. The woodpile and the wheelbarrow, the good year and the hard one, all of it under the same slow white, all of it rounded off, all the edges of the world going soft the way your edges are going soft. Where do you end exactly right now? It's getting hard to say, isn't it? The line between the arm and the bed has been snowing over for an hour. The line between the back and the mattress, covered, the outline of you that you carried all day, that sharp traced edge you kept your name inside, drifting over gently flake by flake, and under the snow you are still entirely you, just unedged, unoutlined, a warm shape in a soft field. Found easily by anyone who loves you, and by nothing that doesn't. Heavy under the white. Warm under the white. The breath making its small weather in and out, and the flakes coming down between the words now, more of them, slower. The face letting go of its last small holdings, the flicker at the eyelids, if there was one, going still the way a candle goes still in a room where the door was finally closed. The brow like a shelf with nothing on it. The tongue lying in the dark of the mouth like something that washed ashore in a place where the tide never comes back this far, resting where it landed, staying where it rests. The throat just a passage now, air moving through it soft as through a keyhole. The chest rising like something breathing in its sleep, which is nearly what it is. And far under the ocean, since we are visiting all the deep quiet places tonight, far under the ocean there are whales sleeping on the move, great slow bodies drifting down through water the color of closed eyes, resting half at a time, rocking in currents older than any country. Nothing that big should be able to rest so lightly, and yet they do. They hang in the dark like held notes. And the whole weight of the sea is over them, miles of it, and they don't feel it as weight. They feel it as being held on every side at once. Pressure and embrace are the same thing at that depth. That is what all this heaviness has been becoming if you check. Not a pressing down, a holding on all sides. The bed below, the covers above, the air on your face, the dark against the dark of your eyelids. You are held the way deep water holds what lives in it, at every point, without effort, without ever getting tired of it. The sea does not get tired of holding the whale. The night does not get tired of holding you. There are hours of holding left. You cannot use them up. Held at the heels. Held along the spine. Held at the back of the head, that round, trusting weight. Held even in the small places, the fold of an elbow, the hollow of an ankle, nothing left out of the holding. In and out, the exhale going down like a diver who isn't coming back up till morning, unhurried, trailing its little silver thread of quiet. And it may be that the words are further away now than they were. Good, let them be across the water. Let them come to you the way sound comes across a lake at night, when someone on the far shore is talking low and you can't make out the words and don't need to, just the human murmur of it, the assurance that the night has a voice in it somewhere and the voice is calm. People sleep well within earshot of calm voices. They always have. around low fires in the next room on the far shore. The words were never the point, the calm was the point, and the calm doesn't need translating. So let these words blur into shoreline sounds, water lapping at a dock somewhere, a rope creaking soft against wood, the murmur going on, warm and far. And under the murmur, your breaths. And under your breath, your heartbeat, slow and even, keeping its own counsel. And under that, just the dark, the good dark, the dark that was here before anything needed doing and will be here after, patient as a field, deep as the sea over the whale, quiet as snow on snow. Belly rises and falls, rises and falls a little longer. And if there is any last corner of you still standing watch, some small sentry at some small gate, you can send word that the watch is over. The message travels slowly at this hour down the long, dim corridors of the body, but it gets there. The shoulders hear it first, usually, then the hands, then the long muscles of the legs, letting go of the last of their readiness, because readiness was the last thing left, and even readiness can be set down. Nothing is coming that needs you ready. The night is empty of errands, checked and empty. The sentry can sit, can lean back, can close eyes older than yours and sleep at the post, because the post itself is inside a sleeping country, inside a snowed-in field, inside the held deep of the sea. No watch, no gate, no word left to send. Just the falling, which is the resting. Just the murmur across the water, thinning. Just the warm shape of you in the soft field, breathing. Inward and out long. The snow coming down over the fence posts, evenly, without anyone measuring. The train crossing its dark miles with its sleepers. The roots below the frost line, drinking at no speed at all. The stone under the river getting smoother. All the still things of the world going on being still, all night, in every direction from this bed, and you among them now, one of the still things, counted among them. The field doesn't ask the snow to hurry, the sea doesn't ask the whale to surface, and nothing anywhere is asking anything of you. Out and further out. The dark with its one warm murmur, going soft. And hours yet, whole provinces of night ahead, every one of them asleep already, waiting for you to come through, slowly, at the speed of snow, carried, held, down and gently down. Somewhere in the house of the body, a last light is being carried from room to room, not to wake anything, only to see that everything is already asleep. And it is. The light is small, no bigger than a cupped candle flame, and it moves the way a person moves through a sleeping house, on the sides of the feet, touching nothing. It looks in at the jaw, and the jaw is a dark room with the door ajar. It looks in at the chest, and the chest is a dark room, rising and falling like a curtain by an open window. It looks in at the hands, and the hands are two small rooms where nothing has been held for hours, the shelves bare, the floors swept, the quiet lying on everything like dust that no one minds. And room by room, the little light itself grows dimmer, because it borrowed its brightness from your attention, and your attention is pooling downward now, thick and slow. By the time it reaches the hips, it is hardly a light at all, more like the memory of where a light was, and by the knees it is only warmth, and by the feet it is only the knowing that the feet are there, far away at the end of the long hallway of the legs, warm under the covers, needing nothing. Let the light go out where it stands, no one has to carry it back. A house doesn't need light to go on being a house. It stands there in the dark, whole and roofed and warm, all its rooms breathing the same slow air. And you are every room of it at once now, not the visitor anymore, just the house, standing quiet inside the night. In and out, longer on the out, the breath moving through you the way night air moves through a sleeping house, under doors, along floors, finding nothing awake. And in the kitchen of this house, because every house has one, the oven is cooling. It was warm earlier, it did its work earlier, and now it ticks softly as the metal lets go of the heat. One small tick, and then a long silence, another tick, a longer silence. This is the sound of effort ending. Nothing is being asked of the oven. It is simply returning at its own pace to the temperature of the room, and your body knows this sound from the inside. The muscles tick like that as they cool, letting go of the day's heat in small releases you can almost hear. A little give in the back of the neck, a long silence, a little give somewhere low in the back, a longer silence, each release smaller than the last and further apart until the ticking stops and the warmth is just warmth, evenly spread, belonging to no effort at all. There is nothing to do about any of this. You couldn't hurry a cooling oven and you couldn't slow one. It happens at the speed of physics, which is the most patient speed there is. Your resting happens the same way. It is happening now whether you follow it or not, so you don't have to follow it. You can lie in the next room, so to speak, and just hear it faintly through the wall, tick and silence, and the good smell of a day that is finished. Out long, like heat leaving metal. And the tide is going out somewhere too, on some coast you've never stood on. It doesn't need you to stand on it. It draws itself back down the long slope of wet sand, unhurried, an inch at a time, and everything it leaves behind is smoother than it was. That's what the tide's leaving does. It doesn't take things so much as it settles them. The sand lies flat and shining, and here and there it leaves a pool. A small, round, perfectly calm pool in a hollow of rock, holding a little of the sea and a little of the sky, and nothing moves in it but the slow blink of light. Your thoughts are like those pools now. Whatever the day's tide carried in, it has drawn back out, and what remains are these few small still waters. A thought about nothing much lying in its hollow, reflecting. You don't have to look into them. You don't have to name what they hold. Pools like that keep themselves. They stay calm all night without anyone watching, and by morning the tide will come and gather them back, and no one will ever need to know what they were. Let them lie there. Little coins of stillness scattered down the dark beach of you, the beach getting longer and darker and smoother as the water goes further out, and the sound of it going is the sound of your own breath, leaving, long and complete, and asking nothing. Belly rises and falls, the tide of it small now, a bay at slack water, barely a movement at all, and even that movement soft. And below the house, if you go down the cool stairs, and you can go down them without moving, the way you've done everything tonight, there is a cellar, stone-floored, apple-sweet. Someone some autumn wrapped each apple in its own square of paper and laid them in rows on wooden slats, not touching, so they'd keep, and they are keeping. That's all that happens in a cellar. Things keep. The dark down there isn't empty, it's full of things being carefully held. The apples in their paper. The jars on the shelf with the summer sealed inside them. Everything labeled by a hand that trusted the future enough to write a date on it, and the cellar asks nothing of any of it. It just stays cool and stays dark and lets the keeping happen. You are being kept like that now, wrapped and laid down and not touching anything that could bruise you. The night is a cellar in this way. It holds what matters through the dark months of the small hours, and it holds it carefully, and it doesn't check on it, because checking isn't how keeping works. Keeping works by leaving alone, so the night is leaving you alone in the kindest sense of those words. Alone the way the apples are alone. Each in its paper, each in its row, all of them together in the same sweet dark, waiting for nothing, ripening into nothing, just lasting, sweetly, until morning comes down the stairs. In a small breath, cool as cellar air, and out, long, the paper settling. And your shoulders, wherever they are, you don't have to find them exactly. Just send a little of this cellar cool, this keeping in their direction. Let them be two smooth stones on the smooth beach, two wrapped apples in the row. They've been carried and squared and braced all day, and now they're only shapes. Heavy, kind shapes with nothing on them. and the arms below them 2 soft weights lying where they were laid, and the hands, open or curled, it doesn't matter. Hands at night are like gloves left on a bench. They hold the shape of holding without holding anything. Let them be that, just the shape, just the memory of use resting. And the face is the last room most people leave, and you may already have left it. But if a little of you is still up there, behind the eyes, looking at the inside of the dark, it can come down now, down the stairs of the throat, into the wide, warm rooms of the chest and belly where the breathing is. The face will keep the door. Faces do that on their own. The brow smooth as the flat, wet sand. The eyes soft under their lids, 2 pools the tide left calm, reflecting nothing. The jaw unlatched. The tongue lying loose in the dark of the mouth, like a boat tied to a dock in still water, moving only as much as the water moves, which is almost not at all. Out long and thin, a rope paying out slowly, no strain on it anywhere. Overhead, far above the roof of the house of you, the sky is doing its enormous slow work. The stars wheeling so gradually that nothing alive can see them move. Only the patient instruments notice, the ones that sit all night in their round rooms with their one eye open, drinking light that left home before there were houses. And even they don't strain. They just stay open and let the light arrive. That is the whole art of it, staying open, letting arrive. And old light is the softest light there is. It has crossed so much dark that all the hurry has gone out of it. By the time it reaches a sleeping roof, it is barely a touch. It lies on the shingles like frost. It doesn't knock. And some of that light is on your roof now, on the actual roof over you, or the roof of wherever you are, and on the deeper roof, the one the body makes of itself when it curls into rest. Old light lying there, weightless, patient, asking to come in nowhere, content to rest on the outside of your sleep like snow that will be gone by the time you wake and will never be missed. The universe is very good at this, at touching without waking. It has been not waking sleepers for as long as there have been sleepers. You are in the oldest, gentlest hands there are, the ones that never close. Belly rises and falls. It rises slower and falls further. And somewhere in you a question may drift up, the way a bubble drifts up through honey, slow, round, unimportant. Am I asleep yet? And you can let that bubble keep rising until it reaches the surface and quietly isn't. It doesn't need an answer. The question of whether you're asleep is the only question that answers itself by being forgotten. So forget it gently, let it go the way you'd let a leaf go onto a slow river, watched for a moment, then just river. Because the river is what's true now, the long, slow, night-wide river of it, moving at the speed rivers move when no one is watching, which is the speed of rest itself. Everything you set down tonight is on that river somewhere, riding low in the water, lashed and easy. The day's words, the day's faces, the small unfinished things riding along, not lost, just traveling at night the way freight travels at night, quietly, in good order, to arrive where it's needed by morning without you steering any of it. Rivers don't need steering, they are steering, shaped by every mile of ground they've ever crossed. They know the way in their whole body, and your body is like that too, shaped by every night it has ever slept. It knows the way down in its whole length. You couldn't get lost going where you're going. It's the one trip you've made more times than any other. Out and the river takes it. The blanket or the air or whatever lies over you the way moss lies over a stone in a deep wood. It took the moss 100 years to fit that stone so exactly, and it fits it exactly, every curve known, every hollow filled with soft, and the stone under the moss is doing the thing stones do best, which is nothing magnificently, years of nothing, whole centuries of lying in the green dim being slowly, perfectly held. You have a stone like that in you. Under all the moving parts, under the breath and the heartbeat and the warm machinery, there is a part of you that has always known how to be perfectly still. It doesn't have a name. It doesn't need one. It is the part the rest of you rests on, and tonight the rest of you is resting on it. You can feel that maybe, the sense of something under the sinking that the sinking lands on, firm and old and yours, the floor of you, and it holds. In barely and out, long, the moss thickening by a year. And the words now, the words are like footprints filling in behind a walker in soft ground, each one there for a moment, then the ground eases and closes and smooths, and the walker goes on lighter, leaving less and less. You don't have to keep the words. The ground of you can close over each one as it lands. What the words were for has already happened. It happened in the jaw, in the shoulders, in the long letting go of the legs. It's happening now in the slow warm, nothing spreading behind your closed eyes. The words were only ever the walker. The smoothing is what stays. So the walker gets quieter, steps further apart. The house dark, room by room, and glad of it. The oven cool, the ticking done. The tide far out now, the pools keeping their small skies. The apples in their papers, the jars with their summers, kept. The old light on the roof, not knocking. Belly rises and falls a little more after it seemed done falling. There's always that, a little more give at the bottom of the breath, like the last inch of a sigh. Take it, it's yours. Every breath tonight has that spare inch in it, and every one you take is an inch further down into the warm. The river carrying its quiet freight. The moss and the stone fitted. The night outside going on being enormous and mild, mile after mile of it, over sleeping fields you'll never see and sleeping towns you'll never visit, all of it the same night that is over you. One roof of dark on the whole turning world, and under it millions breathing slow, and you among them, breathing slow, one of the world's sleepers now, in good company, the best company there is, and none of it talking. Out long and long. Nothing to hold. Nothing to finish. Nothing coming. Just the warm weight of you kept. Just the dark fitting you exactly the way the moss fits the stone. Just down and softly down, and the night with hours in its hands, and all of them for this. And somewhere far north of here, it is snowing. Not here, nothing is asked of you by this snow, but somewhere over a forest of pines that have stood all their lives in the cold and are good at it, snow is coming down through the dark, and there is no sound in the world quite like that one, which is the sound of almost nothing. Each flake so small, so slow, so sure of where it's going, landing on a branch, on a bank, on the shoulder of the hill, with a touch too soft to be called a touch. And the forest getting quieter as it fills, because snow doesn't just fall, it hushes. It rounds off every hard edge of sound, takes the click and the crack out of the night, until even the air seems to be lying down. And you can borrow that hush. It costs the forest nothing to lend it. Let the snow be falling inside you too in its slow, uncounted way, not cold. This is the warm kind, the kind that exists only in the drowsy country you're entering now, each flake a little more quiet, landing on you, one on the brow, one on the cheek, one on the back of the hand, no two in a hurry, and everywhere one lands, the sound of you goes softer, the small static of thinking muffled under the white. In the day's last murmur, snowed under, gently, gently, until the whole inner weather of you is just this, slow fall, soft landing, hush. In a little, and out long, like wind dying in the pines. And now from the foot of the bed, let something warm begin. Imagine a blanket being drawn up over you by hands that have all night to do it. The oldest kind of blanket, wool washed 100 times until it forgot how to be anything but soft, and it starts at your feet, the edge of it coming up over the toes, and as it covers them, the toes are done for the night. Nothing under that wool has any job left, and the blanket keeps coming, slow as the minute hand. Over the tops of the feet, and the feet are done, over the ankles, done, you don't have to help it. You couldn't hurry it if you tried, and you don't want to try. Up the shins now, the warmth arriving before the wool does, the way warmth runs ahead of a fire, the calves covered, and the calves are done. They carried you today, Upstairs, across rooms, through all the standing and waiting a day is made of, and now the wool comes over them and they are relieved of everything, the way a sentry is relieved. Someone else has the watch. No one has the watch. The night has the watch. The knees covered, those two patient hinges, done bending, done holding. The wool settles over them, and they are just two small warm hills under the blanket now, part of the landscape of you. The thighs, long and heavy, covered, done, the big muscles they're letting go of a tension they didn't tell you about, the low hum of readiness they keep even in a chair, even lying down. Under the wool it isn't needed. You are going nowhere, and every fiber of you is finally allowed to know it. The hips, the whole warm basin of you, covered, done, the deep sockets easing, the small of the back lengthening a fraction into the surface beneath, like a hand unclenching in a pocket. And the wool keeps rising, over the belly which lifts it faintly with every breath. A blanket breathing is one of the kindest sights there is, and tonight you are that sight, though no one sees it, covered, done, over the chest. The heart underneath going about its slow work in the warm dark, unbothered, unhurried, wrapped, covered, done. The hands are gathered in two. Wherever they lie, the edge of the warmth reaches them. Each finger under the wool now, curled or straight, it doesn't matter, done. The palms done, the wrists done, the arms all the way up done. Those arms lifted and carried and typed and held things today, and now they are only warmth in warmth, weight in softness, done. The shoulders, last to believe it always, covered, and something in them gives, the way a knot gives when the string is finally slack, done. And the blanket stops there, tucked light at the collarbone, the way it was tucked when you were small. And the neck and the face stay in the cool air above it, and that contrast. The warm sealed country below, the cool open air on the face. That is one of the body's oldest signals for sleep, cool face, warm everything else. And you have it now. You are lying in the exact arrangement that sleeping was invented for. Breath in, small. And out, long, under the wool, the belly falling, falling, still. And far away, so far it is almost a memory before it is a sound. A train, you know the one, every dark country has it. The night train that passes at the edge of hearing, two low notes across miles of sleeping land. It isn't coming here, it never comes here. It is only passing, the way it passes every night, carrying its lit windows and its dozing strangers through the dark from one elsewhere to another. And there is a particular comfort in that sound that nothing else gives. The comfort of motion that is not yours. Somebody else is doing the traveling tonight. Somebody else is watching the black fields slide by the glass. You are the still point the whole moving world curves around. You are the house the train passes, the warm lit nowhere it will never stop at. And the sound crosses the miles, thins, lowers, and is gone, and the silence after a train is deeper than the silence before it. It has been swept. And you lie in that swept silence now, and it holds you like the wool holds you. And if a thought goes by, let it be that train, lit windows, dozing strangers bound for elsewhere. You don't board your thoughts anymore tonight. You hear them pass. You feel the faint pull of their going, and you stay. Staying is the whole art now, and you are doing it without doing anything. The deepest kind of skill, the kind that looks exactly like lying still. Out, long, the last of the sound crossing the last of the fields. And under the fields the train crossed. This time of year, or some year's version of this time, there are seeds, millions of them, down in the dark of the ground, doing the one thing seeds do best before they do anything else. Waiting, and their waiting is not like ours. There is no clock in it, no cost, no wondering. A seed in the ground is not behind. It is not early. It is exactly where the whole design says it should be, sealed and small and full, with everything it will ever need already folded inside it, and nothing to do about any of it tonight. The ground does not ask the seed for progress. The dark does not ask it for proof. It is simply held and kept, and slowly, at the speed of seasons, everything happens on its own. And your rest is a seed like that, You planted it when you lay down. It is in the ground of you now, and it needs nothing further from you. Not effort, not attention, not even belief. The warmth is doing what warmth does. The stillness is doing what stillness does. The long exhales you gave the night an hour ago are still working their way down through you like slow water working down to a root. You could not stop this now if you wanted to, and you don't want to. Something is quietly becoming, in the dark, under the field of you, and all you have to do is what the field does. Lie there, be the dark it happens in. In the smallest breath yet. And out, and let the out-breath not quite end. Let it trail, the way the last note of a bell trails, because that is the other sound worth keeping tonight. A bell that was struck once somewhere long ago in the evening and has been fading ever since. You know how a bell ends. It doesn't, not at any point you could name. The tone gets thinner and rounder and farther inside itself, until the moment when you realize you're no longer hearing it and can't say when you stopped. It crosses from sound into silence without a border, and that is exactly the crossing you're making now. There will be no line, no instant when waking ends and sleep begins. You will simply, at some point you'll never find, no longer be hearing the bell of yourself. The tone of the day thinning, rounding, going farther inside, and the silence it becomes will not be empty. It will be full the way the pause in music is full, held and warm and part of the song. So let the tone thin. Let each sentence land softer than the one before, the way each ring of the bell is softer. You're not listening for the words now anyway. You're listening the way you listen to rain in another room, present but not attending, the meaning arriving without being fetched. The snow still falling in that far forest, deeper now on the branches, the pines wearing it easily, the way strong things wear soft things. The blanket risen and tucked, the warm country of you sealed in under it, face cool, everything else amber warm and slow. The train long gone, its two notes lying somewhere out along the miles, dissolving into the general dark. The seeds waiting the way only seeds can, your rest among them, folded, complete, becoming. The bell mostly silence now, the silence mostly you. And the breath, look at what the breath has become while no one was managing it. Small, low, round at the edges, the breath of someone who is nearly asleep, which is a different breath from the daytime kind, softer in the nose, slower in the belly, humble. The body took over long ago. It always does when it's finally trusted, and it can be trusted. It has done this every night of your life. It has never once forgotten how. It will not forget tonight. Down in the chest, the heart, slower than an hour ago. Nobody told it to slow. It heard the exhales. It read the stillness. It made its own quiet decision, the way it has made 10,000 quiet decisions today without consulting you, all of them right. It is right about this too. And the eyes behind their lids, not looking at anything now, not even at the dark, just resting in their soft sockets like two small birds settled in at the eaves, feathers loosened, heads tucked. Birds don't hold on to the branch all night, you know. Their feet are built so that resting closes the grip. Letting go is what their body does when the effort stops. And yours is built the same way in its own manner. Rest is not something you climb to. It is where you land when the climbing stops, and the climbing has stopped. Out long, a little longer than seemed possible. The warm dark closer now, not closing in, closing around, the way water closes around a hand lowered slowly into a still basin. No splash, no seam, just received. And the last few things going soft at their edges. The room, wherever it is, soft at the edges. The night outside it, mile on mile, soft. The name of the day it has been, softening, hard to reach now and no reason to reach. The name of the one lying here, even that, loosening its grip the way the small bird's foot loosens. You'll pick it up again in the morning, right where you left it. Names keep, everything keeps. That's what the night is for. Snow on the pines. Wool at the collarbones. The field and what waits in it warm. The bell all silence now, and the silence all yours. Belly rises barely, and falls, and falls. And the dark, patient as ever, moves over a little more, making room. It has been making room for you all night. It has more room than you have weight. You could sink for hours and never find the bottom of its welcome. So sink. Nothing watches, nothing waits, nothing is owed. The hours ahead are stacked like clean blankets in a cupboard, more than you could ever use. And this breath and the one after it, arriving on their own like snow, landing soft, hushing what they land on. Down by inches too small to notice. And down. The forest filling, the branches easy under the weight. The far fields dark, and the seeds in them sure. And you under the wool, under the hush, under the one wide roof of the night, held the way the held things of the world are held, without effort, without end. And somewhere below all of this, without your asking, another breath arrives, in, easy, and out, long, longer than it needs to be, generous, the way slow things are generous. And as it leaves, let it carry you somewhere new, not far, just down the hill of the night a little way to where the land ends and the water begins. A small harbor long after midnight. You don't have to picture it sharply, just let the idea of it be near. The smell of salt and tar and cold stone. The sound, almost too soft to call a sound, of water touching the quay and letting go, touching and letting go. It has been doing this since before anyone named it. It will be doing it long after. There is no hurry anywhere in that sound. And out on the black water, a single boat at its mooring, small, wooden, heavy with its own old patience. All day it worked, maybe. All day it carried and crossed and leaned into the wind, and now the day is folded up and put away, and the boat lies at its line, and the line is slack. Look at that slackness. That is the whole lesson of the harbor. The rope doesn't grip the boat, it only stays near it. A long, easy curve of rope dipping toward the water and rising again to the iron ring on the quay. Nothing pulled tight, nothing straining, because at slack tide, nothing pulls. The boat is not going anywhere, and it is not being held from going anywhere. It is simply where it is, and the water carries every ounce of it all night and never once gets tired. You are lying the way that boat is lying, feel it. Whatever is under you tonight is your harbor water, and it has already taken your whole weight, and it is not straining either. Your mooring lines are slack. The jaw is a slack line, let it be. The teeth apart, the tongue lying low and wide like rope coiled loose on a deck. The hands are slack lines. Wherever they are, they have stopped holding the day. The day slipped out of them hours ago and they haven't noticed and they don't need to. The shoulders. Slack, nothing tied to them anymore. Nothing they are keeping from drifting off, because nothing is drifting off. Everything stays all by itself, the way the boat stays. In, easy, a little more on top if it wants it, and out, long, slow, complete. The exhale is the tide going out, and you are the harbor, and nothing in a harbor resists the tide. Now feel the places where the water of the bed is holding your hull, one at a time, unhurried, the back of the head. That's the bow, resting in the water, heavy, the heaviest part forward the way boats are built. Let the head be all the way in the water's keeping. It doesn't float by trying. It floats because floating is what happens when the trying stops. The shoulder blades, two broad planks, and the water flat beneath them. Feel how much of you is touching more than you thought. The water rises to meet a hull along its whole length, not just at points. Let the whole back be met like that, every rib settled, the long keel of the spine lying in its groove of dark water, straight or curved, however it lies, correct either way, the hips, the widest part of the hull, the part that draws the most water, deepest in heaviest, most held, give the hips to the water completely. They were made to be carried like this, and down the two long timbers of the legs. The calves resting, the heels, two small rudders trailing, steering nothing, needed for nothing until morning. Let even the heels be in the water's keeping. And the arms alongside, shipped like oars. Oars are only oars when someone lifts them. Lying in their locks like this, they are just wood, just wait, just quiet. No one is rowing tonight. No one is rowing anywhere tonight. Out long, the tide easing back. And notice this, the way a keeper on the quay would notice it without doing anything about it. The boat and the water are moving together, not the big movement of travel, the small movement of rest. The water lifts a finger's width, no more, and the boat lifts with it. The water settles and the boat settles. That is your belly and your breath. The belly lifts a finger's width and settles, lifts and settles. You are not breathing anymore, not really, not the way you breathe when you're the one doing it. You are being breathed the way the boat is being floated. The tide of air comes in under you and raises you that little bit, and goes out and lowers you that little bit, and there is nothing in the world for you to add to it. A boat that tried to help the water hold it up would only rock itself. So don't help, be helped. It is a skill, being helped, and you are practicing it right now, and you are getting it exactly right. And if the mind is still awake enough to wander, let it wander down, not up into thinking, down into the water. Under the hull, the harbor has a floor, and the floor is one of the quietest places there is. Let attention drift down toward it, slow as a small stone sinking through still water, turning a little, unhurried, the light thinning as it goes from dark to darker to a soft, total dark that is not empty, only unlit. And on the harbor floor, everything is slow. The round stones that have been rolled smooth over more years than anyone counts, lying exactly where the water last left them, wanting nothing. The long ribbons of kelp standing up from their holdfasts, swaying, always swaying, never going anywhere. The sway is not restlessness. It is what stillness looks like when the water moves through it. And small sleeping fish tucked into the dark seams between the stones, their gills moving just enough. Everything down here has stopped except the gentlest things, and the gentlest things never stop, and that is the arrangement, and it is a good one. Your heart is one of the gentlest things. It never stops, and it never needs you, and right now it is slower and softer than it has been all day, doing its small sway in the dark of the chest, moving the warm tide of you around without a single instruction. In small and out long, down another finger's width. And now from that deep floor, let a slow warmth rise back up through you, the way the sea is warmer than the night air in the late season. The water remembers the summer long after the sky forgets it. Your body is like that. It holds an old warmth under everything, and when the surface goes quiet, you can feel it rising. Let it rise into the jaw warm now, not just loose, warm like a stone that spent the day in the sun and gives it back slowly all night. Let it rise behind the eyes warm in their sockets, bathed soft, the forehead smooth and warm, all the day's small weather gone off it, warmth in the throat, in the wide of the chest, spreading like the last of the light spreads on water, thin and even and everywhere, warmth pooling in the belly, low and round, the warmest room in the house of you, down through the hips, along the thighs, slow as honey moving in the cold, the knees warm, the shins. And into the feet, last of all and most grateful, the way feet always are, the whole body one temperature now, one slow warmth from the floor of you to the surface of you, nothing cold left to guard against, nothing to brace for, a warm hull in dark water, and the night mild and the mooring sure. Out long. And up on the land, above the harbor, the town is going out. You can feel it more than see it. One lamp behind one curtain and then not. A last window on the hill, gold for a moment longer, somebody finishing the final page of something and then dark. The street lamps stay, but street lamps are like the stars. They are lit for no one and they ask nothing. Door by door, room by room, the town lays itself down. Hundreds of people within a mile of that little boat, and every one of them is doing the same work you are doing, which is no work at all. Letting the weight go into the mattress, letting the breath go long, forgetting their names in the good way. You are not doing this alone. You have never once done this alone. Every night the whole species lies down together, in shifts, around the turning of the earth, and the sleeping hold the world steady for the waking, and soon it will be your turn to hold it that way. The easiest work there is, you do it with your eyes closed. And the last sounds of the town come to you the way sounds come through water, rounded, with their edges taken off. A door somewhere once, a dog thinking about barking and deciding not to, and under everything, that patient sound of the water at the key, touching and letting go, touching and letting go, your breath in the same rhythm now, more or less, and more all the time, nothing in you keeping time anymore. Time is being kept for you by the tide, by the heart, by the slow wheel of the night, all of them reliable, all of them old at this. In, barely, and out, long and thin and gone. The boat lower in the dark now, not sinking, resting deeper. There's a difference and the body knows it. Rest is a kind of depth you can trust. Every muscle that lets go takes you down one more soft inch into the water's keeping, and the water's keeping has no bottom you could ever fall past. The shoulders, another inch, the hips, another, the head, heavy as the bow, another, and each inch is quieter than the one above it. And the thoughts, if any are left, are like the small harbor lights seen from far out, little points far off, mattering less and less. You don't have to put them out, distance puts them out. You are drifting on your slack line just far enough, and the lights are small and smaller, and whatever they were lit for it will keep. Everything keeps. The boats know it, the stones know it, the sleeping town knows it. The morning is a long way off and fully stocked, and nothing of yours is missing from it. Out, long. Kelp swaying, going nowhere. The rope slack on the black water, the iron ring, cold and faithful, asking nothing. Warm hull, old warmth, rising. The belly lifts a finger's width and settles, the tide under everything, in no hurry at all. And the water touches the key and lets go, touches and lets go. It will do this all night, whether anyone listens, so you don't have to listen. You can let even the listening go, the way the town let its windows go, one by one, none of them missed. Down another soft inch. And the dark water holds what it holds, all of it. The boat, the stones, the sleeping fish, the swaying ribbons, the warm, slow heart of you doing its small, faithful work in the deepest room. In and out, longer. Nothing to steer, no one rowing, the oars shipped, the lines slack, the tide full and still. And you lying the length of yourself in the water's keeping, warmer than the air, heavier than the hour, going down by inches into a rest with no floor. The last light on the hill, out now. The keystones, wet and dark, shining a little under the lamps that ask nothing. Touching and letting go. And the breath after this one, already on its way in from somewhere out past the harbor mouth, crossing the dark water toward you, small and sure. It knows where you are. They always find you, the breaths. All night long they will find you, one after another, like the small waves finding the key. You never have to send for them. You never have to meet them halfway. So let this one arrive, barely lifting you. And let it leave, lowering you, slow, complete. And the night moves over the water, and the water moves under the boat, and the boat does the only thing left to do, which is nothing, beautifully. And somewhere in the softest part of the dark, the difference between the water and the boat begins to matter less. Not lost, just at rest in the same keeping. The way, by now, the difference between you and the bed matters less, between the breath and the tide, between the warmth of you and the warmth under everything, all of it one dark, one weight, one slow rocking too small to notice and too kind to stop. Out, long. The harbor, full. The lines, slack. The town, asleep, holding the world with its eyes closed. And the water, touching and letting go, touching and letting go, all night, all night. And down where the round stones lie, nothing has moved for hours and nothing minds. The stones have the oldest rest there is, and they are generous with it. Lie among them a while, You have stone in you too, the still kind, the settled kind. The bones going quiet in their warm places, mineral and calm, older than worry, made of the same patience the stones are made of. Let the bones have the night. They carry you all day and never once complain. Let them lie now the way the stones lie, exactly where the water left them, wanting nothing. The skull, a smooth stone, heavy in the water's keeping. The long bones of the arms, laid down, done. The cradle of the hips, settled, done. The small stones of the spine, each one stacked soft on the next, none of them working, a tower with nothing to hold up, lying on its side in the dark, at ease. And the breath moves over all of it like the tide moves over the harbor floor, not disturbing anything, just visiting, just keeping the old agreement. In small, a soft current through the stones, and out long the current easing back, and the stones stay, and the warmth stays, and the dark stays roomy and mild and full of the sound of water touching and letting go. And further in, past the last of the salt air, the land begins, fields you have never had to name, lying open under the same night. And over those fields, in the hour you are in now, the first snow of the season is beginning. You don't have to picture it sharply, just know it the way you know a room is warm. Small flakes, unhurried, coming down out of a sky with no wind in it, each one taking its whole time to fall. Snow is the quietest weather there is. It doesn't knock, it doesn't announce, it only settles, and everything it settles on becomes softer, rounder, slower, the fence post, the gate, the long back of the hedgerow, each thing keeping its shape but losing its edges. And that is what this hour is doing to you, not changing you, just rounding you, softening the outline of you into the warmth around you, flake by flake, breath by breath. In, a small breath, cold and clean at the very top of you. And out, long, and the snow keeps falling. There is a farmhouse in among those fields, low, old, its roof already going white, and inside it everyone is asleep. The fire in the stove has burned all the way down to embers, and the embers are doing what embers do best, which is glow without asking to be watched. A deep orange, patient light, banked under its own soft ash, giving off heat with no flame left in it, no crackle, no work, just warmth continuing. And you have that in you too, somewhere under the ribs, under the breath, the banked warmth of you. The day's fire long since burned down, and what remains is better than fire. Steady, low, enough. It will hold till morning without your tending. It always has. You have never once had to stay awake to keep yourself warm. The embers know their work, let them have it. Feel that warmth now if it's easy. A soft orange glow in the middle of the chest, dimmed down to almost nothing and complete. And each long exhale passes over it like a breath over embers, and the glow deepens a shade and settles again. Out, slow, the glow settles. Out again, slower, and the ash lies soft over everything and keeps the heat in. Upstairs in that farmhouse there are beds under the slope of the roof, and in the beds there is wool, old blankets, washed 100 times, heavy in the good way. The way weight is a kindness when it lies over a sleeping body, and the sleepers under them have gone where you are going. Down past the last thought, into the warm dark under the wool, where the body is just an animal at rest, plain and blameless. Let yourself be that plain, an animal in its warmth, nothing about you tonight that needs to be a person. No name required in this hour, no history, no plans, just breath and heat and heaviness, the same three things the sleepers under the roof have, the same three things every warm creature in every barn and burrow across those fields has right now. You are in the oldest company there is, the company of the resting. And the snow comes down on all of it alike, on the roof over the sleepers, on the barn where the animals stand loose-kneed and dreaming, on the round shoulder of the hill, and now, gently, let it come down on you. Not cold, this snow falls warm, the way things are allowed to in the hour before sleep, each flake a small soft weight of stillness, landing and staying. Let it fall on the forehead, one flake, then another, and where each one lands, the skin forgets a little more, the brow going smooth under the slow accumulation, whiter and quieter, a field at night. Let it fall on the eyelids, the lightest snow of all, barely anything, and the eyes, already closed, close a little further under it, the way windows go dark one by one in a town giving up the evening. On the cheeks, on the jaw, the whole face filling in soft, its edges rounding, until the face is just a warm country under weather, nothing moving on it, nothing needing to. And down the throat, over the collarbones, where the snow gathers in the little hollows the way it gathers along a stone wall, filling the small places first, the ones that hold tension all day without telling you, filled now, leveled, smooth. Across the wide field of the chest, a slow white settling with every out-breath, the chest rising small under it and sinking, and the snow riding the rise and the sink without ever sliding off, because this snow belongs to you now. Over the belly, soft ground, good ground, lying fallow tonight the way the best fields do. Nothing planted, nothing owed, just resting under cover until some far-off spring that is none of tonight's business. Down the arms, the long lanes of them going white and quiet, and into the hands, and here the snow does its gentlest work, filling the palms like two small clearings in a wood, one flake at a time, until the hands are full of stillness and could not hold one thing more and do not want to. Over the hips, the long fields of the thighs, the knees, two low hills going round and pale, the shins, and out at the very end of you the feet, which have walked all the miles of you and are done now, snowed in, roads closed, nothing getting in or out of the far country of the feet until morning, and morning is nowhere near. And now the whole length of you lies under it, one soft, unbroken white from crown to heel, and under the white the warmth, because that is snow's secret, the one the fields have always known. Snow is a blanket, beneath it the ground stays warm, the seeds stay warm, the small sleeping things in their tunnels stay warm. The cold stays up in the sky where it belongs, and everything covered is everything kept. You are covered, you are kept. In, small, a flake of breath. And out, long, and it settles and stays. And listen to how quiet the world gets when snow is down, not an empty quiet, a furnished quiet, a hush with thickness to it like the inside of wool. Sounds still happen in a snowed world, but they happen far away and arrive tired. A branch letting go of its load somewhere off in the dark, a soft thump, and then nothing. The world has been upholstered overnight, every hard surface softened, every echo eaten, and your mind is a room in that world now. Whatever sounds still happen in it arrive muffled, from far off, already half asleep themselves. A thought lands like snow off a branch, a soft thump, and then nothing. You don't have to go and see what fell, nothing fell, everything is where it should be. Below the farmhouse there is a cellar, and it's worth going down to because it is one of the most restful rooms ever made. Stone steps, worn in the middle by 100 years of careful feet, and then the dark, cool, even air that never changes, summer or winter, and along the walls shelves, and on the shelves apples, laid out one by one, not touching, each one wrapped in its own skin, red and gold gone dusky in the dark, sleeping the winter through. That is all an apple does from now until spring. It lies in the dark and keeps its sweetness. No light, no effort, no growing, just the long, slow, fragrant patience of a stored thing, and the cellar smells of them, and of clean earth and of stone, and nothing down there hurries because nothing down there can. Time moves through a cellar like water through deep ground, drop by drop, and every drop is the same, and that sameness is the rest. You have a cellar too, a floor below the thinking, below the breath even, and you are already partway down the stairs. Each exhale one worn stone step, down where it is cool and even and dark in the kind way, and everything you made this year, everything you gathered, all the sweetness of the lived days, is laid up down there on the shelves, keeping perfectly, needing nothing from you. You can leave it all in the dark and it will only get sweeter. That is what the dark is for. Go down. The steps hold, They have held everyone who ever came this way. Out one step. Out another, deeper, cooler, quieter. And at the bottom, no task, just the shelves and the sweet dark air and the sound of your own breath moving through it slow as a season. And out beyond the farmhouse, the orchard, the apples came from stands in the falling snow, bare trees, black-limbed, asleep on their feet. And this is a thing worth resting your mind against, soft in this hour. A tree in winter is not doing nothing. It is doing the deepest thing it does all year. The sap gone down, the doors shut, the whole green enterprise folded away into the trunk and the roots. To anyone passing, it looks finished, and it is the opposite of finished. It is banked like the embers, stored like the apples. Everything it will be in May is already in it now, held in the dark heartwood, perfectly safe, perfectly still. And nobody stands in an orchard in January telling the trees to try harder. The bare branch is not a failure. It is the season, and you, lying here with everything folded away, sap down, doors shut, are not stopped. You are wintering. It is a skill, and the trees would tell you that you are doing it well. Arms bare and still, breath slow as heartwood. Everything you will be tomorrow already in you, needing no watching. The snow gathers along your branches, in, small. And out, long, and the orchard stands, and the snow falls, and the year turns over in its sleep somewhere far below the roots, and none of it is your work. Somewhere across those white fields, a single set of tracks runs from the hedge to the barn, some small animal out and back before the snow thickened, and already the tracks are filling in, softening, going smooth, and by deep night there will be no sign anything crossed at all. The field made new, unwritten, wide and white and unmarked. And that is what is happening to the surface of you. Every crossing the day made, every track worry left, every path a thought wore thin from walking it back and forth, filling in now, flake by flake, softening, going smooth. You don't have to rake yourself level. The snow does it, the sleep does it. It is being done to you gently right now, and all you do is lie still under the weather and let the field of you go white. Out and a track fills in. Out and another, smooth now, unwritten. And the field of the forehead, unmarked. The field of the chest, unmarked. The long field of the legs, unmarked. Fresh snow over all of it, and no one coming and nothing crossing all night. The flakes are bigger now and slower, the kind that fall when the last of the wind lies down. You can rest your attention on a single one high up and ride it if you like. Down, turning a little, unhurried past the dark upper air, past the chimney smoke standing straight up from the farmhouse, soft grey on soft black, down and down, taking its whole time because there is nothing beneath it but a soft landing, and it knows it. That is the fall you are in. It has no bottom to brace for. Everything below you all the way down is soft, so the falling itself can be the rest, turning a little, drifting a little to the side, in no hurry to arrive, because falling like this is already arrival, every inch of it. In a small lift, the way a flake lifts on air it cannot feel. And out, long, falling, soft, all the way down there is only soft. And where you land, you stay, joining the white of everything, one more piece of quiet added to the general quiet. And the snow that is you lies with the snow that is the field, and no line shows where one begins. In the farmhouse, the clock in the hall has a slow tick, and even the clock sounds sleepy now, ticking not to hurry anyone but only to keep the house company. And between the ticks, long, soft rooms of silence, and the house breathes the way old houses do, a beam easing somewhere, a shutter resting against its latch. Small settling sounds, the sounds a shelter makes when it is doing its job, and every one of them says the same thing to the sleepers: held, held, held. Your body makes those sounds too, down in its timbers, the small creak of a muscle letting the last of it go, the soft settling of the back into the mattress, a house easing on its foundations. Nothing wrong in any of it, just the shelter of you, settling for the night, saying the one word shelters say. Held. Out long. held. And the snow on the roof of you thickens, and the embers in the stove of you glow low and sure, and the apples in the cellar of you sweeten in the dark, and the orchard of you stands black and patient in the falling white, and every part of the small farm of you is asleep now, or as near as makes no difference, and the night has hours and hours of snow left in it, falling at exactly this speed, which is the speed of rest. In belly, and out long and soft and white. And now even the falling seems to slow, the flakes hanging longer in the dark, as if the air itself had grown thick with sleep and held them, and the space between one breath and the next grows wide, and warm the way the space between the ticks of the hall clock grows wide. Nothing missing from that space, nothing waiting in it, just room, the good, dark, quilted room of deep rest, and you in the middle of it, covered and kept. The jaw snowed under, gone. The hands, 2 full clearings, gone. The long roads of the legs, closed for the night, gone. Just the breath now, moving small under the white like warmth moving under a drift, and the glow banked low, and the wide fields, and the slow flakes, and the hush with the thickness of wool. Out and it snows. Out and it snows. And far off, so far it is almost a memory of a sound, a branch somewhere lets its soft load fall. A hush inside the hush, and nothing stirs, and no one wakes, and the white keeps coming down over the fields, and the farmhouse, and the orchard, and the whole sleeping breadth of the land, patient as breath, all night long. And somewhere in the long middle of the night, the way a sleeping mind will turn from one dream to another without ever waking, the snow thins, not stopping so much as growing distant, the fields sliding away beneath you the way land slides away beneath a drifting thought, and the air changes, softens, carries something new in it now, faint and clean, salt, the smell of dark water at rest. You have come, without walking a single step, to the edge of a small harbor, hours past midnight, and everything here is asleep too. The whole cove asleep, the water asleep, the little boats asleep at their moorings, and the tide breathes. That is the first thing you notice, and the only thing the harbor asks you to notice. The tide breathes, a long, slow swell that lifts everything a finger's width, and lets everything down again, no hurry in it, no effort. Just the sea turning over in its sleep, and the harbor rising and falling on its chest. In, and the water lifts barely. And out, long, and the water settles, and every boat settles with it. There is one boat out there riding low and easy on its anchor line, dark against darker water, and that boat is you. Your hull is your back, broad and sound, resting on the water the way your back rests on the bed, and the water carries it. You do not have to float. Floating is not a thing you do. It is a thing the water does for you all night without being asked, the same way the mattress carries you now. You gave the water your weight hours ago, and it has not once let go. Carried, that is the word the harbor says. Where the fields said their word, the water says this one, carried. Every small lift of the swell says it, carried. Every soft settling says it again, carried. And you do not have to believe it or think about it. You can just lie in the middle of it, the way the boat lies in the middle of the dark water, and let it be true. And out, long, carried. Feel how the rigging of you has gone slack for the night. In the shoulders, where the lines come down, nothing pulled tight anywhere. Every rope of muscle let out to its full length, swaying a little with the breath, the way slack lines sway. A taut line sings and worries all day. A slack line just hangs soft as this and rests. And your shoulders are all slack line now, and down the arms, the long lines running out to the small cleats of the fingers. Loose, loose the whole way. The fingers curled the way rope curls when no one needs it, lying in easy coils on the deck. The chest is the deck, wide and quiet, washed clean by the night air, rising that finger's width with the swell, easing down, nothing stacked on it, nothing lashed to it, an empty deck under the dark, and the breath moving across it like the mildest weather there is. And the belly is the hold down below, warm and dim, and the hold is not empty, It is full of the softest cargo, sleep itself, stowed in the dark, riding low and stable, keeping the whole boat steady. A boat with a full hold rides deep and calm, and you ride deep and calm, low in the water of the bed, too heavy with rest to be troubled by anything the surface does. In, small, and out, long, riding low, riding easy. The anchor went down a long time ago. You can feel where the line of it runs from the base of you into the deep, and the anchor is your own weight, lying far down on the soft floor of the night, holding without gripping. An anchor does not clench, it only lies there and is heavy, and its heaviness is the whole of its work. And so the hips are heavy like that, the long bones of the legs are heavy like that, lying on the bottom, dug in an inch, going nowhere. And the boat above swings a little, breath by breath, in the slow circle its anchor allows, and the circle is small and safe, and always comes back to center. And out, long, swinging soft, coming back to center. Somewhere across the water a bellboy rings, once, so far off and so slow it is less a sound than the memory of one, and then a long time nothing, and then once more, it rings only when the swell tips it, and the swell tonight is so gentle the bell can barely be bothered, a bell that has given up counting anything. It rings the way the body sometimes murmurs in its sleep, meaning nothing, needing nothing, just the night touching a thing, and the thing answering softly and going quiet again. And along the shore the cottages are dark, every window black, every door shut on warmth, nets hung on the fences, done for the day, holding nothing but air, and even the gulls are asleep, tucked on the pilings with their heads turned round into their own wings, little white commas of sleep spaced along the dock. Nobody in the whole cove is awake to see the water breathe. It breathes anyway. Rest does not need a witness. Your body knows that now. It is resting whether anyone watches or not, the way the tide moves whether anyone watches or not. In, the swell lifting, and out, long, the swell letting down. And under the hull of you the water goes down and down, and it is worth knowing, in the drowsy way you know things now, how quiet it is down there. A few feet under the surface, the last of the night breeze means nothing. A fathom down, the gentlest chop is smoothed to a slow sway, and further down than that, stillness, real stillness. The deep water does not even know the surface has weather, and sleep is like that. You are lowering through it now, fathom by fathom. The small sounds of the house are the surface. Your thoughts, when one drifts by, are the surface, and you are already below them in the smooth dark layer where everything sways slower, and lower than that, where nothing sways at all. Down there the fish hangs sleeping in the dark, hardly finning, tilted a little, dreaming whatever silver dreams fish dream. The kelp sways at the speed of hours. A crab has drawn itself under a ledge of stone and gone still. Everything in the deep has found its place and stopped, and the water holds all of it at once without effort, the way the night holds you. And out, long, lowerings. And out, long, smoother, darker, slower. The jaw drifted down a fathom ago. It is in the still layer now, where nothing moves it. The eyes are below the weather entirely, resting in water so calm it has forgotten the shape of waves. The forehead, smooth as the smoothest place on the whole night sea, that patch of water in the lee of the headland that lies like poured glass. The neck, the shoulders, gone down easy, trailing no bubbles, in no hurry. Everything of you descending at the speed of falling asleep, which is the slowest speed there is, and the safest. In, barely a breath at all now. And out, long, and the last of it dissolves into the water like breath into fog. The moon is low over the harbour mouth, worn down to a thin pale rind, and it lays one narrow path of light across the water. And the path trembles, not because anything is wrong, but because light on water always trembles the way a sleeping eyelid does. And the path leads out, past the last buoy, past the arms of the breakwater, to the open water beyond, where the sea is wide and slow and belongs to no one. And the tide has turned in the deep of the night and is going out. Going out the way your breath goes out, long and unhurried and complete. And it takes with it, on its broad dark back, everything the day left in the harbor, every small floating scrap of what happened, every splinter of hurry, every husk of worry, lifted off the water so gently their leaving cannot even be felt, carried out through the harbor mouth, out along the trembling path of the moon, out to the wide place where small things dissolve into the general deep and are never missed. The tide does this every night. It is doing it now. You do not have to give it anything. It takes only what is already loose, and by now, in you, everything is loose. Out long, and the tide carries it. Out long, and the harbor is cleaner, emptier, quieter than before. And you stay, that is the good part. The tide goes out and the anchored boat stays, riding lower and easier in water that grows stiller by the hour. You are not going anywhere. Nothing is asked of you. The night is doing all of its slow work around you and through you, and your only part in it is this: the small lift, the long letting down, the weight on the line, the slack in the ropes, the full hold, the deep keel of the spine lying true. And now, if you listen with whatever small corner of you is still listening, under the lap of the water, under the far bell, there is another sound, lower than sound, almost, the hum of the deep itself, the sea's own resting note, the one it holds all night beneath everything else, steady and warm and dark. Old ship's keepers used to say you could sleep on that note like a floor, and your body has a note like it. Down under the heartbeat, under the breath, the low, even hum of a body deeply at rest, all its small engines idling in the warm dark, ticking over slow, asking nothing. You have been sleeping on that note for a while now. It holds, it always holds. In soft, and out long, down onto the low note, resting your whole weight on it. And the night goes on generously. There are hours of it left, hours of black water and thin moon and outgoing tide, and none of those hours needs you. The cove will breathe on its own. The bell will ring or not ring. The gulls will sleep out their gull sleep on the pilings, and the boat of you will ride at anchor through all of it, swinging its small, slow circle, coming back and back to center, low and full and carried. Carried. Out long. Carried. And after a while, even the harbor begins to feel like the shore of something larger. The way, deep in sleep, every place opens onto a wider place. And beyond the breakwater, the open sea lies flat calm under the last of the moon, a vast dark meadow of water, level from here to the edge of the sky. And the swell out there is longer than any swell in the cove. Slow hills of water, a minute apart, so broad and so gentle that a sleeping bird can ride them without waking. And your breath has become that kind of swell now, long, wide, a minute of night between one soft crest and the next. Nothing steep anywhere, nothing breaking, just the deep, even rolling of a sea with no wind on it and no one on it, moving because moving slowly is its way of being still. And out, long, one broad hill of water passing under is a long time. And out, another, passing under, lowering you a little more each time into the trough of rest, that low sheltered valley between the swells where the air itself lies down. The whole body one hull now, no parts left, no regions, just one long shape lying true in the water, sound from stem to stern, every seam tight, every board swollen snug against its neighbor the way boards swell in the water, until not a drop comes through, nothing leaks, nothing strains. A sound hull in calm water is the most restful thing a thing can be, and you are that. You have been that for a while. Out, long, sound and still. And the moon touches the horizon now, far out over the flat water, resting its rim on the edge of the world the way a tired head rests on an arm, and it goes down so slowly that watching it is the same as sleeping, a pale eyelid lowering, lower, the path of light on the water shortening toward it, folding itself away for the night. And when the last sliver of it slips under, the dark that is left is not emptier, it is softer. A dark with no edges at all, laid over the sea like the underside of a wing. And in that full dark, the water and the sky give up their border, no line where one ends. The stars, what few the sea mist allows, floating both above and below, unhurried sparks in one continuous deep, and you, somewhere in the middle of all that seamlessness, no line where you end either. The breath moving through you the way the swell moves through the water, not belonging to any one place, just passing, long and warm and slow. In, hardly anything. And out, long, passing through. And the mist comes in, the way it does in the last hours, walking in off the sea so slowly it never seems to arrive, only to have always been arriving, laying its cool grey wool along the water, wrapping the buoys, the breakwater, the masts, the world, until everything near is soft-edged and everything far is gone. And the mist is not a hiding, it is a tucking in, the sea drawing the cover up over its own shoulders, and it draws it over you too. Over the hull, over the slack lines, over the low warm hold, the whole boat of you wrapped in grey wool and riding blind and safe on water that asks nothing of eyes. And sounds come through the mist rounder than before, the lap of water on the hull, rounded, the far bell, when it comes at all, rounded to almost nothing, every sound arriving with its corners worn off, the way sounds arrive in the last soft hallway before sleep. And each one passes through you without catching on anything, because there is nothing left in you for a sound to catch on. Out long, wrapped. Out long, riding blind and easy. And the tide, far under everything, begins its slow turn again, the way it always does in the smallest hours, pausing first, that long slackwater pause when the sea is neither coming nor going, when the whole weight of the ocean stands still and rests between one intention and the next. Slack water, the sailors call it, the quietest water of the night, and you are in your own slack water now, nothing going out, nothing coming in. The breath so small and level it is hardly a tide at all, just the sea of you, standing still in the dark, resting between, and there is no need to know what comes next, because what comes next is more of this. In, slack, and out, long, still. And the mist thickens, and the water stands, and the boat swings the last slow inch of its circle and hangs there, centered at perfect rest on its line. And far below, on the soft floor of the deep, the anchor lies in the dark it has made its home, heavy in content, and the sand has drifted over its arms the way sleep has drifted over yours. And nothing in the cove moves now but the breath of the water, and nothing in you moves now but the water of the breath. And the night stands open ahead, hour upon hour of it, grey-wrapped and slow. And somewhere far from any water, in a valley folded between low hills, it has begun to snow. Not a storm, nothing with wind in it, just snow, arriving the way the truest snow arrives, straight down, in no hurry, out of a sky so soft, and close it seems to be lowering itself rather than sending anything. The first flakes so few you could count them, drifting past the dark shapes of things like small pale thoughts that have finished being thought. And each one takes the whole night to fall, or seems to, swaying a little, pausing, choosing nothing, refusing nothing, just coming down because down is where everything gentle eventually goes. And you can let your attention drift down with them, not following any single flake, just borrowing that unhurried falling, the way each one settles at last without any sound at all, without any landing you could point to, one moment falling, the next moment part of the ground. And that is how the body settles too in the deep hours, no landing, no moment you could point to, just falling so slowly for so long that arriving and resting become the same thing. In, a small breath, light as a flake, and out, long, drifting down, down, settled. The valley takes the snow the way sleep takes a tired mind, a little at first, in patches, in the hollows, then everywhere at once without ever seeming to hurry, the ploughed field losing its furrows one soft inch at a time, all that effortful earth smoothed back into one unbroken white, the stone wall along the lane growing a second wall of white on its shoulders, the fence posts, one by one down the long dark line of them, each putting on its small white cap and standing quieter for it. And nothing in the valley resists. The ground does not refuse the snow. It has done this every winter of its long life, and it knows the snow is not a burden, It is a blanket. It is the sky lying down on the land, slowly, all night, so the land can rest warmer underneath. And snow makes its own kind of quiet, not the quiet of things stopping, but the quiet of a million soft arrivals, each too gentle to hear, the whole valley filling up with hush the way a bowl fills with flour, and inside that hush small sounds become precious and far, a branch somewhere up the hillside easing under its new weight, and then nothing, a long-held white nothing, the kind of silence you can lean your whole tired self against and it will hold you. Out long, white, quiet. And down at the bend of the lane there is a house, an old one, low and stone, with a roof that has carried 100 winters of this and sags in the easy way of things that have stopped pretending to be new. One small window dark, a thread of smoke standing almost straight up from the chimney, thin and patient, the only moving thing for a mile, and the snow lands on the roof and stays, and the house lets it, and slowly the house is wearing the night the way you are wearing your own heaviness. Draped over, softened, made rounder and lower, and more asleep with every hour. Inside, the fire was banked long ago. No flames now, just the stove ticking faintly as it cools, and under the grey ash, the embers, a low orange glow, dim and even pulsing so slowly it is less like burning than like resting. Heat with nowhere to be, and the warmth it made earlier is still in the room, still in the thick walls, still in the stones of the hearth, the way the warmth of the day stays in your body long after the effort is gone, stored, saved, enough. And you can let that warmth find your hands now. Wherever your hands are lying, they have their own small ember glow, faint and even, nothing to hold, nothing to grip, just two warm, heavy, finished things resting where they fell, and the warmth moves up the wrists on its own, into the forearms, slow as heat through stone. The arms not lifting, not planning, not waiting for anything, just warming from the inside of their own stillness. In hardly anything. And out, long, warm, banked for the night. Near the stove, on a folded blanket gone thin in the middle from years of exactly this, an old dog is sleeping, deep in it, the flank rising and falling in that slow, trustworthy rhythm that animals find so easily, and we spend whole nights looking for. A paw twitches once, somewhere in a dream of fields, and then even the dream lies down, and the paw is still, and the breathing goes on, long and low and certain. And there is something in a sleeping animal that teaches the body more than any words can. That rest is not something you do. It is something you stop preventing. The dog is not trying. The dog gave itself to the warm floor hours ago, and the floor has held it perfectly ever since. And whatever is holding you like that, completely, without effort and without end. The whole length of you given over, the way the dog is given over, nothing kept back, nothing on duty. And the snow keeps coming, steadier now, the flakes larger, slower, the kind that fall like they have all winter to get there. And it builds on the sill of the dark window, a soft white line growing by nothing at a time. And it builds on the woodpile under the eaves, on the handle of the leaning shovel, on the round lid of the well, every ordinary thing in the yard slowly given the same soft answer, covered, quieted, kept. And out past the yard, the orchard stands in rows in the dark. Bare apple trees, old ones, their branches black and patient, holding the snow along their arms the way you might hold something sleeping, not gripping it, just letting it lie where it landed. And the trees themselves are asleep in the way that trees sleep, standing up, everything in them slowed to almost nothing, the sap gone down and quiet, the whole green business of them set aside until it is wanted again. And it costs them nothing to wait. Waiting for a tree in winter is not effort. It is what rest looks like when it is very, very old. And your body knows that kind of waiting too. It is doing it now. Everything set down, everything slowed, nothing lost, just kept quietly in the dark until morning wants it. And morning is far away and wants nothing yet. Out long, bare and patient. Out long, nothing wanted yet. And attention can move through you now the way the snow moves over the valley, not working, just falling softly on one region and then another, and covering it and moving on, a flake of attention on the forehead, landing without weight, and the forehead is covered, smooth and cool and done, a flake for each eye, settling on the closed lids, light as light, and the eyes are covered, a flake for the jaw, for the soft floor of the mouth, covered, quiet under the white. And the snow of it drifts down the neck, over one shoulder and then the other, rounding them the way it rounds the stone wall, down each arm in its own time, no hurry, the elbows, the wrists, the long finished hands, each one receiving its soft inch of stillness and holding it, and over the chest, rising and falling so little now that the snow of attention barely stirs as it lands. The belly, warm underneath like the ground is warm underneath, alive and slow beneath its cover, the hips. The long thighs, the knees, the shins and the quiet ankles and the feet at the far end of the valley of you, catching the last of the falling, until the whole body lies under one unbroken white of rest. No furrows left, no edges showing, one smooth field, breathing faintly under its blanket, the way the land breathes under snow all winter and comes out rested underneath. In, small, falling. And out, long, covered, one field. And under the snow, in the dark of the field, small lives are warm. The field mice in their runs and burrows, tucked in grass-lined rooms below the frost line, where the white roof above them holds the cold out and the earth's own faint warmth in. They are not enduring the winter. They are resting inside it, safe in the one place the cold cannot follow. And there is something like that in you too. A small warm room below everything, below thinking, below trying, where the essential things go on by themselves. The heart keeping its slow time, the breath tending itself, warmth being made and kept, none of it needing you, all of it safe below the snow line in the oldest, most protected room of the body, and you can rest there now. You have been resting there for a while already. And at the bottom of the valley, under the ice, the river is still moving. You would never know it from above. The ice is white and still and dusted with the same snow as everything else. But underneath, in the dark, the water goes on, slow and unhurried, in no danger and no doubt, moving the way it has always moved, softly downhill toward wherever rivers rest. And it makes a sound under there, if anything makes a sound. Too low to hear, more like a feeling of continuing than a noise. And that is the body in deep rest, still on the surface, every visible thing at peace, and underneath, the slow dark continuing of you, going on all night without help, without watching, without a single thing to fix. Out long under the ice, continuing. And the night grows later even than late, the snowfall thinning now, not stopping so much as becoming rarer, a flake, a long pause, another flake, the sky finishing its long soft sentence one word at a time, and each last flake falls into a valley already deep in white, already quiet, and adds its almost nothing to everything. And this is how sleep finishes, arriving too, not with a door closing, just fewer and fewer flakes of waking, a thought, a long pause, a smaller thought. Each one falling into a stillness already deep enough to hold it, and then the pauses are the whole sky. In a flake, and out long, a long white pause. The house ticks once, deep in its walls, the way old houses do in the cold, small hours, a settling, a getting comfortable, and then it is quiet again, quieter for having spoken. The embers under the ash have gone from orange to a deep-held red, the color of warmth remembering itself. The dog has not moved. The smoke has thinned to nothing anyone could see. And the roof carries its white weight without complaint, and the walls hold their stored warmth around the sleepers inside, and every part of the house is doing what it was built for, which is this, holding rest, keeping it, asking no one to wake. And you are held like that, walls of warmth around you, a roof of quiet over you, everything built for exactly this, doing exactly this all night. And the whole valley now, seen by no one, lies under the snow like one long body under one wide blanket. The hills its shoulders, the fields its chest, rising and falling in some rhythm too slow to measure. The orchard its folded hands, the river its deep slow pulse, going on underneath, and nothing in all that whiteness is awake, and nothing needs to be. The valley has done this 10,000 nights and never once needed help, and tonight it is doing it with you in it. One more warm, slow, breathing thing gathered under the same wide cover, kept by the same old quiet. Out long, gathered ins. Out long, kept. And the heaviness now is complete in its own way, not pressing, just true, the head as heavy as a stone under snow, and as content, the arms long ago given to the ground of the bed, the legs like the low hills, shaped by resting still, and gravity holds it all the way the valley holds the snow, without effort, without end, nothing in you doing the holding, everything in you being held. And the breath is the only weather left, small, even, a faint warm drift, in and out, stirring nothing, like the last flake that never quite lands, in no hurry, in no doubt. In and out, long. And the hours ahead are white and deep and already falling, nothing in them but more of this, the embers keeping their low red word, the river continuing under the ice, the snow lying where it lay, and you, far under your own soft cover now, warm in the small room below everything, where the night does all its keeping. And it keeps. And it keeps. And the valley breathes its one slow breath, and you are somewhere inside it, breathing yours. And the two of you rest together, the way warm things rest inside large quiet things, all through the middle of the night. Out long is slower now. And if there is anything left that notices, it notices only softness. The pillows give, the blanket's faithful weight, the warmth pooled at the small of the back, at the backs of the knees, small good facts, each one already half a dream, and they drift past like the last flakes, noticed, released, landed somewhere soft. And the dark behind the eyes is snow dark now, not black, a deep, even feathered gray, endless and near at once. The color of the inside of a cloud that has finished snowing and is only resting. And resting. In almost nothing at all. And out long and longest. And the well in the yard holds its round dark eye of water far down below the snow, still liquid, still patient, mirroring nothing, keeping its one cold star of quiet at the bottom where no freeze reaches. And everything true about the night is like that, far down, kept, untouched. And you are far down now too, below the weather of thinking, below the surface where the world touches, down where the water of you is still and the warmth of you is stored, and the night moves past overhead like snow over a roof, softly, endlessly, without once knocking. And the breath goes on without you. And the warmth goes on without you. And the snow, the last of it, comes down through the dark in ones and twos, unhurried, certain, each flake finding the exact soft place that was always waiting for it. And settles. And stays. And somewhere far from the valley, without leaving your bed at all, there is another kind of quiet going on tonight. A bay, small and sheltered, where the land curves its arm around a piece of the sea and lets it rest. And the water there is doing what you are doing, lying still inside something that holds it, rising a little, settling a little, breathing in its own enormous, patient way. The tide is going out now in that bay, slowly, over hours, nothing you could watch and see, only something you could trust. The water letting go of the shore a finger width at a time, the way sleep lets go of the day, and the wet sand it leaves behind is dark and smooth and printed with nothing. A clean page the night writes no words on, and the sea does not grieve what it releases. It simply becomes lower and calmer and more itself. Out long like the tide. And in the bay there are a few small boats at their moorings, old wooden ones, broad and heavy, their paint gone soft with years, and they ride the last of the tide with their lines slack, turning a slow half-inch this way, a slow half-inch back, the smallest motion there is, the motion of a thing that is held and knows it. And now and then a rope shifts against wood with a low, round creak, One note, unhurried, like a floorboard in a sleeping house, and then long quiet again. And the boats do not work at floating. Floating is what the water does for them. They only lie there, hulls down in the dark, and are carried. And your body is riding its own mooring now, the mattress underneath you lifting nothing, lowering nothing, only holding steady while the breath makes its small tide in the chest. In, a little rise, out, a long, slow lowering, and the body, like the boats, has stopped doing the floating itself. It is done. It lies in the bed the way a hull lies in water it trusts, turned loose, line slack, held. In, small, and out, long, the line going soft. Along the shore of that bay, there is a row of old stone cottages, their windows dark, their chimneys idle, and behind each dark window someone sleeping, people you will never meet, resting the same rest you are resting. A fisherman with salt still in the creases of his hands, an old woman whose cat has folded itself against her knees. A child turned diagonal across a narrow bed, 1 foot free of the blanket and not cold. All of them breathing their separate slow breaths in their separate dark rooms, and all the breaths together making a kind of hush over the village that the sea folds into its own hush, and no one is keeping watch because nothing needs watching. The night in that place has been safe so long that even the doors have forgotten what locking is for. And you are one more dark window now, one more slow breather in the great scattered village of the sleeping. Nothing asked of you, no light expected from you, just the soft proof of the breath, going in and going out, saying the only thing that needs saying. Here, resting, kept. Out, long. And down at the waterline, the small waves have gone so gentle they are hardly waves at all. Just the sea turning over in its sleep. A low spill of water on sand, a pause, a slow withdrawing sigh, and again, and again. The oldest lullaby there is, older than any voice, and it needs no listener. It would go on if the whole world slept, and tonight the whole world nearly does. Spill, pause, sigh. And each one takes a little more of the evening away with it, out into the deep water where the day's small leftovers dissolve and are gone. And if any thought of yours is still drifting, let the tide have it. You do not need to carry it to the water. The water comes up the sand to where it lies, touches it, loosens it, and draws it out. Spill, pause, sigh, and the thought becomes smaller with distance, and dimmer, and then it is only the sea again, which is what thoughts were all along, a little weather on a great deep stillness. In and out, long, drawn out with the tide. And far out past the mouth of the bay, where the water goes black and serious and deep, there is a lighthouse on a bare rock, and its lamp turns all night, slow and sure, not searching, not warning anyone tonight, for no one is out, just turning because turning is its nature. A soft arm of light swinging across the water, touching the swells one after another and letting each one go, and the light asks nothing of what it touches. It does not wake the water. It only passes over, gentle as a hand smoothing a blanket, and moves on, and comes around again, and again, measured as breath. And something in you can rest inside that rhythm without following it, the way you can sleep in a house where a clock ticks, the light comes around, the light goes away, the dark between is soft and long, and whether you notice or not changes nothing, it turns for the noticing and the unnoticing alike, faithful the way the breath is faithful, doing its slow work whether anyone attends. Out, long, the beam passing. And the keeper of that light went to bed hours ago. The machinery minds itself now, and this too is the truth of tonight. Everything that keeps you is minding itself. The heart, low and even needing no instruction. The lungs filling and emptying on their own old wisdom. The warmth of the blood making its rounds, quiet as the beam over the water, touching the fingers, the toes, the small of the back, and coming around again. You could not stop these kindnesses if you tried, and you are far past trying. The whole lit machinery of you turned down to its night setting, running smooth, running slow, tended by no one and failing nothing. And the body is so heavy now that heavy is not even the word anymore. It is more like belonging, the way a stone belongs to a field, the way an anchor belongs to the seafloor, resting in the soft, dark mud, holding nothing because nothing pulls. The arms belong to the bed, the legs belong to the bed, the head belongs to the pillow so completely that there is no line left where one ends and the other begins. You have become part of what holds you, and it has become part of you. And this is how the deepest rest feels, not like sinking anymore, like having arrived. In belly, and out long arrived. And the night over the bay is turning through its own quiet hours. The clouds have thinned somewhere high up, not enough to matter, just enough that the dark has a softness at its edges. And the air over the water holds that clean, cold, salt smell that the sleeping village breathes without knowing. And everything is in its middle, the middle of the night, the middle of the tide, the middle of the great slow turning that carries mornings around eventually, but not now, not for a long, long time. Now is all middle, deep in it, held in it, the safest part of the whole turning, the part where nothing changes and nothing is asked. You are deep in your own middle too, far from the shore where you lay down, far from the shore where you will wake, out in the still water between, where the body drifts at anchor and the mind has gone below deck, into the small warm cabin of sleep, and closed the door softly behind itself. And the sea rocks the hull so gently it cannot even be called rocking, just the faint memory of motion, the kind that soothes the oldest part of you, the part that was rocked before it had words. Out long. And maybe there is rain coming to that coast before morning, or maybe there is not. The boats do not wonder, the cottages do not wonder, the tide does not check. Whatever comes will come to a world that is resting and will find everything already lying down, already covered, already kept, and it will only add its own soft sound to the sleeping sounds and take nothing away. This is the secret the deeply rested know without knowing they know it, that the night handles the night. That nothing arrives which the stillness cannot simply include. And your stillness includes everything now, the small settling sounds of your own house wherever it stands, the faint press of the blanket rising with the breath and lowering with the breath, the warmth that has finished pooling and now simply is everywhere at once, even in the toes, all of it included, none of it disturbing. The way the bay includes the creak of a mooring line, the turn of the light, the sigh of the smallest wave, and is not made less still by any of them. Stillness this deep is not the absence of things. It is the room that holds them all without stirring. Inward and out long, and the room grows larger. And the sand where the tide has drawn back is resting now too, miles of it, smooth and dark and cool, lying under the night the way you lie under the blanket. And here and there a shell sits where the water set it down, curled and empty and perfect, holding a little turn of quiet inside itself. And if you held one to your ear, you would hear what you are already hearing. The soft ocean sound that is really only breath, only blood, only the low hum of a living body at rest. You are lying inside that sound tonight. You have always been lying inside it. It is the sound of being kept alive gently, and it never stops, and it never asks to be listened to. It just goes on, patient as the sea in a shell, all night, all your life. And the breath rides on top of that sound like the last small boat. In, a soft lift. Out, a long, slow settling. Slower now than it has been all night. Slower than seems possible and still enough, always enough. The body needs so little now. Sleep is thrifty and wise. It banks the warmth, it lowers the lamps. It lets the tide go all the way out and keeps only the deep water, the water that never leaves. Out long, only the deep water now. And in the last cottage at the end of the row, the one nearest the sea, a banked fire is doing what the embers everywhere do at this hour, keeping a small red patience under grey ash. And on the wall above it, a clock has been ticking so long that the house no longer hears it, the way you no longer hear your own heart. And time in that room has gone soft and thick, pooling in the corners like the dark, minutes wide as hours, hours quiet as minutes. and this is time as the sleeping know it. Not a line to walk, but a water to float in. No edges, no direction, just depth and warmth and the slow certainty of being carried. You are floating in that water now, nowhere along its length, just in it, and the night is long the way the sea is wide, not as a burden, as a plenty, hours and hours of this, stretching away on every side, all of it yours, none of it needing anything from you, rest as far as rest can reach. In hardly anything. And out long and long and longs. And the moon, if it shows at all tonight, shows only as a paleness behind the clouds, a soft silver thought the sky is having with its eyes closed. And its light on the water is not a path, only a faint sheen like the shine on a dark stone. And even the moon is resting its way across the sky unhurried, doing its slow arc the way the attention once did its slow arc through the body, hours ago, region by region, and finished, and let go. Everything that was done tonight is done. The settling done, the breathing learned and handed back to the body, the long rotation completed and completed again and dissolved. Nothing remains on the night's small list. The list itself has gone out with the tide. And what is left is only this, warmth and weight and the hush inside the hush, the breath going by itself, the heart keeping its own low counsel, the body one dark, warm, floating whole, moored in a bed, in a room, in a night that holds all the bays and all the valleys and all the sleeping windows at once and holds them easily. It is a very large night, and it is very good at this. It has never once dropped anything it carried. Out long. And the wave comes up the sand once more, spill, pause, and the long sigh going out, and the boats turn their slow half-inch and rest, and the beam swings its soft arm over the swells and lets them go, and the ember keeps its word under the ash, and the deep water lies against the deep sand and neither moves and neither needs to, and you, warm and far down and entirely held, breathe your small tide in the great one, in and out, long. And the night goes on being the night, wide and dark and kind, and carries you, inward, and out, long, longer. And somewhere in all that softness the edges of things have finished dissolving, the bed and the body, the breath and the sea, the room and the night, one warm dark continuous rest, with no seams left in it anywhere, and it breathes, slowly, by itself, and it is enough. It has been enough for a long time now. And the tide will turn eventually far away at the bottom of the night and begin its long, patient coming back. But that is the sea's business and the morning's, nothing of yours. You are deep in the still water that does not turn, below the tides, below the weather, down where the anchors rest in the soft mud and the dark is warm and the quiet has no flaw, and the breath finds its way without you, and the warmth keeps its rounds without you. And the small sounds of the world go on above like footsteps on a distant deck, familiar, harmless, fading, and everything that holds you goes on holding, easily, endlessly, asking nothing. Out long. And the night keeps, and the water keeps, and you are kept. And somewhere far from the sea, in another fold of the same night, snow is falling. It began hours ago, without any announcement, the way the truest things begin. High over a still valley in air too cold to hold anything, the first flakes let go of their clouds and started down. And they are still coming, unhurried, each one taking its whole long time to fall, drifting a little sideways, a little back, in no wind at all, just the slow negotiations of featherweight and air. And there is nothing in the world less urgent than snow coming down at night. It does not fall so much as settle, the whole sky lying down a little at a time. In a small breath, and out, long. And the valley receives it without a sound. The pines take the first of it on their long dark shoulders and hardly bend. The meadow takes it and grows pale and smooth. The stones along the creek take it and become soft white sleeping animals. And every flake that lands adds its almost nothing of weight, and its almost nothing of hush, until the almost nothings together are a great warm silence lying over everything. because snow, for all its cold, is a blanket. The ground beneath it stays warmer than the air, the grass sleeps green under the white all winter, and the world under snow is not a frozen world. It is a tucked-in one. And the sound of it, there is a sound just barely, not the falling which is silent, but the hush the falling makes. Snow swallows sound the way deep sleep swallows worry. Every small noise of the valley, a branch, a far dog, the creek still muttering under its new lid of ice, arrives wrapped in wool, rounded off, already half a memory by the time it lands. And the quiet gets deeper the longer it snows, layer over layer of it, until the silence itself has depth, like the snow has depth, and you could sink your whole attention into it and not touch bottom. Out long. Somewhere at the edge of the meadow there is a cabin, and its windows are dark. Whoever lives there went to bed long ago, before the snow even started, and they do not know it is snowing. They will find out in the morning, and it will be a gift then. But for now the snow is falling on their roof without their permission and without their help, gathering along the ridgeline, softening the corners, muffling the chimney. And this is one of the kindest facts of the world. That good things accumulate over sleeping people, that the snow does not need to be watched to fall, that rest does not need to be supervised to work. The body knows this. It is doing its own quiet accumulating right now, warmth gathering in the hands, heaviness gathering in the legs, layer over layer of ease, settling without a sound. And the cabin's timbers make their small winter noises, a tick, a low creak like a knuckle, old wood adjusting to the cold, easing its joints, letting the weight of the snow press it more firmly onto its stone footing. A house under snow sits deeper. It stops being a thing perched on the land and becomes part of the land, one more white shape among the white shapes. And inside, the air holds the last faint sweetness of a fire that burned down hours ago, not the fire itself. Just the memory of warmth the room is keeping, the way a body keeps its warmth under blankets long after the effort of the day has burned all the way down. In and out, longer than the in-breaths. And under the meadow, under the snow and the sleeping grass, the small animals are curled in their burrows, the vole in its runway of packed earth, the marmot far down in its long dark room, heartbeat slowed to a whisper, breathing 4 times a minute, 5, its whole quick, anxious summer body given over completely to the season of rest. And no one taught it to do this. The slowing is built in. When the light thins and the cold comes, the body simply knows and turns itself down dial by dial until only the pilot light is left. And the same knowing is built into the body that is resting here, tonight, under its own blankets. The permission to run low, the old, deep competence at being still. The fox crossed the meadow once, early in the snowfall, and left its neat line of prints, one in front of the other like stitching, and the snow has been slowly unsewing them ever since. Each print a little shallower each hour, its edges rounding, filling, until by now the line is only a faint dimpled suggestion, and by morning it will be gone entirely. And this is what the night does with the day's crossings. Every errand, every hurry, every track the mind made across itself, filled in, softened, smoothed back to an unbroken white. Nothing needs to be swept or mended. The snow does the forgetting, flake by flake, and asks for nothing. Out long is. Higher up where the valley narrows, the creek runs under its ice. You can hear it if the night leans close enough, a low syllabling under the frozen lid, water talking in its sleep. It has not stopped moving, it has only moved indoors under the white where the cold cannot reach it. And it will run like that all winter, private and steady, a thin dark thread of continuing under all that stillness. And the breath is like that now, gone under. Running quietly beneath the surface of you, no longer weather, just current. You do not hear it as breathing anymore. It is only the low syllabling of a body going on. And the pines stand over all of it, and they are very good at winter. They do not brace against the snow. They are shaped for yielding. each branch built with a downward sweep so that when the weight grows too great the branch simply bows and the snow slides off in one soft collapse, a distant whump in the dark, a small white ghost of powder drifting, and the branch rises again lighter and begins again to receive. All night the forest does this, holding, yielding, releasing, rising. No branch anywhere gripping its burden past the point of ease, and the shoulders learned this hours ago, and the jaw, and the hands, whatever gathers, let it slide. Whatever was carried, let the dark take it in one soft whump and rise lighter and go on resting. In, hardly anything, and out, long and slow. The snow is falling harder now, or perhaps only more thoroughly. The flakes are larger, the kind that fall in late-night, wide, slow flakes that seem to have all the time ever made. And if you were standing under them looking up, but no one is standing, no one is looking, everyone is lying down where they should be, they would seem not to fall at all, but to hang and drift and choose their moment. The sky handing itself down a piece at a time. And every piece landing exactly where it lands, and that being exactly right, because snow has no plan and so it cannot go wrong. It is all acceptance, all the way down. And the depth of it grows, past the ankle of the fence posts now, up the shins of the gate, the woodpole becoming one soft white loaf, the wheelbarrow filling like a slow bowl, every hard thing in the valley losing its edges, its names, its jobs. By the deepest hour of the night, there will be no tools left in the world, no tasks, no corners, only shapes, only soft white sleeping shapes under a soft dark sky, and the body among its blankets is one of them. It lost its edges a long time ago. It lost its jobs before that. It is only a warm shape now in the great inventory of resting shapes, and the night counts it gently and moves on. Out longs, and again out long. Far down the valley there is one light, a farmhouse porch lamp somebody forgot to turn off, burning small and yellow through the snowfall, and the snow falls through its glow and turns gold for 1 second of its long life, and then falls on out of the light and lands dark and joins the rest. And the lamp harms nothing, it keeps no one awake. It is only the valley's one small ember of amber, proof that people live here and sleep here and forget things here, and that the world is safe enough for forgetting. You can leave a lamp on in this world. You can leave a day unfinished. The snow covers the difference between finished and unfinished until there is no difference. There is only the deep, even white of enough. And the quiet now is the quiet of full snow, a thickness. You could put your hand into this silence like putting a hand into fleece, and under it the valley breathes. The pines breathe their slow resin breath. The burrows breathe their warm animal dark. The cabin breathes its held ghost of fire, and the one who is resting breathes, in a little and out long. Each exhale another flake of letting go, drifting down through the body, landing somewhere soft, adding its almost nothing to the deep accumulated ease. Hours of these flakes now, the drifts of rest are very deep, deep past the fence posts, deep past the gate. And the heaviness has its own weather now. It is snowing inside the body, if such a thing can be said of warmth. A slow, warm precipitation settling through the chest, the belly, the long bones of the legs, gathering in the heels, the small of the back, wherever the body touches what holds it. The mattress taking the weight the way the meadow takes the snow, without effort, without comment, hollow by hollow. And gravity is not pulling any more, if it ever was. It is only holding still while everything drifts down through it and comes to rest at the bottom of itself, the bottom of the arms, the bottom of the breath, the warm floor of the night. In and out, long. Somewhere the snow is falling on a mountain no one has ever named, far above the valley, where it will lie all winter and press slowly down on the snows of other winters, year over year, until far beneath, at depths no cold can reach, the old snow gives up being flakes and becomes ice, smooth and blue and patient, and begins its centuries-long glide down the stone. And this is what deep rest becomes when it is practiced night after night. It stops being an event, and becomes a geology. A slow, sure glacier of ease laid down under the surface of a life, moving everything gently in the direction it should go. Nothing about tonight is lost. It is being pressed, softly, into the permanent. And the marmot turns once in its sleep, far under the meadow, and settles deeper, and the creek says one dark syllable under the ice, and a pine lets a shelf of snow slide off in the dark whump and rises half an inch toward the hidden stars, and the porch lamp burns, and the flakes come down, and come down, and come down, and none of it needs you. It is the sweetest thing the night knows how to say, and it says it over and over. None of this needs you. You can be entirely gone from every scene, and every scene continues. The world has the watch. The world has had the watch for a very long time, and it has never once fallen asleep on duty, so that you always could. Out longer, and the snow begins very slowly to grow lighter, not stopping, thinning, the flakes smaller and farther between, wandering down one at a time now like the last few thoughts before sleep, the ones that arrive without words, that are only shapes of thoughts, cool and weightless, landing somewhere on the wide white surface of the mind and lying still. And the cloud itself is thinning, high up, a paleness moving behind it. And the cold air is so clean and so still that the whole valley seems to be held inside a bell of glass that no one will ever ring. And in that stillness, the snow does its last, finest work, the work it does after it stops falling. It lies there and it deepens the quiet just by existing. It reflects the little light there is softly upward, so the night above the valley is not black but a dim tender gray, the color of the inside of sleep, and everything rests inside that gray. The stitched-over meadow, the loaf of the woodpile, the bowed and patient pines. The cabin under its thick white roof, warm at the heart like a body, and the one lamp, golden and small and forgiven. And you are under the same night as all of it. The same wide storm of quiet has been falling on you for hours, and you are snowed in now, deeply, warmly, the drifts of rest above the windows of you. Nothing can reach you here that is not soft. Nothing arrives at this depth but hush and warmth, and the low syllable of the breath running on under its ice, steady, private, unbothered. In, the smallest sip, and out, long and complete, and gone. And the valley holds still, and the snow holds the valley, and the night holds the snow, each thing lying inside a larger softness, all the way out to the edges of the dark, and no edge anywhere with anything sharp on it. And the breath goes, and the warmth stays, and the deep, even white of enough lies over everything that ever needed doing. And one more flake comes down, the last of its cloud, turning slowly, taking its whole life to fall, and lands, and is received. And the quiet after it is the deepest yet. Out long is. And far under the meadow, in the warm dark, a small heart beats its slow four, and far under the blankets, a warmer, nearer one keeps its own unhurried time, and the two of them and the creek and the settling timbers and the thinning sky all keep the night together without a word. And it is held, all of it, easily, and the snow lies deep, and the rest lies deeper. And somewhere far from the valley, without the valley ending, there is water. The mind of sleep travels this way, without roads, and it arrives at a small harbor in the dark, the way sleep arrives, from no direction at all. A handful of boats lie at anchor there, on black water so calm it is almost a floor. Their hulls are old wood, painted and repainted, and under the paint the wood remembers being trees, and under that it remembers nothing, which is a kind of peace. They ride the smallest swell the sea still carries at this hour, a swell so long and low it is less a wave than a slow breathing of the whole bay, up by a hand's width, and down by a hand's width, taking half a minute for each. And every boat rises and settles on it together, obedient and unbothered, like sleepers turning slightly in one shared dream. The tide is going out. It has been going out for hours, quietly, without announcing itself, the way the last of the day's thinking goes out of a resting mind. the water withdrawing a finger's width at a time down the dark stones, leaving them wet and shining faintly, leaving little pools that hold the sky, and nothing resists it. The ropes ease, the moorings slacken and lean. The whole harbor lets itself be lowered gently, an inch an hour, closer to the soft mud floor where everything eventually gets to rest. In, an easy breath and the small one on top, and out, slow, all the way down the beach of you. And the out-breath is a tide too. It has been all night, each exhale withdrawing a little further, leaving the body whetstone quiet behind it, leaving small pools of warmth in the hollows, the chest, the palms, the backs of the knees, and there is no need to call the tide back in. It returns on its own, it always has, a modest breath arriving like water finding its old level, without effort, without being asked. On the nearest boat, a coil of rope lies on the deck, heavy with damp, perfectly wound by hands that went home long ago. It will not be needed until morning, and morning is far, far out past the mouth of the bay, not even a paleness yet. The rope just lies there in its spiral, holding nothing, pulling nothing, a shape of pure off-duty, and the body lying in this bed is the same, every line of it coiled and stowed, the long ropes of the arms lying exactly where they were left, the strong cables of the legs at rest on the deck of the mattress, nothing hauling, nothing made fast, nothing under strain anywhere from the crown of the head to the stern of the heels. And below the boats, under the black glass of the surface, the water goes down into a dark that is not empty but full of slow cold, and drifting weeds swaying like grass in a field no wind ever crosses, only current, and small fish hang in it asleep, tilted a little, their fins making the smallest corrections without waking, the way a sleeping hand sometimes moves and settles again. And farther down than that, the mud. Soft, ancient, patient mud, holding the anchors the way the bed is holding you. An anchor is only a heaviness that has been allowed to arrive all the way at the bottom. It did nothing to get there but stop holding itself up, and the mud received it and closed around it gently, and now the whole boat above can wander a little in the dark and never be lost. Out longer than the rope. Let the weight of the body be an anchor weight now, not gripping, not caught, just arrived. The shoulder blades gone all the way down to their bottom, the hips gone all the way down to theirs, the head a smooth stone the tide has decided to leave where it is, and everything above that weight, the drifting boat of thought, can swing slowly on its line, pointing wherever the night points it, safe precisely because the heaviest part of you has already reached the floor of the bed and settled in. There is a smell out here, faint and clean, salt and wet rope and cold wood, and under it something green from the weed uncovered by the falling tide. It is the smell of a place that works hard all day and is now entirely honestly closed, and the dark around the harbor is thick and kind. One riding light burns at a masthead, small and steady, the color of a struck match seen from far away. It is not for you. It is for no one really at this hour. It is just the harbor keeping one eye lidded, the way the body on the bed keeps its slow watch of breath, needing nothing from the watcher. And far out past the last mooring, a bellbuoy leans on the swell, too far away to be a sound, almost, more a memory of a sound arriving every so often across the water, round and low and already half dissolved by the distance, softer than the breath, softer than the pillow. It keeps no time anyone needs to keep. It only says at long intervals, still here, and then lets the silence have everything back for a while. In, a little water into the bay, and out, the long ebb, complete, unhurried, gone. The attention, what little of it is still awake, can go one more slow time along the body, the way a harbor master in soft boots walks the pier one last time, not checking, only strolling, past the face, all its doors unlocked and left open to the night air, the jaw off its hinge like a gate that no longer needs to close, the eyes two small boats under tarpaulin, snugged down, not sailing tonight, not even dreaming of sailing yet, the brow smooth as the water inside the breakwater, the scalp loose as canvas with the wind gone out of it. Past the throat, where the breath comes and goes like water through the harbor mouth, in no hurry, taxed by no one. Past the shoulders, two old timbers gone soft with rest. Down the arms, lying along the body like oars shipped and dripping, done pulling, done steering. The hands at the ends of them open on the blanket like nets spread to dry, holding only holes and the dark. Past the chest, riding its long, slow swell up a hand's width, down a hand's width. Past the belly, warm as a galley with the stove banked low. Past the back, that broad hull, taking the whole weight of the cargo evenly, carried in turn by the water of the mattress, which never tires, which has no opinion, which simply holds. Past the hips, ballast stones stacked low and sure. Down the legs, two long wharves reaching out into the dark of the bed, their pilings sunk deep, and the toes at the far end of them, 10 small pilings the tide has already gone out past, wet and cool and needing nothing. And the whole of it, the whole harbor of the body, closed for the night, lights dimmed, water falling softly, everything tied off loose enough to breathe. And the harbor master's slow walk ends nowhere in particular, at no gate, with no key turned. He just stops walking somewhere along the pier and leans on the rail and lets the dark do the rest of the rounds. Out long is. And the tide keeps falling. It is at the hour now when it moves so slowly it seems to have stopped, the hour of slack water coming, when the sea stands still between one intention and the next and does not choose, and everything afloat stands still with it. The boat stops swinging, the ropes hang plumb, the bell far out goes quiet for whole minutes at a time. And the water becomes a black mirror so perfect that the one masthead light lies on it doubled, a small gold thread reaching down into the dark exactly as far as it reaches up. In that slack, that pause the whole sea takes, nothing is required. This is worth knowing all the way down at the bottom of the night. Even the ocean rests between its breaths. Even the great grey machinery of moon and water, which never breaks, which never fails, has these long minutes of standing perfectly still held between, and no one panics, no one rushes to fill it. The stillness is part of the working, the rest is part of the pull, and the body on the bed is allowed the same. The pause at the bottom of the exhale is not an absence, it is the sea standing still, it is included, it was always included. In, only what arrives on its own, and out, let the water find its way back down the stones. And now the mind of sleep, which travels without roads, drifts in from the harbor along a lane where the houses are dark. Low houses with their shoulders together, windows curtained, chimneys idle, or sending up the last unraveling thread of an evening fire. And in every one of them, sleepers. Behind this wall, a fisherman flat on his back like a beach at low tide. Behind that one, a child curled small as a shell. An old woman breathing in long, slow swells by a window left open a crack for the salt air. None of them known to you, all of them company. The whole lane full of unconscious kindness, everyone keeping the same hours, everyone letting the same night hold them up. And their sleep makes yours easier the way boats moored together ride quieter, each hull calming the water for the next. You are moored in among many. The town breathes around you, the harbor breathes below the town, the sea breathes beyond the harbor, and each larger breathing makes a lee, a sheltered water, for the smaller one inside it. Until at the very center, in the calmest water of all, there is this one warm body, riding a swell the width of a hand, needing to know none of this, kept by all of it. Out long and low, the whole lane exhaling with you. And the lane rises a little, past the last house, to where the grass begins, coarse night grass, damp with the sea's breath, hissing so softly under the small wind that it is less a sound than a texture in the dark. And up there, set back from the edge, a stone wall runs along the headland. Waist-high, dry-laid, built with no mortar at all, only patience. Thousands of stones chosen and turned and set by hands 100 years gone, each stone resting on the two below it, each stone rested on by the two above. Nothing holds the wall together but weight and the goodness of fit. and it has stood through every storm since, not by gripping, but by being heavy in the right order. The body is built like that tonight, nothing clenched, nothing mortared, nothing holding on, just weight in the right order, bone resting on the deep mattress of the earth, and it will stand every wind of dream that crosses it, not by effort, by fit, by the old, sufficient agreement between heaviness and what lies beneath. And along the top of the wall the moss is thick and cool and beaded with the night's damp, and a snail is making its way there somewhere at the speed of the hour. Nothing in the world is slower, and nothing in the world is later than it means to be. It carries its own room on its back and is therefore always home. It travels an inch and rests, another inch and rests, and by morning it will be somewhere, and the somewhere will be fine. Let the last thoughts move at that speed if they move at all, carrying their small houses, always already home. In a sip and out an inch and rest. Beyond the wall the headland tilts down to the water on its far side, and the sea sound there is different, not the harbor's sheltered lap, but the long open hush of low surf on a shelving beach, a mile of it unrolling and withdrawing, each wave a slow spill of white in the dark, thin as a lace hem, spreading up the sand with a sound like a long sigh let out through soft cloth, and then the withdrawing, quieter still, the water sliding back down through the sand with a whisper inside a whisper, and again. And again, no two waves the same and all of them alike, the way breaths are. It is the oldest lullaby there is, older than voices, and it has never once needed words. And the sand takes every wave and keeps none of it. This is its genius. It receives completely and holds nothing. Each sheet of water soaks down through it and is gone, and the sand lies smooth again, dark and firm and unmarked, ready without waiting. Let the mind be sand now. Whatever washes across it, a shape, a fragment, a grey fish of thought, received completely, held not at all, soaking away between the grains. The surface smooth again before the next hush arrives. Out long, the wave going back. And high over the beach the cloud has opened, just a seam of it, and stars stand in the gap. A scatter of them, cold and mild, the ones that are always there behind everything. They do not twinkle so much as breathe, at their vast distance, dimming and returning like lamps carried down a long corridor. And their light left them before any of tonight's worries existed, before the houses in the lane were built, before the wall was laid. It has been falling all this time, calm as snow, and it arrives now on the water and the sand and the blanket over you, the gentlest thing in the universe, weighing exactly nothing, asking exactly nothing. You are being touched at this moment by the oldest light there is, and it feels like nothing at all. That is how kind the night is at its farthest edges. Its touch is lighter than rest itself. And between the stars, the dark, and the dark is not the absence of them, but the room they stand in. Vast, unlit, unbothered, the biggest room there is, and the quietest. And sleep is a doorway into a corner of that same room. Everyone who has ever slept has gone through it, every night, and the room has held them all and lost not one. In's barely anything, and out, into the big room, long. The tide has turned by now far below without a sound. Somewhere out at the mouth of the bay, the sea changed its mind so gently that not one boat felt it, and the water is beginning, molecule by molecule, to come home up the dark stones. It will take hours. It has hours. Everything out here has hours and spends them the same way, slowly on the one thing in front of it, the sea on its returning, the snail on its inch, the stars on their falling light. The sleepers in the lane on their long, unmeasured breaths, and you are nothing at all. You are the only one with no task left, and the night approves of you completely. And the boats will lift, by and by, imperceptibly, the way a sleeping chest lifts, and the ropes will take up their soft slack, and the weed will lean the other way in the turning current, all its green hair combed back the way it came, and none of it will wake anyone. The world does its largest work at exactly the volume of sleep. It always has. Whole oceans turn over more quietly than a page. Out long, quieter than the tide, is. And the warmth in the bed has deepened again, the way it does at this hour, when the body has been still so long that the blanket and the sleeper are one temperature, one climate, a small mild country with no borders to defend. And the breath moves through that country like the low surf, arriving, spreading thin, withdrawing, keeping absolutely nothing. And the heart keeps its slow anchored time under everything, a bellboy far inside, saying at long intervals, still here, still here. And giving the silence everything back in between. And the seam in the cloud closes softly, the stars folding away like lamps carried into another room, still burning only elsewhere. And the dark comes back together over the beach, seamless, and the surf goes on inside it, unseen now, a sound the night makes to itself. And the wall stands, and the snail travels, and the harbor fills, drop by patient drop. And all of it goes on without you, sweetly, capably, forever without you. The watch is kept, the water is coming home, and there is nothing in any of it, from the mud under the anchors to the oldest falling light, that needs one single thing from the warm, heavy, breathing dark where you are lying now. In the smallest arrival, and out, longer, and the hush spreads up the sand of you one more time, thin, shining, soaking down, and the surface of you lies smooth again, dark and unmarked, and the next wave is already coming in no hurry at all, and the next, each one a little farther off, a little softer, the sea of the breath unrolling somewhere below hearing now, keeping, going on. And somewhere behind the shore, where you no longer need to be, the land begins. It rises away from the water in the dark, field over field, and the fields are asleep too. You don't have to go there. The going happens by itself, the way it does at this hour, when a mind that is almost gone drifts inland like mist off the water, not traveling, just widening. And up there past the last salt in the air, there is a lane between hedges, and the hedges are full of sleeping birds, dozens of them, each one a small hot coal of life banked down for the night, feathers over the flame, and not one of them is thinking. And the lane goes on between them, pale in the dark, going nowhere all night, perfectly content. In a thread of air, and out, long, into the fields, and there is an orchard off that lane, old, unfenced, the trees standing apart from each other in the dark grass with their arms full, and in every tree, on every branch, the apples are growing, now, this minute, in the middle of the night, swelling by amounts no instrument could catch, a cell at a time, sweetening in the dark. Nobody watches this. It has never once been watched. The whole crop of the world is made in secret, at night, by trees that are themselves asleep, if a tree is ever anything else. And it costs them nothing. They stand in one place their whole lives, and the ground pushes the harvest up through them like a slow green tide of its own, root to twig, all night, every night. And that is the company you keep now, things that grow by lying still. The body in this bed is doing the same work in the same way, quietly, in the dark, unwatched, repairing what the day wore, laying down whatever it lays down, sweetening its own tissues with rest. You don't do it. It is done in you, the way the apple is done in the tree. Your only part was to lie down, and that part is finished, and has been finished for hours. Out, long, like sap going down for the night, is. And under the orchard the roots go on. That is a whole country down there, under the grass. Slow white rivers of root going out through the dark soil, farther than the branches go in the air, drinking at a pace that would make the snail seem hasty. Water climbing inside them, one thin column at a time, up through the trunk in the dark, 30 feet, 40, with no pump and no effort, drawn up hand over hand by nothing but patience. It has been climbing like that since before anyone alive was born, in this orchard and every orchard, and it will be climbing when the names of everything have changed. And the ground holds it all. The roots, the water, the stones, the sleeping worms turning the earth a mouthful a year. The ground is the great holder. It is holding the orchard and the lane and the hills behind them and the shore you have already forgotten and this house and this bed, and you. Everything rests on it, and it rests on nothing anyone has ever had to worry about. It just goes down and down into more of itself, denser and warmer and older, and at some depth, even the idea of night stops mattering, because it has always been dark there, calmly, the way it is dark inside a seed. In, small, and out, long, down among the roots. And the dew is forming now, out on the grass between the trees. This is the slowest rain there is. It doesn't fall. It arrives. The air lays it down one invisible drop at a time on every blade, on the miles of blades, each drop assembled out of nothing but the cooling of the night, until by the smallest hours every field is strung with water and weighs a little more than it did at dusk. And no one hears it, because there is nothing to hear. It is weather at the volume of thought. Less than thought, it is what the air does instead of thinking. And your breath is laying itself down the same way, arriving on the body drop by drop, breath by breath, each one adding its small weight of rest to the last, until the whole field of you is silvered over and heavy with it. You don't count the drops, the night counts them. The night is very good at this and has never lost one. An owl crosses the orchard. One slow beat, then glide. Its wings make no sound at all. That is their whole design, softness carried to the point of silence. And it passes over the sleeping grass and the sleeping trees like a thought passing through a sleeping mind, touching nothing, waking nothing, and is gone into the further dark. And the orchard closes behind it like water. Even the hunters of the night are quiet here. Even the wildest thing awake moves like a hush. And the moths are out along the hedge, grey on grey, drifting from bloom to dark bloom on wings like flakes of felt. They weigh nothing. They land on a flower, and the flower does not bend. That is the scale of the night's business. Transactions too light to register, carried on in millions, all around the sleeping world, and the sum of all of it together is still quieter than one turning page. Out, long, on felt wings, and there is a farmhouse up the rise, one window dark like all the others, and inside it the stove has been banked for the night. Under its iron lid, a bed of embers is sinking slowly through the hours, orange going amber going a deep-held rose, giving off its heat in one long exhale that will last until morning. Nobody tends it. That is the art of banking a fire. You arrange it once and then trust it, and it burns all night at the pace of breathing, asking nothing. And the body is banked the same way. The day's fire raked low, covered soft, the warmth turned inward where it keeps the sleeper without a single flame showing. You can feel that if you feel anything now, the low, even heat of a body that has stopped spending itself. Coals under wool, enough until morning, more than enough. And by the stove an old dog is asleep on the boards, ribs rising and falling in long, slow swells, feet twitching once in some mild dream of grass, then still again, and the house holds the dog, and the ground holds the house, and the night holds the ground, everything held by something that does not get tired. In, barely a stir under the lid, and out, long, amber, ease. And let the attention, what little is left of it, lie over the whole body one more time, the way that dew lies over the field, not visiting anywhere in particular now, just settled everywhere at once, thin and even, the face under it smooth as the lane, the arms under it laid out along their own warmth, the chest lifting under it like ground that breathes, the legs long and gone under it, two low hills at the edge of the map, and everywhere it touches heavier. Everywhere it rests, more deeply resting. The mouth soft, the eyes soft under their lids, two stones under moss. The hands open or closed, it makes no difference, hands that have set everything down either way. The back given wholly to the bed, every point of contact an old settled border, unargued for hours. The heels, the calves, the long bones full of their own quiet weight, the good mineral weight that never has to be carried because it is always already lying down. One field, one climate, one slow weather of breath moving over it all. And there is a well behind that farmhouse, round and stone-lined, older than the house, and far down inside it the water stands still. It has stood still all day, and it stands stiller now, a black circle resting in the dark of the earth, holding one small coin of sky at its center that nobody is awake to see. Nothing moves down there. The water is not waiting. Water in a well is beyond waiting. It is simply present, cool and complete, keeping its own level to the width of a hair, the way it has kept it through every night and every year, through storms it never felt and summers it never saw. And there is a stillness in you like that now, below the breath, below the slow coals, below even the heaviness, a level place that nothing on the surface has ever managed to tilt. Every day of your life has passed over it the way weather passes over a well, and every night, if you go down far enough, it is there, unmarked, holding its one small coin of light. You are near it now. You may be resting on it already. There is no way to tell from inside, and no need. Out, long, down the cool stones. And the hours out here go on being spent the only way the night spends them. The embers on their sinking, the dew on its arriving, the apples on their secret ounce of sweetness, the roots on their drinking, the owl on its one soft errand, and none of these keep any account, because the night does not lend, it gives. The rest you are taking now is not borrowed from tomorrow. It is tonight's own harvest, grown in the dark like everything else, and it is yours by the oldest rule there is, the one that says whatever lies still in a field at night gets covered, gets held, gets kept. And you are covered and held and kept. And the grass grows. That is happening too, all around the sleeping house, in the orchard, along the lane, out over every hill from here to the edge of hearing. Blades lengthening by widths no eye could measure, millions upon millions of them, the largest quiet workforce in the world, all night, without one sound. If growth made noise, the night would roar. Instead, it makes this deep, furred silence lying over everything, which is not the absence of the world, but the sound of the world doing all of its truest work at once. And the breath moves through that silence and belongs to it, one more slow thing among the slow things, in the smallest gathering, out the long spending, and the pause after, where nothing happens and nothing needs to. The pause is allowed to widen now. The night makes room for it. There is so much room. The inward. And out, long, longer than the lane, is. And far up the valley, a stream is running in the dark, thin over its stones, saying the one soft syllable it knows, over and over, the way it has said it since the hills were made. It is not talking to anyone. It is the sound the ground makes when it lets water go downhill, and it will braid itself all night through the sleep of everything that lives in earshot, stitching the hours together with one silver thread. And even where you are, deeper than earshot now, something in you lies the way those creatures lie, easier for knowing that somewhere the thread is being drawn, that the night is sown, that nothing is coming apart anywhere. And the moon, if there is a moon, is doing the only thing it does, crossing slowly, borrowing its light, laying it down without weight on the orchard and the lane and the roof and the round mouth of the well. And where there is no moon, the dark does the same office with emptier hands. Either way, the fields are dressed for night, and the dressing is complete, and you are part of what got covered. Out, long, one silver thread, and the body now is far away and very near at the same time. Far, because nothing in it calls for attention anymore. Near, because it is the warm dark you are made of, the one country you never leave, lying here breathing itself. Let it be both. A farmhouse seen from the hill and the hearth inside it, one banked glow in all that sleeping land. And the walls hold, and the roof holds, and the ember sinks a shade deeper toward morning, in no hurry, sure of its heat. And whatever is left that could be called you, not the name, not the day, just the small warm fact of being here, it can settle now onto the deepest shelf, the one down by the well water where the stillness keeps its level. It has been settling for hours. It is nearly there. a leaf reaching the bottom of a pond, rocking once, twice, and lying down on the soft, dark floor of everything, where the water stands over it for good and the surface is somebody else's business. Is in almost nothing at all. And out, long, the fields silvering, the coals easing, the water still. And the night goes on with its arms full, apples and sleepers and standing water and slow grass. It has carried more than this and never once grown tired. It carried every night before this one and set each of them down gently at the far edge of morning. Not one of them dropped, not one of them lost. And it will carry this one the same way, and you inside it, breathing, small, kept. Going down the hours, the way water goes down the valley, without effort, without watching, drawn on by nothing but the shape of the land. And the shape of the land is kind here. It only slopes one way now, lower, softer, further in. And further in is where the snow is. Not here, not tonight, but somewhere far north of this valley, in a country that is always a little ahead of the seasons. Snow is coming down in the dark right now. You do not have to go there. It comes to you the way all soft things come to a resting body, falling without sound through miles of black air, each flake taking the long way down, swinging a little, in no hurry, because there is nothing below but more of the same quiet. And it lands the way sleep lands, one small weightless arrival at a time, on the shoulders of pines that have stood through 1,000 such nights, on the rail of a fence that guards nothing anymore, on the frozen skin of a pond that stopped its ripples weeks ago and has been holding one thought ever since. And every landing makes the world a shade quieter than it was, because snow is the one weather that subtracts. It takes the edges off the sounds, and then it takes the sounds, and what is left is a hush so complete you could hear a star if stars made noise, and they do not. So there is only the hush, laying itself down layer over layer, the way tiredness has been laying itself down in you all night, thin coat over thin coat, until everything is rounded and white and asleep under its own gentleness. In, a small cool thread of air. And out, long, snow into snow. And think how it must be under that snow, not cold the way you would guess. The ground under deep snow is warmer than the air, held, insulated, wrapped. The mice know this, the roots know it, the seeds lying in the dark soil know it best of all, because they are doing exactly what you are doing, resting inside a covering that asks nothing of them. Not growing, not trying, not counting the days, just being kept at the one temperature where nothing is lost. And the snow above them thickens, and the quiet above the snow thickens, and the whole arrangement holds itself together without a single hand on it. You are under your own snow now, hours of it. Every out-breath that left you tonight came down again somewhere as one more layer of this softness, and by now the drifts are deep, deep enough that the day cannot be heard from where you are, deep enough that even your own name, if someone said it in the next room, would arrive as only a rounded hush, a shape without edges, and sink into the white before it reached you. Out, long, one more layer, ease. And under the hush, if you go far enough down, there is the sea. There is always the sea at the bottom of every long night, not the bright sea of daytime with its glitter and its gulls. The night sea, dark as the inside of a closed hand, lifting and lowering itself along 1,000 miles of sleeping coast. And it breathes. That is the only word for it. A swell rises without breaking, travels, and lays itself down. Rises, travels, lays itself down. Slower than any lungs, older than any shore, and it has never once, in all its time, forgotten to take the next breath. It does not remember to breathe. It simply is breathing the way you are now, breath happening in a body that has stopped supervising it. And moored in some small harbor, a boat is riding that breath. An old hull, tarred and heavy, tied fast to its post, and all night it does the one thing a moored boat does. It lifts a little when the water lifts, it settles when the water settles, and the rope creaks once softly like a floorboard in a house where everyone is asleep, and goes quiet again. The boat is not going anywhere. The rope sees to that. It is free to be rocked because it is held, and it is held, So it is rocked all night by the biggest gentleness there is. You are that boat as much as you are anything now, tied to the bed by your own weight, which is the kindest rope, lifted and settled by breath, which is the nearest water, going nowhere, asked nothing, rocked. In, the swell rising without hurry. And out, long, the swell laying itself down, ease. And down below the boat, below the harbor, below the reach of any light, the deep water stands almost perfectly still. Storms happen at the surface. The surface is where all the weather is. But 30 feet down the water hardly hears it, and 300 feet down there is no weather at all. There is only a slow, dark, standing calm that has not been disturbed in living memory. And enormous soft-bodied things drift through it with their eyes half closed, letting the faint currents carry them, spending almost nothing, because down there almost nothing is required. That is where you have been sinking to all these hours, through the weather, through the chop and glitter of the day, down past the last place a sound can reach, into the standing calm, and here the pressure of the water is not a crushing thing but a holding thing. It touches you evenly on every side, the way deep rest does. No side favored, no side forgotten. One continuous, even, dark embrace that costs the water nothing and costs you nothing. Out, long, into the standing calm, ease. And whales pass through such places, hours between breaths, letting themselves hang in the dark like slow grey moons. Half of a whale's brain sleeps while the other half keeps the body drifting, and then they trade. So a whale is never entirely awake and never entirely gone. It rests the way a fire is banked, the way you are resting now, enough of it present to keep the breath coming, all the rest of it away, down in whatever deep country whales go to when they close the one eye. And the sea holds them without being asked. 20 tons of sleeping animal laid on the water's open palm, as lightly as a leaf on a pond, in a story someone told long ago, and no one needs to remember. 20 tons, and the sea does not strain, your handful of pounds, and the bed does not strain. It is the same physics and the same kindness. What holds you is glad to hold you. It was built for exactly this, and it is doing exactly this, and nothing about it will change before morning. In, almost nothing. And out, long, held, ease. And below even the sea there is stone, and stone is the most rested thing there is. The roots of the mountains go down for miles, and they have been lying in the dark since, before there was anything to be awake for. Granite does not toss, basalt does not turn. They lie exactly where the slow world left them, warm at the deepest levels with a warmth that has been sinking and settling since the beginning, and they will lie there unbothered, while every restless thing above them wears itself out and lies down too. And it is good to remember, from inside a soft warm body, that the floor of everything is stone, that under the bed is the house, and under the house the ground, and under the ground the long roots of the hills, and under those the deep warm rock, patient beyond any word for patience. You rest on top of all that rest, layer upon layer of things that gave up hurrying ages ago. The whole planet under you is one enormous sleeping animal, and your small sleep is carried on its back the way a bird sleeps in the wool of something vast and doesn't wake even when the vast thing breathes. Out, long, stone under everything, is. Far above the stone and the sea and the snow, the stars are doing their slow work, not twinkling for anyone, just burning at their own pace in a cold so wide it has never been measured to anyone's satisfaction. And their light comes down through the years, softly taking its time. Some of the light landing on the roof tonight left home before the house was built, before the town. It has been traveling all this while, steady, unhurried, and it arrives with no message except that steadiness itself. Things persist, things go on, the sky is full of proof, and the proof asks nothing of you. And the constellations wheel a little further west with every hour that you sleep, so slowly that no eye could catch them moving. But they move, The whole ceiling of the night is turning like the slowest wheel ever made, greased with silence, and it will turn all the way through to morning whether anyone watches or not. Nothing you love has to be watched tonight. The wheel turns on its own. The tide leans on its own. The snow deepens on its own. The world has the night shift covered, every station of it, and you have been relieved of duty for hours already. In a thread, and out, long, relieved of everything is. And somewhere in an old house, not this one, maybe no particular one, the timbers are settling. That small knock and sigh that old wood makes in the middle of the night, easing its shoulders after a long day of holding the roof. People wake sometimes and wonder at those sounds, but they are only the house doing what you are doing, letting go in small increments, releasing, joint by joint, the effort of the day. A beam relaxes 1/100th of an inch and speaks once, softly, and is more comfortable than it was. And the house is 100 years old and has been getting more comfortable every night of its life, so that by now it fits its own weight the way a worn shoe fits a foot, the way sleep fits you now, shaped by 10,000 nights into exactly the rest it needs. Your body is that kind of house. It has done this so many times. It knows every stage of the settling, knows them deeper than memory, in the joints themselves, in the long muscles, in the small bones of the face. And it is moving through the stages now without any oversight, easing its shoulders, speaking once softly, somewhere in the hips or the spine, and going quieter. Older than your plans, wiser than your worries, it has never once failed to find its way down through a night, and it is not failing now. But out long, the house settling into itself. Wool now, just the thought of wool, the way a heavy blanket has of arriving on a sleeper, not pressing, conferring, a weight that means something in every language a body speaks. You are covered, you are claimed by warmth. Whatever is out there, and whatever is under the blanket is safe. Shepherds knew it, sleeping on the hills in their long coats. Children know it, pulling the cover to the chin. The body under sufficient warmth stops keeping watch. It hands the watch to the wool. And the wool, which was grown on the back of some placid animal, in some green place for exactly this purpose, keeps it. Let every covering you have be that wool tonight. The blanket, the dark, the quiet, the hours themselves. Layer on layer of things whose only job is to lie over you and mean you well. And under them, the small engine of your warmth idles on, needing nothing, tended by nothing, sufficient. A lamp turned down to its lowest steady glow in a window no one is looking at, burning gently for its own sake until the sky pales. In barely a lift. And out, long, wool and dark and hours. And the hours. It is worth saying one soft word about the hours here in the middle of them. They are wide at this depth of the night, wider than day hours. A day hour is narrow and crowded, but a deep night hour is a great slow room with nothing in it, and you drift across it the way dust drifts across a shaft of light in an empty barn, taking as long as it takes, arriving nowhere in particular, welcome the whole way. And when one wide hour ends, the next one receives you without a seam. No doors between them at this depth, no thresholds, just one long unlit gallery of time, warm underfoot, going on and on in the direction of morning at exactly the pace you are already moving. You could not fall behind in such a place. There is no behind. You could not be late. Nothing at this depth has a time it is supposed to be anywhere. The night is the one country with no schedule in it, and you are a citizen tonight, full rights, nothing owed. Out long, one unlit gallery, no doors, and the breath by now is so small and so faithful that it is hardly yours. It belongs to the night the way the tide belongs to the sea. A little air comes in because the world is generous. A little air goes out because the body is generous back. And between them nothing happens, and the nothing is the best part, and it gets longer, and no one minds. And if any last thin watcher in you is still up on its elbow checking, it can lie back now. It has read every page of this night, and they all say the same thing. held, held, held. There is nothing further in the report. The doors of the body are shut and the snow is deepening on all its roads. The boat rides its rope. The stone lies under everything, warm at the roots. The stars keep the ceiling turning. And the watcher's chair is empty now, and the chair does not mind being empty. It stands in the dark like all faithful furniture, ready for some other night, and this night flows past it without touching it at all. In a whisper of a thing. And out, long, longer, the last light going out in the last window, gently, no hand on the switch, is. And now there is very little left to say, and that is the point of this hour. Words at this depth are only the sound a warm voice makes, so the dark has a texture. They can carry less and less and still do their whole job. Snow, water, wool, stone, any one of them would be enough now. The sound alone is enough. The way a parent's voice through a wall is enough, saying anything at all, saying nothing, as long as it is low and near and unafraid. So the voice will go on being low and near and unafraid, and you will go on the way rivers reach the sea in the last miles, so slow and so wide that the moving cannot be seen, only trusted. Salt ahead, sweetness behind, no border anyone has ever found, just a broadening, a giving over, a going on that has stopped being a journey and become a state of things. Broadening now, giving over now. Out long is. And the snow falls on the pines and the fence and the pond with one thought, and the swell lifts the boat and lays it down, and the deep water stands, and the stone is patient, and the wheel of stars turns west without a sound, and in the middle of all of it, small and warm and covered, the breath goes on, in a thread, out a long thread let go, and the night takes each one and adds it to the drift, layer over layer, hush over hush. A nothing next, nothing soon, nothing waiting. Is only lower, only softer, only further in. In hardly anything. And out, long, into the wide unlit hour, which receives you, which was always going to receive you, is. And somewhere under the snow the seeds are keeping their one warm secret, and somewhere under the boat the whale hangs between breaths, half of it dreaming, and somewhere under the house the ground holds its steady old temperature, the one it keeps for sleepers and cellars and roots. Everything that knows how to wait is waiting in comfort tonight. And you are among them now, one of the kept things, one of the covered things, far down in the year's warm middle where nothing is measured. And the dark goes on being kind, and the quiet goes on being deep, and the breath goes on being small and sure down here where the hours are wide. And lower, is softer, or further in. And the hour changes its weight the way a house changes as it goes further into night, not colder, only deeper. The beams settle by a hair and are done settling. The doors stand where they were last left, and no one will move them before morning. And far out at the edge of hearing, where the world keeps its farms, a barn holds its animals in one warm smell of hay and breath. Big slow bodies standing in the dark, or folded down into the straw, each one breathing at its own pace, none of them counting. A horse shifts its weight from one hind foot to the other and goes still again for an hour. A cat is a warm coin on a beam. And the whole barn breathes together without trying to, the way sleepers in one house drift toward one rhythm without ever knowing it. You are in that rhythm now, one breather among breathers. Nothing asked of you but the next small breath, and even that arrives on its own, the way it has arrived every minute of your life, without a single instruction. In barely a lift. And out, long, slow, the way hay settles after the last hand has left it. And past the barn in the dark, an orchard stands with its arms full, late fruit hanging heavy on old branches, each apple a small planet of sweetness cooling in the night air. The grass beneath is long and bent and wet, and nothing walks in it now. The orchard does not hurry the fruit, and the fruit does not hurry the tree. They hang together in the dark, ripening at the speed of nights and days, which is the only speed that ever finished anything worth keeping. And your body is like that now, heavy on the branch of the night, held by a stem you do not have to think about, nothing to do but grow sweeter and heavier in the dark, until the holding is all there is. The jaw hangs soft as windfall, the hands lie open in the grass of the sheets. The back has given its whole weight to what carries it, and what carries it has never once complained. Heavier, rounder, more finished by the minute. Ease. And somewhere very far off, so far it is more memory than sound, a night train crosses the plain. You know the sound. Everyone knows the sound. 2 low notes and a long one laid down over miles of dark, meant for crossings you will never stand at, carrying freight that is none of yours. And this is the whole comfort of it, that the world is still moving, and none of the moving needs you. The train will be 2 counties away before you could even sit up, and you are not going to sit up. It passes the sleeping towns one by one, and each town stays asleep, and the sound folds into their dreams as weather, as distance, as proof that the night is wide and busy and entirely capable of running itself. Let it run itself. Let every whistle in the world be for someone else's crossing. You are the warm bed the sound passes by. You are the town that does not wake. In, a thread through a needle. And out, longer, the last car going by, and then the plane again, and then nothing. Ease. And over you, whatever actually covers you tonight, there is also this, a quilt made of hours. Every night you have ever slept stitched to every other, square by square, going back further than you can see. Nights from childhood with their small square of streetlight. Nights in other rooms, other years, sick nights and easy nights and nights you cannot remember at all, which are most of them, which is the mercy of it. All of it one warm worked thing, and tonight is the newest square, being sewn in right now, slow stitch by slow stitch, each breath a stitch. And the hands that sew it are patient hands. They have done this every night of your life. They do not need light to work by. In, a stitch. Out, a stitch pulled long and snug. And the square grows, and the quilt grows, and the weight of it on you is the good weight, the kind that pins nothing and holds everything. Stitched in now, one square among thousands. And downstairs in the house of the world the fire has been banked for the night. Not put out, banked, the coals raked together and covered over with their own soft ash, so the heat goes inward and keeps, glowing under grey, patient as anything alive. A banked fire asks for nothing until morning. It does its slow work under cover, and the house stays warm on almost nothing, on embers, on the idea of fire more than the fire itself. And that is what your body is doing now, banked, the day's flames raked down to a few warm coals deep in the chest, deep in the belly, covered over, kept, burning so low that burning is the wrong word for it. A warmth that spends almost nothing and loses almost nothing, hour after hour, the oldest economy there is. Nothing in you blazing, nothing in you cold, just the covered glow and the long night for it to glow through. Out, long, a soft breath over ashes, too gentle to wake them. And in the town that owns that train and that plane, there is a bakery, dark now, and its ovens hold the shape of warmth the way ovens do for hours after. The bread for tomorrow is nothing yet, only flour in sacks and quiet in the room, and the dough that was set to rise before the baker went home is rising now, alone in the dark under a cloth, swelling by breath widths, doing its whole slow work with nobody watching, because rising is not a performance. Rising is what a living thing does in the dark when it is warm and covered and left alone. You are warm and covered and left alone. Whatever needs to rise in you is rising by itself. Whatever needs to rest is resting. Nobody watching, nothing measured, the cloth over the bowl, the long hours ahead. By morning something will be ready that no one worked on all night, and that is not magic, that is just what the dark is for. Rising, resting, left kindly alone, is. And let the attention, what little of it is still awake, drift once more through the body. Not a rotation now, nothing so organized, just a slow settling drift, the way the last warmth of the ovens drifts through the closed bakery, finding the face and finding it long ago finished, finding the shoulders and finding them lower than shoulders go, finding the arms, two warm loaves set out to cool, the chest lifting by crumbs, the belly soft as proofing dough. The legs laid down the length of the bed like something shelved for the night, done, counted, covered. Nothing needs tending. The drift can stop anywhere it likes and stay there, or stop drifting altogether. The body no longer needs visiting. It has become the whole premises, locked up warm, lights off, everything where morning will find it. In, hardly a lift of the cloths. And out, long, long, the room going back to its perfect dark quiet. Ease. And out beyond every town, the old forest is doing its night work too, which is no work at all. The moss on the north side of things is holding its dampness the way it has for 100 years, a green so slow it makes the trees look hasty. Moss does not sleep and does not wake. It lies on the fallen log and the old brick and the forgotten step, soft over hard, patient over everything, and the whole forest floor is inches deep in finished years, leaf on leaf on leaf, each one lying exactly where it landed, pressed by nothing but the ones that came after. And this is what the nights do inside you if you let them. They land and lie still, they press down soft. They become the deep floor that everything else grows from. Tonight is landing now. You can feel it landing, weightless on the way down, and then part of the ground of you, one more good layer, one more inch of soft. Landing, lying still, becoming floor, is. And the breath at this hour is a very small animal, and it has made its nest. In the warm middle of you, out of the day's soft leavings, round and dark and exactly its size. It goes out from the nest a little way, it comes back, out a little way, back, never far now, it has stopped exploring. It knows this territory down to the last warm corner, and the night outside the nest is enormous and fine and none of its business. Let the small animal keep its nest. You do not have to watch over it. It was keeping itself alive long before you ever thought about it, and it will keep on long after you stop, which is now, which was a while ago, which is fine. Out, long, the small animal turning once and settling deeper. And if any thought is still out there in the weather of you, wandering the dark like the last unshuttered thing, it can be told softly, no rush. Everything is closed. The barn is warm. The orchard holds its own. The train is gone over the far edge of the county. The fire is banked, the dough is rising, the quilt is stitched to here. There is nothing open at this hour but sleep, and sleep does not take requests, only guests. So come in, thought, if you must exist. Come in and take a chair by the covered coals and say nothing. In this house even the thoughts sleep. They lie down in their long rows like tools in a drawer, edge by edge, each one wrapped in its own soft cloth, and the drawer slides shut with the sound a drawer makes in a house where everyone is asleep, which is no sound, which is the sound of everything from now on. No sound, soft cloth, the drawer shut, in, a whisper under the door. And out, long, longer than the hallway, longer than the house, and the dark itself, this particular dark, the one lying against your eyelids right now, is old and kind and has done this before. It is the same dark that stood in the room the first night you ever slept, before you had a single word for anything. It required nothing of you then, and it requires nothing now. It is not an absence, it is a presence with the manners of an absence. It fills the room to the corners the way warm water fills a cup, touching everything, pressing nothing. It lies against you closer than the quilt, lighter than breath, and it has nowhere else to be until the sun makes it leave, and the sun is hours and hours away, on the far side of the planet, bothering other people. Hours and hours, a whole warehouse of dark, and all of it yours. You could not use it up if you tried, and you are not trying. You are lying in the middle of your riches, doing the one wise thing, which is nothing. Rich in dark, rich in hours, spending nothing. And the body has one more gift at this depth, and it gives it without being asked. The borders go, the line where you end and the bed begins was never real, only reported, and the reporters have all gone home. Now the warmth of you and the warmth of the bedding is one warmth. The weight of you and the give of the mattress is one agreement. The breath in the room and the breath in your chest trade places so gently that neither of them notices. You are not a thing on a surface anymore. You are a warm region of the night, a mild climate, a place where the temperature is right and the wind never comes. A region, a climate, weather that has settled in to stay. Out long, moving through you the way night air moves through an orchard, taking nothing, ruffling nothing. And far down the plain, the last lit window in the last farmhouse has gone dark, not sadly, just finally, the way the last note of slow music is finally not played. And the county is complete now, every sleeper installed, every animal folded, every road empty and silver and patient, the whole map of the night filled in at last, and you one small warm mark on it, exactly where you belong, marked asleep, and the mapmaker closes the book. And the book goes on a shelf of other nights, and the shelf holds, and the room of shelves is quiet, and the building of rooms is quiet, and the town around the building sleeps, and the dark around the town goes out and out and out, unbroken, unhurried, holding everything the way you are held now. Held, marked, shelved among the kept. Lower, softer, further in, almost nothing at all. And out, long, the whole plane of it, let go, The hay in the barn smells the way it smelled 100 years ago, and the horses lean in the same old dark, and none of this needs you, and all of it keeps you company. The orchard leans its heavy arms over the wet grass. The dough rises under its cloth. The coals keep their covered word. The moss thickens by a breath a year. The quilt takes its stitches. Everything gentle in the world is on duty tonight, and the shift is long, and the shift is quiet, and you are what the shift is for. So there is nothing to hold and nothing to follow, only the low voice, going on a while longer because low voices do. Only the warm dark, staying because it stays. Only the breath, small and faithful in its nest, out a little way and back, out a little way and back. Out a little way, and back. And the night widens around the smallness of it, mile after unlit mile, gentle in every direction. Somewhere past the last of the fields, without any line to mark it, the land gives way to the coast. You did not travel there. It simply becomes the next true thing, the way one breath becomes the next. A long shore in the dark, and the tide far out, and the wet sand holding the day's last warmth deep down where the air can't take it, and the sea, black and patient, doing the oldest slow thing there is, coming in a little, going out a little more, in a little, out a little more. The whole weight of it breathing at the edge of the world, and never once hurrying, because the sea has never once hurried. And your breath and the tide have the same mother. You can feel it now, if feeling is even the word for something this easy. The small rise in the chest, and far off the water lifting, the long fall of the out-breath, and far off the water laying itself back down. You are not copying the sea, and the sea is not copying you. You are both just doing what water does when nothing is asking anything of it. In, a low small swell. And out, long, the whole wave flattening into the sand and being welcomed there. And along the harbor the boats have been asleep for hours. They lie at their moorings the way tired animals lie in straw, hulls leaning a little, taking the small rock of the water and giving it back. The ropes have gone soft on their cleats. All day those ropes held hard against wind and pull, and now the wind has gone home and the pull has gone home, and the ropes just lie there in loose dark curves, holding nothing, keeping their place. You know that softness. Your shoulders knew it first, hours ago. The rope that doesn't have to hold anything is still a rope. It has lost nothing. It is only, finally, off duty. And the boys nod out in the black water, slow as old men agreeing with something kind. Nod and nod and nod. Nobody counts the nods. The water tips them and writes them and tips them and writes them all night, every night, and it costs them nothing, and it means nothing, and it is enough. Let your hands be two small boats at mooring now. They lie where they lie, tied to nothing, and the slow tide of your breathing rocks them so slightly that even you can't say for sure it's happening. Heavy little hulls, warm little holds, full of nothing, riding low. They haven't a single errand left between them, and the fingers trail off from them like lines let down into still water, going down into the dark and asking the dark for nothing. And the chest is the wide deck where the night lies down, and the belly is the slow bilge water, tipping gently, gently, with a sound too small to be a sound. Everything aboard you is stowed. Everything is lashed by nothing and held by nothing and staying anyway, because there is nowhere for anything to go. In, barely a ripple. And out, long, let the whole harbor of you settle an inch deeper into its dark water. Ease. And back from the shore, where the river loosens into the marsh, the reeds are standing asleep in their thousands, each one bowed a little with dew, each one touching its neighbors so lightly that the touch is more like knowing than touching. When the last air moves through them, they make the softest sound the land knows how to make, softer than rain, softer than pages, a hush passing through a crowd that was already hushed, and then even that lies down. And the heron who fishes there all day is folded on one leg in the shallows, grey as the hour, still as the posts of the old pier. She has put her long neck away the way you put away something you'll want in the morning. The small fish she never caught are asleep below her in the warm mud, and she is asleep above them, and the water between them keeps both their secrets, and there is no hunger anywhere in the marsh tonight. Only the slow black water moving through the channels at the speed of honey, finding the sea an inch at a time, in no danger of being late. You are like that water now, moving without moving, arriving without trying, every channel of you open and unhurried, the blood going its soft rounds at its night pace, the breath finding the sea an inch at a time. And now off the water the fog is coming in, not weather exactly, more like mercy with no one to thank. It comes in low and slow and takes the edges off everything it touches. The hard corner of the boathouse goes gentle. The far end of the pier stops insisting on itself. The lights across the bay become soft haloed things, patient and dim, like the memory of lights. And the fog doesn't take anything away. Everything is still exactly where it was. It only lets everything stop being so sharply itself for a while, and the whole coast breathes easier for it. Let the fog come in over you too. Let it take the edges off whatever is left, the edge of the last thought, the edge of the name you go by in the daytime, the edge between this breath and the next, nothing removed, everything just excused for the rest of the night from being distinct. In, fog soft, hardly there. And out, long, rolling off you the way fog rolls down a slope of dune grass, unhurried, touching everything, keeping nothing. Ease. And out on the point, the lighthouse turns. The keeper is long asleep in the small round room below, and the light doesn't need him. It turns because it was made to turn, slow and sure, one long soft beam swinging through the fog like an arm moving through deep water. And here is the gentle truth of that light. It isn't looking for anything. It isn't warning you. There is no ship out tonight, and it knows it. It turns anyway all night, the way kindness keeps its habit even when no one is in trouble. A slow pulse of pale gold in all that grey, passing, and gone, and coming round again, and gone. You could set your breath by it if breath needed setting, but nothing here needs setting. The light keeps its round and you keep yours, and neither of you keeps them for each other, and both of you are company for each other all the same. Passing, and gone, and round again, and gone, is. And below all of it, below the boats and the boys and the turning light, the water goes down. And it is worth going down with it, just once slowly, because the deep is the sleepiest place there is. A few feet under, the swell can't be felt anymore. A little further, and the last of the harbor sounds seal over. And then the long middle water, mild and black and enormous, where great slow fish hang without swimming, tilted a little, dreaming whatever cold and simple thing a fish dreams. And further still, where no light has ever been and none is missed, the softest event in the world is happening, as it happens every night and every day, and has for longer than there have been nights to count. A slow, endless feather-fine falling, tiny soft flecks of what the upper water is done with, drifting down through the dark, unlit, unwatched, unhurried, a snow that no one has ever heard land. It takes a week for one fleck to fall, and the fleck has the week, and the week has nothing else in it. And where it lands, it stays. It settles on the floor of the world a breath at a time, and becomes the floor, and the floor thickens by a whisper a century, and holds everything above it without once feeling the weight. That is the bottom of everything, and it is not cold the way people fear and not empty the way people fear. It is only the most finished place there is. Everything that arrives there is done, and being done, it rests, and resting, it is kept. You are drifting down through your own quiet water now, the same way. Nothing about you is sinking that doesn't want to sink. The last flecks of the day, the small unfinished things, the words you meant to say, the little grit of hours, they are all falling through you slowly, softly, and settling somewhere at the floor of you where they will be kept, not solved, kept. The deep doesn't solve, the deep receives. And every one of them lands without a sound and lies still, and the water of you above them goes clear, and clearer than that. In, one small fleck of air, drifting in. And out, long, a week of falling in one slow breath, nowhere to land but somewhere soft. And the body, all this while, has been getting on with its own dark tide work, wanting no advice. The heart has found the slow rate it saves for the middle of the night, the one it never shows the daylight. The hands have gone from warm to warmer, the way sand stays warm under the cool top layer long after the beach is dark. The face has poured itself out completely, and what's left where the expressions used to be is just skin at rest, smooth as slack water, saying nothing, meaning nothing, needing to mean nothing. And the back has finished its long negotiation with the bed and signed everything. Every vertebra got what it asked for. The small of the back got the last word, as it always wants, and the last word was yes. And the legs are two long low tidal flats, wet heavy, shining faintly with warmth, and the tide of waking has gone so far out from them that you can't see it from here, and it isn't coming back tonight. The toes at the far end are the last little stones on that flat, 10 small smooth stones the sea forgot, each one asleep in its own dent of sand. Heavy the way wet sand is heavy, still the way slack water is still, warm the way the deep beach is warm underneath, where the day is stored. And now the fog has come all the way up the lanes, and the coast town inside it sleeps the way towns sleep when the sea is minding them. The chandlery dark, the coils of new rope sleeping in their pyramids, smelling of tar and patience. The fish scales on the dock rinsed silver and still. The cafe chairs stacked, legs up, like animals that sleep standing. Someone's yellow slicker on a hook behind a door, holding the shape of shoulders, keeping the shape safe till morning. And in the little houses with their backs to the wind, sleepers in rows under old blankets, every one of them breathing the same salt air you'd breathe, every one of them slowed to the same tide you've slowed to. And none of them know about you and you know none of them, and all of you are doing the one shared thing anyway, all along the dark coast, in every dark town on it, the whole edge of the land breathing out together. Out together, one long shore of breath, ease. And the foghorn far off says it's one low word, not an alarm. It never was an alarm, just the coast talking in its sleep. A long, round, grey-brown sound with soft edges made once, and then a long silence big enough to live in and then made once more. You don't listen for it. It finds you or it doesn't. And either way, the silence after it is the true message, and the message is the same every time. All's well, nothing's coming, rest on. All's well, nothing's coming, rest on. In, the small grey word of a breath. And out, long, and the silence after it, big enough to live in. And maybe by now the boats and the marsh and the turning light are running together in you, going soft-edged like everything the fog holds, and that is exactly right. Nothing here was ever meant to be kept straight. A sleeping mind lets the heron stand in the chandlery, and the boys nod in the marsh grass, and the light swing its slow arm through the little houses, and no harm comes of it, and no correction is wanted. The night doesn't grade its dreams, it only hosts them. Whatever is drifting through you now, however it mixes, it is a guest of the dark, and the dark is a good host, and there is room. Room in you the way there is room in deep water, whole silent middles where nothing is stored and nothing is scheduled. You have been so full for so long, rooms of you packed with lists and voices and the 10,000 small alarms of a life. And now, for these hours, the freight is all offloaded, standing on some dock you've already forgotten, and the hold of you rides high and empty and easy, and the water likes you better this way, light and answering to every small swell, drawing almost nothing. It's empty, easy, riding light on deep water. And the tide has turned somewhere out in the dark, without a sound, the way the truest things turn, and now everything that was going out is coming home, the water sliding back up the silver channels of the marsh, the warmth gathering back into the middle of you from wherever warmth spends its evenings, the breath coming back to the chest each time a little sooner than you'd have asked, faithful as water to a shore. Nothing you love is being taken out to sea tonight. The night is a bringing in tide all night. It carries things back and lays them up the beach above the waterline, safe, and goes down for more. And you are one of the things it carried in, laid up high and dry and warm, above the reach of everything. The sea can do what it likes now, the weather can say what it wants. You have been placed by something enormous and gentle, and place things do not stir. In, hardly a curl of it. And out, long, the tide going down the beach without you, and glad to leave you where you lie. Is placed, laid up warm, above the reach of everything. And the beam still turns out on the point, pale gold through grey, passing and gone, and no one watches it, and it doesn't mind, and it comes round again, and the reeds have finished their hush, and the soft snow of the deep goes on falling, a fleck a week, a whisper a century, down where everything finished goes to be kept. And the low voice goes on a little, the way the horn does, one round word and a long silence, one round word and a long silence, because the silence is the message, and the message hasn't changed. All's well, nothing's coming, rest on. And out along the dark water, the last nod of the last boy is so slow now that it may already be stillness, and the difference between the two has stopped mattering to everyone concerned. Moving this little is a kind of stillness. Stillness is only the sea's way of moving slower than the night can see, and you, breathing this little, are already most of the way into that same secret. Small breath, smaller, the water smoothing, the harbor of you going glass. Glass dark, fog held, tiding kept. In, almost only the idea of it. And out, long, down the whole length of the shore, and up the coast away there is a cove no road reaches, and nothing in it but round stones and the sound the water makes when it thinks it is alone. A small, endless, spoken to itself sound, stone by stone all night. No one has ever fallen asleep to it, because no one is ever there. It is the sleep sound the world makes when it isn't making one for anybody. And tonight, from this far inside the warm dark, you can almost hear it anyway. The sea talking quietly to 1,000 round stones, and every stone worn smooth by nothing but time and gentleness, which are the same thing said twice. Worn smooth, spoken to, alone the good way, the way that means kept. And the night pours on, wide and salt and slow, with hours in it yet, hours with nothing written in them, hours like open water, no marks, no lanes, no soundings needed, and the voice will be here, low in the fog, saying less and less of less and less, and the breath will be here, out a little way and back, and the warm dark will be here, because it is always here, under everything, the way deep water is under every boat that ever slept at its rope. Out a little way and back. Out a little way and back. And the light on the point swings round once more, slow as an hour, and finds only fog, and is content with fog. And somewhere behind the fog, without any line to mark it, the shore gives way to land, and the land goes up, slow and dark, into fields. You don't have to travel there. The night carries everything to you now, the way it carries the smell of cut grass across a mile of dark without asking the grass to move. Fields then, broad and black and breathing, a whole valley of them, lying under the same night you lie under. And the salt goes out of the air a little at a time, and what comes in instead is earth, warm earth after a long day of sun, still giving its heat back up to the dark, slowly, the way your body gives its small day back to the bed. Hay somewhere, clover, the green smell of a hedge that has been growing quietly for 100 years and plans to keep on. In, just a thread of it, and out, longer than the lane is. There is a lane down the middle of the valley, 2 ruts and a ribbon of grass, and nothing has come along it since dusk. The dust in it has settled. The gate at the end of it stands half open, and the half-open gate is the most peaceful thing in the world, because it means nothing needs shutting out and nothing needs shutting in. Everything that belongs here is already home. Already home. That is the whole news of the valley tonight. And up along the hedgerows the dew is beginning. You can't hear dew. Nobody can. It is the quietest thing the sky does. It simply arrives, one bead at a time, on every blade and every leaf and every strand of the spider's careful work, until the whole dark field is wearing more small silver than any king ever owned. And no one sees it happen. It happens anyway. Some of the gentlest work in the world is done with no one watching, in exactly this kind of dark. Your rest is that kind of work. It is being done now, bead by bead. You don't have to watch it either. In small, and out slow. Let the breath lie down along its whole length, the way the valley lies down along the stream bed. And notice from very far inside how heavy your hands have become. Not held heavy, just heavy on their own, the way ripe fruit is heavy. They have finished everything they were for today. They carried, they opened, they closed, they let go. And now they lie wherever they lie, curled a little, warm, done. 2 small animals asleep before you. Let them sleep on ahead of you. They know the way. There is a farmhouse at the top of the second field. 1 story of old stone, roof low, every window dark. The people in it went to bed an hour ago, maybe 2. The fire in the stove has gone down to a deep orange, breathing behind the little glass door, and it will breathe like that till morning, needing nothing. The dog by the stove is dreaming with her paws twitching, running somewhere soft. The kettle is quiet on its iron. The coats hang by the door with their arms empty. A house asleep is a body asleep, every room an easy limb, and the whole valley is a body asleep, and you are somewhere warm inside it, 1 small steady breath among all its breathing. And out in the long barn the hay is stacked to the beams, a whole summer of sun folded up and put away in the dark. It holds the heat of June in the middle of the night. You could push your hand into it and feel July. That is what stored sweetness is. That is what your bed is doing with you now, folding the day's warmth in, keeping it. The barn doesn't guard the hay. It just stands around it, patient, all night, all winter. The way the dark stands around you, nothing gripping. Just standing around you, wide and calm, so the warmth stays in. In's barely, and out, long, a breath the length of the barn. An owl crosses the field, 1 slow silence with wings. She makes no sound at all, not because she is hiding, but because softness is simply how she is built. Feathers with edges like breath. She has the whole valley and the whole night and no hurry anywhere in her. She tilts and turns and settles on the fence post at the field's far corner and becomes a shape of the dark and is still. And the mice she didn't notice go on with their small brave errands under the grass roots, and the night holds both of them, the still one and the busy ones, with the same wide patience. It holds you the same way. Whatever in you is still, it holds. Whatever in you still murmurs a little, it holds that too, until the murmuring lies down of its own accord. And your jaw from very far away might let go one more small degree, teeth apart, tongue lying loose as a leaf on a pond with no wind, the face smoothing the way the field smooths when the last breeze crosses it and doesn't come back, nothing left in the face but skin and warmth, and the faint kind weight of the dark resting on the eyelids like 2 coins of shadow, too heavy to lift, no reason to lift them, nothing out there needs looking at. The owl is watching the field for everyone tonight. Down at the low corner of the valley there is a well, old stone ring, wooden lid, a rope gone soft with years, and under the lid a long cool column of quiet going down into the hill, water that has been resting in the dark for longer than anyone has been alive. It isn't lonely down there. It is the opposite of lonely. It is complete. It needs no light and misses none. And the whole green valley drinks from that darkness and grows sweet on it. Remember that in the loose, wordless way you remember things this deep, the sweetness comes up out of the resting place. Everything the valley is by day, it draws up by night from the deep, still dark. You are at your own well now. This is where tomorrow is drawn from. You don't have to draw it. It draws itself. You only have to lie still at the rim and be poured into. In the least breath yet, and out, let it go down like the rope going down, slow, slack, all the way. And the hills stand around the valley the way old shoulders stand around a table. They have been exactly there for longer than rivers. They do not hold themselves up. Holding is not something hills do. They are simply heavy all the way through, heavy without effort, heavy as a fact. And that is the kind of heavy you are learning tonight and have nearly finished learning. Not tired heavy, hill heavy, heavy like something that has stopped being separate from what it lies on, your back and the bed. The hill and the valley floor, one pressure, one warmth, one long agreement. No seam left between you and what holds you, is none needed. And over the shoulder of the eastern hill, the stars are doing the slowest thing that can be seen, turning, all of them together, one great wheel with no hub you can find, going around so slowly that only the hills live long enough to feel it move. You don't have to watch, feel it instead, the way you feel a big slow truth without thinking it. The whole sky is turning over you like a mobile over a crib, enormous, silent, utterly reliable. It has never once stopped, and it has never once hurried, and every person who ever slept under it. Shepherds on these same hills, 1,000 years of them, rolled in wool, watching it wheel until their eyes gave up, exactly the way yours have. You are lying where everyone has lain, under the turning, inside the oldest lullaby, which has no tune, only motion too slow to hear. In hardly anything, and out, long as a star's path. And there is wool in this valley. It is that kind of valley, wool on the sheep folded together in the fold, breathing their slow grey breathing, warm against each other with the night cold standing harmlessly a few inches away. And wool in the house, in the blanket chest, blankets washed 100 times and softer every year. And one of them, in the loose way of deep night things, is the blanket over you now. Feel it that way, a made soft thing. Something that took a whole summer of grass and a winter of careful hands to become this light and this warm. Everything soft was made slowly. You are being made softer right now at exactly that speed. A whole night's worth of slow. There is no faster way and no need of one. And where the blanket touches you, let the touch grow wide. Shoulders, chest, the long warmth down the legs, the little tent of warmth around the feet, one country of warm, border to border, and where the bed touches you the same, the back of the head, the blades of the shoulders, the low back, the seat, the heels, every contact point a small hearth banked and glowing. You are lying on a row of hearths, the whole underneath of you warm and carried. Nothing about you is holding you up anymore. The holding was handed over hours ago. It has been received. It is being done well. And in, a sip, and out, down the whole valley. The orchard stands at the valley's warm end, and the orchard is asleep standing up, the way trees do. 40 old apple trees, bark like grandfather knuckles, and the fruit filling out in the dark, because that is when fruit does its filling. Slowly, by starlight, nobody tells an apple to ripen and nobody could stop it. It happens in the tree's sleep, out of the tree's own settled sweetness. And whatever is good in you is filling the same way tonight, without your help, in the dark, on the branch of your own resting. You will find it there later. You don't have to think about later. Later is being taken care of by the same quiet that takes care of apples. And under the orchard grass, the fallen leaves of 40 autumns have gone to soil, soft and black and generous. Nothing in the orchard is wasted, and nothing is hurried, and nothing is asked of the night except to be long. And it is long. It is still long. You are deep in the middle of its length, with hours of it spread out on either side of you like fields. No edge of morning anywhere. Only field after field of dark, and you carried gently across them, not walking, just carried, the way seed fluff is carried, weightless because it stopped insisting on itself. You stopped insisting a long while ago. That is why everything got so easy. And in and out is longer, good. Far up the valley, a stream comes down off the hill, thin and quick where it starts, and it talks to itself all the way down, the way young water does. But by the time it reaches the low meadows, it has gone broad and slow and quiet, and it slides between its banks with barely a sound, dark and smooth, carrying stars on its back without spilling one. And that is the whole story of the evening you have had, quick and talkative at the top. Broad and silent now, down in the low meadow of the night, carrying a little light, spilling nothing. Everything in you that was current has become drift. Everything that was falling has become being lowered. Slow as sap, slow as soil, slow as the sweetness in the apple. The moths are out over the meadow, grey-soft, weightless, tumbling their small silent tumble around nothing at all, and even they are winding down, settling one by one onto the undersides of leaves, folding up like little letters that say only good night, and the bats have gone in, and the last cricket has slowed to a note every so often, then less often, then a note that might have been the last one, and no one minds if it was. The valley's sounds are going out like windows, one, then another. Gently, no darkness in it, but the kind that means everyone is safely down. Your breath now is a meadow breath. It moves the way grass moves when the wind is almost nothing. A lean, a return. You are not breathing it any more than the grass winds itself. It leans in, it leans out, and each lean out is a little longer, a little lower, a little more like the valley exhaling its whole warm day into the wide, cool sky. Let it be that big and that slow. A valley's breath, using you for its smallest part. The farmhouse dog has stopped her dreaming run and gone all the way under, flat on her side by the stove's orange breathing, one ear loose on the floorboard, and the sheep are one grey warmth in the fold, and the owl has closed her far eye and then her near one, trusting the fence post, trusting the night, and the people under the low roof are breathing in that deep, uncounted way that no one ever hears themselves do. The whole valley has arrived. Every warm thing in it is down and safe and slow. You were the last one still a little awake, and you were only staying up to hear that everyone else was settled. They are settled, and they are all settled. So, heavy now, whole body heavy, hill heavy, The arms long since gone, the legs long since gone, the face smooth as the smoothed field, only a warmth in the middle that rises a little and falls a long way, and rises a little and falls a long way, the last slow farm work of the night, and even that is being done for you. The dew keeps arriving bead by bead on 10,000 blades no one is counting, and the stars keep turning, too slow for anything but hills to feel, and the stream keeps sliding its dark silk between the sleeping banks, and the low voice keeps on, a word, and a field of quiet, a word, and a field of quiet, because the fields are the message now, and the words are only the hedgerows between them, low and soft, marking out how wide the quiet is. Wide and warm and yours. In the idea of a breath, and out, long, down the lane, past the half-open gate, into the grass. If there is anything left of you that listens, it can listen the way the orchard listens, which is not listening at all, really, just standing in the dark with its roots down and its fruit filling, letting the night pass through its branches without keeping any of it. Nothing kept, nothing missed. The night is not to be kept. It is to be lain in. You are lying in it perfectly. No one has ever done it better than you are doing it right now by doing nothing at all. Stove's orange goes a shade deeper. The wool holds. The well rests under its lid, full of patient dark. The hills lean their old shoulders in around the whole of it, around the barn and the fold and the lane and the low roof and you. And the wheel of the sky comes round another slow degree that nothing feels, and the valley breathes out. And somewhere in the middle of that one long breath, small and warm and finished with the day, so do you. Out here and softer, out here and softer still. And the grass at the field's edge bends once under a breath of air too small to be called wind, and rights itself and is still. And that was the biggest thing that happened in the whole valley just now. That was the news of the hour, a blade of grass bending and settling. And the hour has room for nothing faster, and neither do you. Settling, settled. And somewhere behind the stillness, without anything changing, the air turns a shade cooler at its very edges. Cleaner, the way air does when snow is coming. Not cold, only clean, the kind of coolness that lives on the far side of a warm blanket and makes the warmth underneath it worth more. And the first flake comes down out of a sky too dark to see it leave, small, unhurried, taking its whole time. Turning a little as it falls, the way anything falls when nothing is chasing it, and it lands nowhere in particular, and that is the beginning of the snow. And then another, and another, far from the first, in no pattern anyone could find, each one falling at the speed of rest itself, which is the slowest speed there is that still arrives, and you do not have to watch them. They fall whether they are watched or not. That is the good news of snow. It asks for nothing. It only comes down and keeps coming down and covers things gently, one nothing weight at a time. In, a small cool thread of breath, easy as air through a cracked window. And out, long, warm, the out-breath a little cloud that rises and thins and is gone, and the body under you stays exactly as heavy as it was, heavier maybe, the way things are heavier under snow, pressed down by something that weighs almost nothing and still somehow holds everything in place. The snow is falling on a pine forest now, tall trees standing shoulder to shoulder in the dark, so close their branches touch, so still they could be one tree dreaming it is many, and the flakes come down between them without a sound, catching on the needles, resting there, each branch accepting its small white weight and bending, just barely and holding. Pines are good at this. They have done it every winter since before anyone was counting winters. They know how to carry snow the way you have learned tonight how to carry sleep, by not carrying it at all, by simply bending a little and letting it lie where it lands. And the sound of the world is changing, not getting quieter exactly, getting softer. Snow does that. Every flake that lands takes one small sharpness out of the night and keeps it. The click of a branch, gone into the white. The far-off anything, gone into the white, until what is left is not silence but something kinder than silence, a hush with a texture to it, thick, woolen, close. The whole forest wrapped in it, and you wrapped in the middle of the forest, and the hush lying over your chest as lightly as the snow lies on the boughs. Out and softer. There is a frozen lake among the trees, wide and pale and perfectly still. It froze weeks ago, slowly from the edges inward, the way good things happen. And now the snow is settling onto the ice, flake by flake, and the lake is becoming a field of unmarked white in the dark. No tracks on it, no wind on it, nothing required of it until spring, and spring is a long, long way off, and the lake knows it and rests. Deep under the ice, the water is still moving, but barely. A slow dark turning over, once a night, maybe, the fish hanging in it nearly motionless, their small hearts slowed to almost nothing, sleeping the cold water sleep that needs no bed. Everything down there has agreed to wait. Waiting is all winter asks, and waiting, done right, is just this, lying still while something soft accumulates. And your breath goes on without you, in small and cool, out long and warm, out breath after out breath laid down like flake after flake, each one adding its almost nothing to the drift of rest that has been building over you all night. And the drift is deep now, deeper than the fence posts, deeper than remembering. You could not climb out of it if you tried, and there is nothing in you left that tries. Somewhere in the forest, a deer has folded itself into a hollow under a low spruce, where the branches make a dark green roof and the snow cannot reach. Knees tucked, chin low, ears gone soft. Its breath a small steady warmth in a very large cold, and the warmth is enough. It is always enough, a body's own warmth, when the body is allowed to keep it. And the snow builds quietly on the branches above the deer, sealing the roof thicker, making the hollow warmer, so that the storm itself is tucking the deer in, the weather doing the blanket's work, the night taking care of its own. You are one of the night's own. You have been all along. In and out, down, like a flake finding the drift. The snow keeps coming. It is that kind of snow, not a storm, a settling. The sky has a great deal of it, and no hurry at all. And hour by hour it lays its one clean sheet over everything that was many things. The stones and the stumps and the bracken and the ruts, all their differences filling in, all their edges rounding, until the ground is one soft shape under one soft light that isn't light. The strange faint glow snow makes even at midnight, as if the ground had saved up a little of the day and was letting it out slowly, gently, so the dark would not be too dark. And your body is like that ground now. It was many things all day, hands and errands and shoulders and lists. And the night has snowed on all of it, and now it is one soft shape, one drift, one white field breathing, the differences filled in, the edges rounded, nothing sticking up, nothing left out in the cold. And if a thought comes now, it comes the way a flake comes, out of a dark it doesn't remember, turning slowly, landing on the drift of you, and becoming drift. You do not have to catch it. You could not tell it a moment later from all the other snow. That is what thoughts are for this late. They are only more softness arriving, more cover, more quiet adding itself to the quiet. Out is, and the hush thickens by one flake. Out, and by one more. Deep under the snow, at the floor of the forest, it is warmer than you would think. Snow is a blanket on both sides. It keeps the ground's small stored warmth in all winter the way your covers keep yours. And down there in that held warmth the roots are resting, and the seeds are resting, and the small sleeping things in their burrows are resting, curled nose to tail, slowed almost to stopping, their whole year narrowed to this one long soft pause. And nothing is lost by pausing. Everything they are is still there, folded small, keeping warm, waiting without knowing it waits. And when the pause ends, months from now, in some green morning that is none of tonight's business, they will simply unfold, rested, and go on. That is all rest ever is, a folding small, a keeping warm, a going on later that takes care of itself. In the smallest breath yet, and out, the longest, sliding away under the spruce boughs, out over the white lake, thinning, gone, and the snow falls on the roof above you now. Whatever roof that is, wherever this bed is, the snow has found it, the way snow finds every roof, and is lying down on it in its patient thousands. You can almost feel the house receiving that weight, the beams taking it easily, an old familiar load. The whole structure settling a hair deeper onto its foundations, the way your body settled a hair deeper into this bed hours ago and has been settling ever since. House and body, both of them held things, both of them holding, the snow on the roof over the room around the bed under the blanket over the warmth, and the warmth around the last small ember of you, banked and glowing and safe at the very center of all those soft enclosures, ring within ring within ring. Nothing can reach you through all of that. Nothing is trying to. The night has no errands in your direction. It is busy with its snow, flake by flake by flake, the slowest work in the world, and the only sound it makes is the sound of sharp things becoming soft. And out and soft, out and softer. And the drift deepens. You can measure the night by it if anything in you still measured. Ankle deep when the first flake fell, knee deep by the time the lake went white. And now it stands halfway up the fence posts of the world and rising, a slow tide of stillness with no sea behind it, only sky, only the sky's endless soft surplus, coming down because coming down is what it is for. And every inch it rises, you sink 1 inch to meet it, the drift rising outside. The rest deepening inside, the two of them keeping pace all night like old friends walking, neither one hurrying the other. The pines stand darker now against all that white, and stiller if stiller is possible, holding their loads without complaint. Now and then far off, one bough lets its snow slip, a soft small collapse, a sigh of white sliding into white, and the bough lifts lighter and is still again. That is the only event left in the forest, a branch somewhere putting down what it was carrying, and each time it happens, something in you puts something down too. You don't know what. It doesn't matter what, only the lightness afterward matters, and the stillness after the lightness. Put down, lighter, still. And maybe you are the forest now. It is hard to say where you stop, this deep in the night. Your arms somewhere out among the still trees, your breath the small wind that isn't quite wind, your heartbeat the fast soft slip of snow from a bough once, and a long time later once again, the warm hollow of your chest the deer's hollow, roofed in green and white, holding its small sure warmth against the great gentle cold. It is all one thing this late. The sleeper and the snow and the forest and the hush, one wide white field of rest with a single ember of warmth at its center, and the ember is you, and the field is you, and the snow that keeps the field soft is every breath you let go. In, barely, and out, into the whiteness. The flakes are larger now and slower, the kind that come near morning that is still hours off, falling so slowly they seem to hang, each one a small pale nothing drifting down through the dark between the trees, taking as long as it likes, landing without landing, the drift accepting it the way still water accepts one more drop of still water, without a ripple, without a record, 10,000 of them an hour and not one remembered. That is how the night keeps its books this late. Nothing written down, nothing owed, every flake forgiven the moment it lands, every breath forgiven the moment it leaves. And the low voice is nearly snow itself now, Words drifting down slow and pale and far apart, landing on you one at a time, melting where they land. You do not need to know what they said. They were warm going in, that is all. They were soft when they landed, that is all. Warm and soft, and yours. Out, and the drift takes it. Somewhere under all this white, the lake still holds its dark, patient water, turning over once in the night, slower than sleep. Somewhere the deer's ear flickers at nothing and goes soft again. Somewhere a seed the size of a word lies folded in the warm ground with its whole green year still ahead of it, and sleeps on it, and is right too. And here, in the very middle of the wrapped and whitened world, a body breathes, small, warm, finished. The last unburied warmth in the forest, and the safest thing in it, snowed in on every side by quiet, roofed, ringed, kept. And the snow keeps falling because it has all night, and the drift keeps rising because there is nowhere it has to be, and the hush lies thicker on the boughs, and thicker on the roof, and thicker on the long since-gone arms, and the long since-gone legs, and the smooth white field of the face, one flake of quiet at a time, one breath of quiet at a time. In the idea of coolness, and out the fact of warmth, long, slow, down into the drift. And a single flake, the slowest one yet, comes turning down through the whole tall dark of the sky, past the sleeping crowns of the pines, through the still black air between the trunks, hanging, drifting, in no hurry at all, because nothing above it pushes and nothing below it calls. And it settles at last onto the deep soft hole of everything, so lightly that not even the snow feels it arrive. And that was the biggest thing that happened in the whole forest just now. One flake landing on 10 million flakes, and the night has room for nothing faster, and neither do you. Settling, white on white, soft on soft, and under the snow the warmth, and under the warmth the slow ember of the breath, and under the breath nothing that needs a name, only rest going on by itself now, deep, even, unwatched, the way the lake goes on under the ice, the way the roots go on under the ground, all night, all winter if it wanted, held, out, and deeper, out, and deeper still. The white forest goes on without needing you now. It was never yours to keep, only yours to rest in for a while, and the snow will do the rest of the night's work on its own. And already it is far away, not gone, just far, the way a room you loved is far when you are warm in another one. Because the night is larger than any one place, larger than the forest, larger than the winter, and it holds more than one kind of quiet. And somewhere else inside the same night, at the far soft edge of it, the sea is leaving a small harbor alone for a while. The tide is going out, slowly, the way everything moves now, a wide dark estuary under a low moon, and the water is walking backward out of the bay so gradually that nothing notices it leaving. It does not pull, it does not rush, it simply lowers, an inch in a long while, another inch in a longer while, and everything the water was carrying it sets down. Gently exactly where it is. The small boats settle first. They have been floating all day, holding themselves upright, minding their moorings, and now the water lowers them one by one onto the soft, dark mud, and they lean, just a little, onto their own round sides, the way a tired animal lies down, and the leaning is not falling, it is being set down by something that knows how, and the boats do not resist it. There is nothing in a boat that knows how to resist. They tip and rest, and are held by the whole earth instead of the water, which is a deeper kind of floating. And the ropes go slack. This is the part worth being near. All day the mooring lines were taut, humming a little, doing their one job, and now the water has taken the weight away, and the ropes bow down into soft curves, hanging loose between the boat and the shore, asking nothing. Holding nothing, still tied, still faithful, but with no strain left in them anywhere. A knot can rest too, it stays a knot. It just stops working at it. And somewhere in the body there may still be a line like that, thin, nearly forgotten, across the jaw maybe, or along the back of the neck, or in the small muscles behind the eyes, and it can go the way the ropes went, not untied, just unpulled, slack from end to end, the knot of you still holding. With no effort left inside it, out, and slacker, The moon is low over the water that remains, and the wet sand the tide uncovers is shining. A broad silver floor, smooth as the inside of a shell, printed here and there with the small deliberate handwriting of birds that walked there at dusk and are sleeping now with their heads turned round into their own feathers. And nothing crosses the shining sand, nothing needs to, it just lies there being smooth, holding the moon flat on its back until the water comes home to cover it again. Hours from now, long after this, none of it your concern. And the harbour makes its small settled sounds, a halyard touching a mast once softly, like a clock that has given up counting, the mud releasing a slow bubble somewhere with a sound like a word said underwater. The hull of the nearest boat ticking as it cools, and each sound is round and single and far apart from the next, sounds with sleep on either side of them, and the ear that hears them is barely an ear anymore. It lets them arrive and lets them go and keeps nothing. In, an easy breath small as the harbour, and out, long, slow, the tide of you going out, and there is no far edge it has to reach. It just leaves the way the water leaves, unhurried, certain, down. And above the harbour, up the one crooked lane, the stone house is asleep, thick old walls that have held 100 years of nights and were never once surprised by one. The walls do not sleep the way a body sleeps. They sleep the way stone sleeps, by simply continuing, and inside them the house has gone off duty room by room. The kettle on the stove is cooling with a patience nothing living has, giving its warmth back to the kitchen a breath at a time. The coats hang on their hooks by the door with their arms empty, holding the shapes of shoulders that are elsewhere now, dreaming. The stairs stand in the dark, every step exactly where it was, and no foot will ask anything of them until long after this night is spent. A house at night is full of things that are done being used, done being needed. The chair done holding, the table done bearing, the cup done being lifted, everything set down, everything in its place, everything finished in the good way, the way you are finished, not ended, completed, nothing about you still open, nothing about you still owed. And the bed holds what it holds. And gravity, which never sleeps and never tires and never once in the history of the world forgot a single body it was holding, goes on drawing everything gently down. The boats into the mud, the moon down its long, slow arc, the warmth down through the blankets, the arms down into the bedding, the back of the head down into the pillow, one steady kindness applied to everything equally all night. And the body answers it the only way a resting body can, by weighing more. Arguing less, the heels sunk, the calves poured out, the hips planted like the house, the ribs rising less each time, falling further each time, the hands lying open somewhere, palms loose, fingers curled the way they curl when nothing will be asked of them, and the face smooth as the tide flat, holding nothing, printed with nothing, shining faintly with sleep the way the sand shines with moon. Out, and lower. The water that is left in the channel is barely moving now. This is the hour the sailors call slack, when the tide has finished leaving and has not yet decided to return. And for a while, a long soft while, the water in the world simply stands, not going out, not coming in, balanced on the bottom of its own breath, and everything that lives by the water knows this hour and rests inside it. The anchored things and the tied things and the buried things. Nothing pulls anywhere. The whole harbour hangs in the pause at the bottom of the exhale. And you are in that pause too. You have been drifting toward it all night. The place after the out-breath where nothing happens next for a while, and it is not empty. It is the fullest stillness there is. The body idling so low it is barely burning. The heart strolling, the blood making its warm rounds without being told. Everything running on the small night current, the pilot light, the bare quiet minimum that keeps a sleeper alive and easy until morning, which is far from here, which is no one's business now. Slack water, slack rope, slack hands, And out along the point, past the last dark roofs, the lighthouse turns, not to wake anyone. A light like that is not for waking. It is for telling the far ships, once each slow turn, that the land is here and the harbor is kept, and everything is where the chart says it is. And its beam swings out over the standing water and the shining flats and the leaning boats, touching each thing for a moment, softly, the way a keeper on his last round touches the door frames of the sleeping house, still here, still safe, still held. And then moves on, and the dark folds back over everything like a blanket drawn up again, and being passed over by that light is its own kind of tucking in. Nothing is checked, nothing is counted, everything is simply included. And the beam goes round, and the tide stands, and the kettle cools, and the breath goes out, and goes out, and every out-breath is the harbor emptying, and every pause is slack water. And every small return of air is the sea remembering, without any hurry, that it will come back, eventually, in its own hour, not now. In, the least a breath can be, and out, the most a breath can give, long, even, all the way to the wet sand at the bottom of it. And if any attention is left, one small lamp of it, it can make the last slow round the way the beam does. Not stopping anywhere, just passing over, the brow dark and smooth, included, the eyes deep in their rest, included, the jaw unhooked and heavy, included, the throat soft around the small tide of air, included, the chest rising like something far out on the water, included, the belly warm as the kitchen the kettle is warming, included, the long back given over entirely to what holds it, included, the legs moored and leaning and done, included. Feet at the far southern end of everything, twice as far away as they were at dusk, included, all of it swept once by the soft light and left in the dark again, nothing found wanting, nothing woken, everything where the chart says it is, And now even that lamp can go out, the keeper's last round is done, the light can turn without anyone tending it, it knows the way, Out, and darker, out, and deeper down the dark, The moon is lower now, it is resting its chin on the far hills across the water, and the silver floor of the flats is dimming, patch by patch, as the light leans away, and the harbor does not mind going dark. Dark is what a harbor wears at night. And the boats sleep on their sides in it, and the ropes sleep in their curves in it, and the house sleeps in its stones in it, and the birds sleep in their feathers in it, and somewhere among all the sleeping shapes, one more shape breathes slow and warm and belongs here as much as any of them, as tied, as tended, as done for the day, And there is nothing left in the night that needs describing. The night can carry itself from here. It has done this 10,000 times. It knows how the tide comes back without being watched. It knows how the moon sets without being helped. It knows how a sleeper is kept without being held, loosely, surely, all the way to morning, So the words can come farther apart now. They were only ever the rope, and the rope is slack, still tied, just resting, warm, heavy, kept, out, and the water stands, out, and the light goes round, and far off, under the dimming moon, the first thin sheet of returning water slides onto the sand at the very edge of the flats, thin as breath on a window, and stops, and waits. Slides a little further, in no hurry to arrive anywhere. It has until dawn, and dawn is a rumor, and the sound it makes is smaller than hearing, a whisper laid on a whisper, the sea saying the one thing it has ever said slower than it has ever said it. And you do not need to listen, it will say it all night whether anyone listens or not. That is what makes it restful. It is not for you, it is just near you, the way the best quiet things are. Breath by breath, turn by turn, thin sheet by thin sheet, the water coming home over the shining dark. And the body lies in the middle of its own harbor, every small craft of it grounded soft and leaning easy, every line slack, every light out but the one that turns by itself, and rest goes on filling it from below the way the tide fills the bay, without effort, without edges. Rising so slowly that the boats will be afloat again before they ever feel themselves lifted, but that is hours off. That is another story for the morning people. Here there is only the standing water, and the round dark, and the breath going out over it. Out, and further out, and the harbor holds, and somewhere the beam swings over the sleeping roofs one more time, and finds them all exactly where it left them. And inland from those roofs, past the last fence and the last lane, the land begins to rise, slow field over slow field, and somewhere up in that dark there is an orchard, old trees planted long before anyone now sleeping was born, standing in rows in the frost with their arms full of nothing, resting the way trees rest, which is deeper than anything with a heartbeat knows how to do. They gave everything in the autumn. Every apple carried down ladders in the cold, bright afternoons, and now they are empty and glad of it, sap drawn down into the dark of the roots, nothing moving in them but the slow cold, and they will stand like that all winter, and it will cost them nothing, because they are not waiting, they are not enduring, they are simply doing the other half of their lives, the half that looks like stillness and is really the whole point. The body under this voice is like that too now, harvested, emptied of the day, the sap of all its effort drawn down somewhere below thinking, the arms bare and light along its sides, nothing asked of them until some far-off spring of morning that no one needs to imagine, and the breath moves through it the way the cold moves through the orchard, slow, clean, asking nothing. Out, and out. Under those trees the grass is stiff with frost, each blade wearing its little sleeve of white, and if anything walks there tonight it walks softly, a fox maybe, threading between the trunks with its own errand, leaving a line of small dark prints that will be gone by noon, and even the fox is mostly quiet, even the errand is unhurried, the whole hillside has agreed on the same slowness. And further up, where the orchard ends, the land folds over into a shallow valley. And in the crease of the valley, there is a farmhouse with its lights out, thick old walls, a roof that has learned every wind by name, and inside it, banked in the stove, a fire that was let down hours ago. Not a burning fire, a kept one, embers raked together under their soft grey blanket of ash, doing what embers do all night, which is almost nothing and just enough, a deep orange glow buried where no one can see it, breathing so slowly you would have to watch a long time to believe it breathes at all. It is not working. It is not even warming the room much. It is only staying. Holding a small red patience through the dark so that morning finds something to begin from. And there is something in the chest like that, below the breath, below attention, a warmth that does not need tending, banked, kept. It will hold till morning on its own. It always has. Every night of this life it has held till morning without one instruction. So nothing to do there either. Only to know it is there, the way the sleeping house knows the stove is there, without checking. Warm, banked, kept. And the rooms of that house are full of the particular quiet that old houses make, not silence, something rounder, the small tick of a beam letting go of the day's temperature, the sigh of a curtain when the air shifts, a floorboard settling 1/100th of an inch into the place it has been settling toward for 80 years. None of it needs listening to. It is the sound of a thing at rest, continuing to rest. The house doing in wood and plaster what the body is doing in muscle and bone, easing, by degrees too small to feel, into its truest shape. The jaw, if it wants, can settle 1/100th of an inch, not made to, allowed to, the way the beam was allowed. And the shoulders the same, whatever they still held at midnight they are not holding now. They gave it to the mattress long ago, and the mattress never gives anything back. And the hands lie open or curled however they landed, like gloves set down by someone who meant to come back for them and then kindly didn't. Heavy and heavier. Below the house there is a cellar, stone steps worn smooth in the middle, and shelves down there in the total dark, and on the shelves, the winter, jars put up in summer, rows and rows of them, each one holding a little sealed August, apples in the slatted bins, wrapped in paper, each one a small held sweetness keeping itself without any help, potatoes in their sacks dreaming their blind earth dreams. And nothing down there is anxious, nothing down there counts the days. The whole cellar is a lesson in how to wait without waiting. You simply become dark and cool and closed and full, and time does the rest. And sleep is a cellar like that, the days gathering carried down the smooth stone steps and shelved in the dark, nothing lost, everything keeping, the door shut softly at the top of the stairs, and the house going on above it, trusting everything below. Breath going down those stairs now, each exhale one step lower, cooler, quieter, no bottom to reach, just lower, out, and down, and out, and under the cellar, under the foundation stones the first builders set by hand, the earth itself, which is the oldest sleeper of all. Frost in the top few inches, a thin bright crust, and below that unfrozen dark going down and down, threaded everywhere with roots. The orchard's roots, the hedge's roots, the great bare oak's roots by the gate, all of them holding hands down there in the warm blind ground, slower than slow, alive the way stone is almost alive. And nothing in that hole underneath has ever hurried, not once, not in 10,000 years. It holds up the fields and the house and the sleeping fox and every bed in the valley without effort, because holding up is simply what it is. It does not do it. It is it. And the bed holds the body the way the earth holds the bed. All the way down, everything is held by something that finds holding effortless. There is no bottom layer that strains. It is rest, resting on rest, resting on rest, as far down as down goes. Held, all the way down, and now very high, very soft. It has started to snow. It's not a storm, barely weather at all, single flakes spaced far apart, wandering down out of a sky the color of wool, each one taking its own slow, crooked road, tilting, drifting sideways, in no relation to any clock. Watch one or don't, it comes down the whole long way without a sound, and lands on the orchard grass or the roof slates or the fox's cold print, and becomes simply part of the whiteness, its journey over, its journey never really begun. And another, and each one is a thought if thoughts still come, appearing high up, wandering down through the dark of the mind, landing, melting into the general softness, gone, no thought needs catching, no flake needs counting. The sky can shed them all night, and the ground receives them all night, and by morning there is only one smooth, unbroken white, and no one can say where any single one of them ended. That is what becomes of the night's last thinking. It lies down into a smoothness with no edges. The snow makes the world quieter as it falls. That is the strange gift of it. Every flake a small piece of hush laid on top of the hush already there. The lane hushed, the yard hushed, the stone trough wearing a white lid, sound itself lying down early tonight, so that even this voice comes to the ear a little furred now, a little wrapped, words arriving like footsteps in fresh snow, soft-edged, pressed in gently, filling behind themselves. Soft, softer. In the deepest room of the farmhouse, someone is sleeping the way you are sleeping, face slack, breath long, one hand near the pillow's edge, and over them a wool blanket, the heavy, honest kind, woven on some loom years back by hands that knew winter. And every thread of it is doing its small share. Thousands of threads, over and under, each one carrying its little portion of warmth to the whole, none of them working, all of them simply lying where the weave put them. And warmth like that is not made, it is kept, the sleeper's own warmth handed back, breath's warmth, body's warmth, gathered in the wool and returned all night, a quiet economy needing no one awake to run it. And whatever covers you now is doing the same, taking what the body gives off and giving it gently back. So the night is not a spending, nothing is being lost. It all comes home in the weave. Warm. Given. And given back. Breath under the blanket now, slower than the snow, in small and easy, and out long like the valley letting the light go. Out. And no next thing after the out-breath, just the pause the body makes on its own, that little clearing at the bottom of the breath where nothing at all is happening, and the body knows exactly how long to stay there. It has known since before it had words. And the snow goes on, unhurried, unwatched. On the orchard, laying a thin white cuff along every dark branch, the trees standing patient under their new sleeves. On the beehives at the orchard's edge, where the bees are massed in their winter ball, thousands of small lives holding one shared warmth in the middle of the cold, shivering so gently and so together that it is not shivering at all. It is a hum, a heat, a single slow agreement to last. They do not see the snow settle on the hive roof. They are the ember of the orchard, banked in wax and hum, keeping till spring. Everything out there tonight is some version of the same act. The ember in the stove, the sap in the roots, the warmth in the hive, the sleeper in the wool. A small kept heat wrapped well, trusted to the dark. And you are one of them now, one more kept warmth in the great cold house of the night, counted without anyone counting. Safe without anyone standing guard. Kept. Warm. Lasting. Time up in that valley is not the kind that ticks. It is the kind that drifts. It comes down like the snow, in single soft pieces with long dark spaces between them, and lands and melts into a whiteness where no hour can be told from any other. Somewhere a clock may still be working, dutiful in a cold hallway, but its sound doesn't reach the bedroom, and it doesn't reach here. Here there is only sooner and later, and both of them asleep. The body has no time in it now either, no schedule in the shoulders, no calendar in the chest. The heart keeps its own soft count, but it counts for no one, it reports to no one. It is like the spring under the hill that flows all winter beneath the ice, steady, private, sweet, needing no thanks. And the breath lies on top of that steadiness like snow on a deep field, each one landing, each one melting in, out, and gone, out, and gone. And if there is any last thin listening left in you, let it be like the fox's listening as it curls at the end of its errand, somewhere dry under the hedge, one ear laid over toward the world out of pure old habit, hearing the snow's nothing, hearing the valley's nothing, and letting even that habit soften, the ear drooping, the eye already shut, the tail wrapped round to the nose, a red warmth in a white field, dwindling gladly into sleep. Even the wild things are done tonight. Even the ones whose work is the dark have called it a night. So the words can grow farther apart again, They are only snow now, coming down out of a quiet sky, spaced wide, landing soft, adding themselves to a smoothness that was already complete without them. White, still, deep. The valley holds it all without holding anything. The orchard in its frost sleeves, the house with its banked red heart, the cellar keeping its shelved summers, the hive humming its one warm note under the white, the sleeper in the wool and the sleeper here, wherever here is by now, all of it lying inside the same wide fold of dark, the way everything a person loves can lie inside one untroubled mind, nothing pressing on anything, everything room enough. Breath out over the valley, and the snow comes down, breath out over the field, and the white gets deeper, and there is no difference anymore between the falling and the resting, between the flake and the field, between the word and the silence it lands in. It is all one soft settling now. One long white exhale laid over everything that ever needed covering. Down, and softly down, and far up the valley, where the road gives out and even the fences stop, the snow is falling on places no one has ever named. A boulder that has slept through every century with its back to the wind, a stand of birches holding their thin white light in the dark, a frozen pond with the whole sky lying face down on its ice, and it falls there just as carefully as it falls on the farmhouse roof. The night does not save its gentleness for the watched places. It is gentle everywhere all at once for free, and that is the kind of dark you are lying in, one that would keep you this softly whether anyone had ever spoken a word over you or not. The words were only ever pointing at it. And now you are in it, past the pointing, deeper than instruction, where the practice stops being practiced and simply goes on by itself, the way the snow does, the way the ember does. The way the slow spring flows on under the ice, sweet and unthanked all night. And where the valley finally lowers itself to the coast, miles from here, the snow is ending over water, the last flakes going down into the dark swell and becoming sea the moment they touch. No seam between them, just the white arriving and the black receiving, over and over, without a single sound. And the tide is out tonight, the whole bay breathing in its sleep. There is a harbor down there below the headland, a small one, a dozen boats at their moorings, all of them asleep on the water, and the water rocks them the way a hand rocks a cradle it has rocked for 40 years, without thinking about it, without ever once getting it wrong. The ropes creak very softly, the wood answers, a low word between old friends, repeated all night, meaning nothing but here we are, And far out past the last mooring there is a bell buoy leaning with the swell, and every long while it swings enough to sound, one round low note over the water, not a warning tonight, nothing to warn about, just the sea keeping its slow time, the way a house clock keeps ticking in a room where everyone is already asleep. Nobody needs the hour, the clock ticks anyway, it is its way of resting. Breath out like tide leaving the shore, and the small stones knock and settle, breath in only as much as arrives on its own, and out again longer, the water sliding back down the dark sand without holding on to any of it, because that is all breathing is by this hour. Tide, you are not doing it, you have not been doing it for a long time now. The body took the work back hours ago, the way the sea took back the harbor when the last light went out on shore, and it handles it beautifully, in and out, a little longer out. The oldest rhythm there is, older than any shore it ever touched, and you get to just be the bay it happens in. Heavy and held. And under the boats, under the black glass of the surface, The water goes down and down into a dark that has never once been disturbed. Kelp standing in it like slow trees, swaying whole seconds behind the swell, always a beat late and never troubled about it. Small fish hanging in the fronds with their fins barely moving, asleep the way fish sleep, which is to say still going, but gone. And the deeper you'd sink through that water, the quieter it would get, and the warmer the dark would feel, not in degrees but in kindness. The surface, weather forgotten, the wind just a rumor up there, a texture on a ceiling far away. Down here nothing has moved fast in 1,000 years. And somewhere very far out, past the shelf where the bottom lets go and the real deep begins, something enormous and gentle is passing in its sleep. Unhurried as weather, it has been traveling all its life, and it travels the way you are breathing now, without effort, without a destination it could name. One long body moving through one long dark. And its call, if it calls tonight, will take whole minutes to cross the water. A note so low and so patient that the ocean itself carries it like a thought it is having. And nothing answers right away, and that is fine. In that world an answer can come tomorrow. The question will keep. Everything down there has agreed to be slow. Slow, like this. And your own body, wherever it is lying, has agreed to it too. You can tell by the weight. The arms have not reported in for a long while. The legs are somewhere below you like coastline, known but not visited. The face is smooth as the bay, and under all of it the bed, or the couch, or the floor, holding you with that same tireless patience the water shows the boats. It will not tire before morning. It has never once tired. You could add 100 nights to this one, and it would hold every one of them the same. So let it. There is nothing else on the list. The moon is doing its work over the water now, and its work is almost nothing. A whole ocean lifted a little and lowered a little, so gradually that no wave notices it is being moved. That is the kind of strength the night runs on, not force, just a steady, distant fondness that everything heavy answers to. The tide answers it. The water in the harbor answers it. And the tide in you answers it too, the long, slow one, the one that has been going out all evening and is nearly all the way out now. Out and further out. On the headland above the harbor there is a light that turns. An old one, low and amber, dimmed by salt on the glass. No keeper anymore, it keeps itself. It just turns all night at the speed of a person rolling over in their sleep, and its slow beam swings out over the water and finds nothing wrong, swings across the moored boats and finds nothing wrong, swings over the dark shore and the dark hills and comes back around to begin again and finds nothing wrong. All night long, the same round patient sentence, nothing wrong, and there is a watchfulness like that in you too, way down under sleep, a small quiet part that stays with the breathing while everything else goes dark. You do not need to help it. It has kept every night of your life so far. It will keep this one. It is keeping it right now. Nothing wrong. Nothing to hold. Along the dark shore, where the sand is still smooth from the last tide, the night is writing and erasing. A line of foam laid down, taken back, laid down, taken back. Nothing kept, nothing lost. The shore never fills up and never empties. It just receives and releases hour after hour and stays soft because of it. And the mind can rest that way too by this hour. Whatever drifts across it, let the next slow wave take it back out. A thought laid down, taken back. A picture surfacing, carried off. None of it needs keeping tonight. The sand stays smooth. Smooth and dark and slow. Are rooms above the harbor, in the houses stacked up the hill, and every one of them is dark now. A fisherman asleep with his boots by the door. A child turned sideways across a small bed. Covers kicked and repulled by a passing hand hours ago. An old woman who has heard that bellboy every night for 60 years and no longer hears it at all, the way you no longer hear your own heart. It has become part of the silence for her, a sound so faithful it counts as quiet. And maybe this voice has become that for you by now, not words anymore, just weather, a warm front moving through the dark at the speed of sleep. You do not have to listen. Listening ended a long time ago. The sound will go on being faithful whether anyone follows it or not. Breath goes out. The bay accepts it. Breath goes out. The night accepts that one too. It will accept everyone you have all the way to morning and never once ask anything back. And now even the harbor is behind us. The coast is behind us. There is just open water and the open dark above it, and no line anymore where one becomes the other. The horizon went to sleep hours ago. Out here the swell is long and low, whole acres of water rising a hand's width and settling again, a breathing too big to see from inside it. And everything that floats on it is rocked, and everything that swims in it is rocked, and the dark itself is rocked, gently, endlessly, by nothing, for no one, because that is simply what the deep does when it is left alone. And you are being rocked like that, too slowly to feel. The whole earth is doing it, turning you gently through the dark at its own unhurried pace, carrying your bed and your room and the roof over you along one wide, smooth curve of night, no corners anywhere on it, nothing to brace for. It has carried sleepers this way every single night there have ever been sleepers. It has never dropped one. Carried. That is the whole of it now. Carried. Rain is coming to the far side of the water, hours from any shore you know. You can rest knowing it, the way you can rest knowing there are libraries full of books you will never read and gardens you will never walk in. The world goes on being generous in places you will never check on. Soft rain onto open ocean, the most private weather there is. No window for it to tap on, no roof to drum. Just water coming home to water, all night, unwitnessed and complete. And so much of what is good is like that, unwitnessed and complete, including you right now. No one needs to see this rest for it to count. It is counting. It has been counting for hours. Every slow breath has gone into an account that will still be full in the morning. Full and quiet and deep. The body from here is just a warmth in the dark. One warmth, no edges worth naming, the face long since gone smooth, the hands wherever they are finished, the chest rising the small amount it needs and no more, the weight total and totally given away. If attention drifts across it now, it finds nothing to do there. A country with everything put away, lamps out, doors unlocked because there is nothing anyone could take, fields resting under their own stillness. It can be left alone now. It knows the way from here. It has known the way since before you knew anything. So the voice can get sparser still. Boy note. Long swell. A beam turning slowly across the water and finding, again, nothing wrong. Out and slow and down. If any small piece of you is still listening, it can have this and then it can stop. The sea does not finish anything. It does not need to. No wave is the last wave. No swell completes the ocean. It just goes on, easy and dark and sufficient, and everything that rests on it rests without an ending too. That is what you are doing. Not finishing. Just going on, softer and softer, inside something that holds you the way water holds whatever is willing to float. Willing and floating and held. Far under the swell, on the floor of the deep where no light has ever been, the sediment is settling. It has been settling for longer than there have been names for time. One soft grain a night, drifting down through miles of still water and landing without a sound on a smoothness a world old. The calmest work in creation, and it is being done right now, in the dark, below everything while you sleep. The universe keeps a room like that. It keeps many. And tonight your rest is one of them. A slow, dark, unhurried place where one soft thing at a time comes down and lands and is received and adds itself to a piece that was already deep before it arrived. Down and settling and received. The tide will turn near dawn and the boats will lift a little at their ropes and none of them will wake. Turning is not waking down here. It is just the night rolling over, getting comfortable for the last long hours. And you may roll over too, some hour from now, and it will mean the same and cost the same. Nothing, the rest goes on straight through it. The deep does not lose its depth when the surface stirs. And deep, all the way down. Breath out over the water, and the swell takes it. Breath out into the dark, and the dark makes room. It always had room. It was mostly room all along. And the bell sounds once, far out, round and low. And long after it, the quiet closes back over the water, softer for having been touched. And the light turns. And the water breathes. And somewhere in all of that dark, warm and slight and perfectly safe, you are being carried on toward morning without being asked to do a single thing about it. And somewhere inland from that water, past the last of the salt in the air, there is a lane, unlit, unpaved, remembered by its hedges more than by any map, and it goes quietly away from the shore, between fields that have finished their year, toward a house that has been asleep for hours. You do not have to walk it. The night walks it for you, the way night moves through a countryside, touching everything and disturbing nothing. And the house at the end of the lane is old in the good way. Thick walls that took 100 summers into themselves and give a little of that warmth back every winter night, patiently, like a story told slowly. Low ceilings, deep sills, a roof that has learned every wind by name. And inside it, in the kitchen, in the iron stove, there is a fire that was banked before bed. Not put out, banked, folded down under its own soft ash the way a body folds down under a blanket. And it will hold there all night, a low orange thought under grey, asking nothing, burning almost nothing, keeping the whole room on the warm side of morning. It is a kind of rest worth knowing about, the banked fire, still alive and completely at ease, nothing blazing, nothing spent, just a steady, quiet warmth that lasts precisely because it stopped trying to be bright. And your body knows this art without being taught. Right now, under your own covers, you are banked. The heat of you turned low and even, the breath of you slow as a coal. Enough warmth for the whole night held in almost no effort at all. Warm and low and lasting. On the table near the stove, under a cloth, there is a bowl of dough that was set to rise before the house went to bed. And this is the slowest work being done under that roof. Slower than the fire, slower than the clock. All night the dough lifts, so gradually that watching it would show you nothing, and leaving it alone shows you everything. It does not strain. It does not check on itself. It just becomes, hour by hour, softer and fuller in the dark, because the dark is exactly the right place for that. Some things only rise when nobody is looking. Rest is one of them. Yours is rising now, under its cloth, and you could not stop it if you tried, and you are not trying. Rising without effort, in the dark where it rises best. And below the kitchen, down a few stone steps, there is a cellar, and the cellar is the stillest room in the house. It keeps one temperature the whole year round, the way a deep breath keeps one promise. And on its shelves, the apples from the autumn are laid out in rows, not touching, each one wrapped in a square of paper, each one keeping its sweetness through the winter by doing absolutely nothing. They are not waiting anxiously. Apples do not know how. They are simply held at the right coolness in the right dark, staying good, staying whole, staying sweet, and every sleeping person in every bed tonight is being kept the same way, at the right darkness, at the right stillness, wrapped and laid down and staying good. Kept, and whole, and sweet the whole winter long. The house makes one sound in the night. You may know it, a single soft knock somewhere in the beams, the timber easing itself as the temperature comes down. Old houses do this and nobody wakes for it because it is not a sound of trouble. It is the sound of a structure getting comfortable. The frame letting go of the day's last degree of strain. Your body does it too. A small shift of a shoulder some hour from now, a slow turn of the head, one deeper breath out of nowhere. Those are your beams easing. They are not interruptions of rest. They are rest, adjusting its grip so it can hold you longer. Easing, one soft knock, and quieter after than before. And the breath goes on underneath all of it, of course. You have not thought about it for a long while, and it has not needed you for a long while. But notice, from a great and comfortable distance, how the out-breath has become the longest, laziest thing you own. It leaves you like warmth leaving the banked stove. Slowly, evenly, with nothing behind it pushing. Out. And the pause after it wide as a cellar. And then the small, quiet refilling, all on its own. Behind the house, the ground climbs a little, and the orchard stands on the slope, bare now, black-branched, asleep, standing up the way trees sleep. And this is the part nobody sees. Under the frost line, under the quiet grass, the roots are still drinking. Slowly, a winter's slowness, taking in what the deep soil offers at the rate the deep soil offers it. No hurry has ever once helped a root. And everything the orchard will do in spring, every leaf, every white week of blossom, every heavy August bough is being paid for now, tonight in the dark, by this patient underground sipping that looks exactly like doing nothing. That is what your sleeping hours are, the roots of your daylight. Everything clear and easy and strong about tomorrow is being drawn up slowly right now out of the deep dark, while the visible part of you stands perfectly still. Drawing, deep and slow, and the stillness paying for everything. Further up the slope, past the orchard wall, the sheep are folded on the hillside. A dozen soft grey shapes in the dark, pressed close, each one warming its neighbors simply by being there. They have been rained on by every weather and warmed by their own wool through all of it, and tonight they sleep out under the whole enormous sky without one flicker of worry, because wool does not require worry to work. And somewhere in your house, or on your bed, there is likely something made the same way. A blanket, a layer, a softness, and it is doing for you what the wool does on that hill, holding your warmth close to you without your help. Insulation is a kind of kindness that never gets tired. Held, close and warm, all night without help. And here is a small true thing about the ground itself, worth falling asleep on. A few feet down, the earth barely changes temperature at all. Summer and winter pass over the surface like moods, but a little way under, it stays mild the whole year, steady as a kept promise. The deep ground does not feel the cold snap. It does not feel the heat wave. It holds one even warmth through everything, because depth is its own shelter, and you have a depth like that. Under the surface weather of any day, under whatever passed over you before you lay down tonight, there is a level of you that stayed even the whole time, and that is the level you are resting on now. The day happens at the surface. The sleep happens in the deep ground. Even, and mild, a little way down all year long. On the stove, the kettle that was used last is cooling. It has been cooling for hours, giving its heat away a breath at a time, and there is a moment somewhere in the night when it finally matches the room, when it stops being a warm thing in a cool place and becomes simply part of the temperature of the house. No line is crossed, no sound is made, it just arrives at sameness and rests there. And that is the direction you have been traveling all this time, toward matching the night. Toward being not a wakeful thing in a sleeping world, but part of the sleeping world itself, the same temperature as the dark, the same speed as the hours, no line to cross, just an arriving so gradual it cannot be felt, only much later remembered as morning. Matching, the warm thing and the quiet room, becoming one temperature, Cat flap of the wind moves once at the hedge and goes still. The lane lies empty and content. A countryside at 4 in the morning is the most finished thing there is. Every task set down, every door latched, every animal folded, every fire banked, every bowl rising, every root drinking. Nothing anywhere is being asked for. And you are inside that, not looking at it, inside it. One of the folded, one of the banked, one of the kept. One of the kept. The whole body be one warm weight now, not parts anymore. You finished with parts hours ago. Just one weight, one warmth, one slow breather in the dark, lying in the middle of its own life like a house in the middle of its fields. Everything that belongs to you is out there in the dark being fine without you, and everything that is you is here, under the covers, being held. One weight. One warmth. One slow breath, and then another, with all the time in the world between them. And if any last thin thread of listening is still awake in you, it can have this. The dough does not know it is rising. The coal does not know it is warm. The root does not know it is drinking. The deep ground does not know it is mild. They just are those things, all night, perfectly, and you do not need to know you are sleeping for the sleep to be perfect. The knowing can go out like the last lamp in the last window at the end of the lane. And everything true goes on being true in the dark, exactly as it was, needing no witness. No witness, just the going on. The stove ticks once, softly, settling toward morning. The cloth over the bowl lifts by the width of a breath. The apples keep. The sheep breathe on the hill, and their breath is the only weather. Under all of it, under the house and the lane and the fields, the mild deep ground holds everything up without once thinking about it. It held up everyone who ever slept here. It is holding you. It does not get tired. Floors stand on it, beds stand on the floors, and you lie on top of the whole patient stack of it, the lightest and most cared-for layer, with nothing above you but blankets and dark and the slow turning hours. Held up by something that never tires, with nothing above you but soft things, a warmth, a weight, the long breath out like heat leaving the stove, and the wide pause after where nothing is needed, where the dough rises another breath's worth, somewhere a root takes another slow sip, somewhere a coal shifts a half-inch deeper into its ash and glows a shade softer, small quiet works, all of them going the same direction as you, downward, inward, toward morning by the slowest road. And the slowest road is the one that arrives most rested. You are on it. You have been on it for hours. It is carrying you well. Carried well by the slowest road. The night is not counting the hours, so you needn't either. Hours are for the surface. Down here there is only warm and dark and held, and the soft grain of one breath following another like sheep filing through a gate, unhurried, uncounted, each one finding its place beside the last. Unhurried, uncounted, each one finding its place. The hedge holds the lane. The walls hold the warmth. The dark holds the house. And the sleep holds you. Low now, and even, banked and warm and lasting. A soft grey over a soft orange all the way to morning. And if the wind comes back along the lane before dawn, it will find every window dark and every breather slow, and it will pass the house the way wind passes a sleeping thing, gently and without knocking, and the house will not know it came, and neither will you. The night keeps its own small visits to itself, and lets the sleepers have the deep of it, whole and unbroken, like a loaf not yet cut. Whole and unbroken, and yours. Breath out into the warm dark of the room, and the room takes it kindly. Breath out again, slower from further down, and the quiet moves over to make space the way it has all night. Deep in the cellar coolness of you, everything keeps. Deep in the banked warmth of you, everything lasts. And the slow bread of the night goes on rising under its cloth, soft and sure and unwatched, with hours of dark still ahead of it, and nothing in any of those hours but more of this. And somewhere far from here, farther than the road goes, snow has begun to fall on a wide dark field. Not here, here it is warm, but there, out where no one is watching, the first flakes are coming down through the dark, slow as anything you have ever seen, each one taking the whole height of the sky to arrive, turning a little as it comes, in no hurry because there is nothing below but the field, and the field has been ready since dusk. Slow as anything, turning a little, in no hurry at all. And the field does not reach up for the snow. It only lies there, wide and dark and open, and lets the snow find it, flake by flake, each one landing so lightly that the landing makes no sound and no dent and no difference. And yet by morning the whole field will be changed, softened, made smooth and pale and quiet, all of it done this way, one weightless arrival at a time, nothing forced, nothing rushed, just the long patience of falling and the longer patience of receiving. Flake by flake, no sound, no effort, only receiving. Your body is like that field now, wide and dark and open, lying under the slow fall of the night, and everything that settles on you settles this lightly, rest coming down on the shoulders like snow on the far slope, rest coming down on the back, on the hips, on the long heavy legs, arriving without weight and staying without asking, and you do not have to gather it or hold it or even notice it. The field never notices the snow, it only wakes up covered. Settling lightly everywhere at once. And at the edge of that field, there is a pond, frozen since the first cold week, and the ice on it is old ice now, thick and sure and milky at the rim, clear in the middle where the wind has kept it swept. And in that clear middle the stars are lying, all of them, held in the ice like small silver seeds pressed into glass. They have been there all night. They are not going anywhere. The ice holds them the way stillness holds everything, without effort, without gripping. Just by being still enough, long enough, that even light settles down and stays. Held the way stillness holds everything, without gripping. And beneath the ice, the water is still awake in its own slow way, dark and patient and warmer than the air, moving so little that a season could pass between one ripple and the next. And the fish are down there, low against the soft floor of the pond, barely swimming, barely breathing, resting the way water rests. And nothing in that pond is waiting for spring, nothing down there counts. The water simply keeps, the way deep things keep. And something in you is like that water tonight. Below the ice of the day, below the surface where the weather happens, dark and slow and warmer than anyone would guess, keeping below the surface, dark and slow, keeping breath out long and easy, and let it be like the last ripple settling, and the pond of you goes smooth. Breath out again, and even the smoothness softens. And the breath itself has become a tide by now, not the quick lap of waves, but the great slow tide underneath the waves, the one that lifts a whole harbor an inch at a time and sets it down again over hours, so gradually that nothing on the water ever feels moved. And somewhere in that harbor this same night, a small boat lies at its mooring, rocking so slightly it would take a long, quiet watching to see it move at all, rising as the tide rises, easing down as the tide eases. Its ropes slack, its sails folded and tied, its work over long before dark. Rising a little, easing down, ropes slack, work long over, and that is what your ribs are doing now, rising a little on the tide of the in-breath, easing down on the long, long tide of the out-breath, nothing pulling, nothing pushing, just the body lying at its mooring, lifted and lowered by something older and steadier than trying, and the mooring holds, the bed holds. You could not drift anywhere but deeper, and deeper is where the boat wants to sit anyway, low in the water, heavy with rest, snug against the dark. Lifted and lowered by something steadier than trying. And under the boat the water goes down a long way, green-black and cold and utterly calm, and nothing down there has stirred since sundown. The anchors of other boats lie on that floor like sleeping animals, half-buried, unbothered, holding without holding on, and the deep does not mind the boats above it, or the tide that moves through it, or the night that lies on top of it. The deep just goes on being deep, which is all it has ever had to do, and all you have to do. Just go on being deep. And if any small thought is still moving up on your surface, some late gull of a thought circling once or twice, let it circle. Gulls settle by themselves when the light is gone. They fold up somewhere out of the wind and go quiet, and no one tells them to, and the harbor does not miss their noise. It only gets another layer of hush, laid down on all the other layers, soft on soft on soft. Let it circle. It will settle. They always do. Hush on hush. Soft on soft. And inland from every harbor there is always some tall cupboard in some quiet room, and inside it the blankets are folded. Wool on wool, the heavy ones at the bottom, the soft worn ones on top, each fold pressed flat by the weight of the years of folds above it. And the cupboard door is shut, and the room is dark, and the blankets are doing the only thing blankets do when no one needs them. They are keeping their warmth folded up inside themselves, patiently, sweetly, like a thing saved. Folded, pressed soft, saved. And everything of yours is folded and put away like that now. The day's words folded, the plans folded small and set on the high shelf where they will keep till they are wanted. The worries, which never fold neatly, just rolled loosely and tucked in the corner, and that is fine, that is how worries are stored, no one folds them well. And the door of the cupboard closed, not locked, just closed, resting on its hinges. Everything inside dark and orderly enough, and breathing the faint good smell of wool. Put away till wanted. The door just closed, not locked. Breath out slow into the dark of the closed room. And the wool takes the sound of it and gives back nothing but softness. And further still, past the fields and the pond and the harbor and the quiet rooms, there is a forest floor where moss has been growing since, before anyone now sleeping was born. A green so deep it reads as black at night, laid over the roots and the stones in one continuous softness, inches thick, and no one made it soft. It made itself soft, slowly, the way only slow things can. 100 years of tiny green patience, each year adding a breath of thickness, until now a fallen branch lands on it without a sound, and rain lands on it without a splash, and the whole floor of the forest is one held hush that nothing can startle. 100 years of softness. Nothing can startle it. Rest is growing over you the same way tonight, not arriving all at once but thickening. A layer on the forehead, a layer along the arms, a layer over the chest and the slow warm belly, over the knees, over the tops of the feet. Moss slow, moss quiet, covering every root and stone of you until there are no hard edges left facing the night, only the one deep green softness, holding rain and branch and footstep and hour, and giving none of them back as noise. Thickening, layer on layer, no hard edges left. And the trees above that moss stand the way trees stand at night, which is barely at all. They lean on the dark and the dark leans back, and between them everything stays up without anyone holding it, and you are held like that too, leaning on the night and the night leaning back, an agreement so old that neither of you remembers making it. You rest and it holds. That is the whole of the arrangement. It has never once been broken. You rest. It holds. Never once broken. And the body knows this arrangement better than the mind ever will. The body signed it long ago in the language of weight, so let the weight speak for you now. The head, heavy as a stone the moss has covered. The arms, heavy as low branches after rain. The legs, heavy as the roots that no frost reaches. Everything of you conducted downward, gently, continuously, by the oldest pull there is. And the pull is not taking anything from you. It is only carrying what you no longer need to carry. Which by this hour is all of it. Heavy as stone under moss. Heavy as roots. All of it carried. None of it yours to hold. Breath out, and even the breath is only borrowed and returned now, borrowed and returned, like water passing through the moss, in no hurry, belonging to no one. Borrowed and returned. And the snow is still falling on that far field. It will fall for hours yet. And the stars are still lying in the ice, and the boat is still riding its slow inch of tide, and the blankets are still keeping their warmth in the dark of the cupboard, and the moss is still growing, one green breath a year, all of it going on without you, all of it going on for you, the whole quiet inventory of the night, kept and tended and needing nothing. So that somewhere in the middle of it, one warm sleeper can lie exactly this still, and be exactly this held, and go down one more soft layer, and one more one more soft layer, and one more down where the water keeps, down where the wool is folded, down where the moss has made everything soft, warm, deep, held, and the snow does not count its flakes, and the tide does not count its hours, and you do not count anything at all, only this, only breath, only the slow warm weight of being carried, and far under the field, under the frost line, under the deepest root, the ground itself is warm. It always is. The cold only ever gets a few feet down, and then the old warmth of the earth begins, steady as a kept promise, all winter, all night, all the way through, and that is where you are resting now, below the reach of every cold thing, down in the layer that never changes. Where the ground is warm because it has always been warm, and quiet because it has always been quiet, and you are welcome because you have always been welcome. Below the frost line, where it is always warm, where you have always been welcome. Breath out and let it go all the way down there. And stay. And the night above goes on with its slow falling, its slow rising, its slow keeping. And none of it needs you, and all of it holds you, and there is nothing to do about any of it but this, exactly this. The next soft breath arriving on its own, and leaving on its own, a little slower than the last, a little warmer, a little further down. And somewhere in a town you have never visited, a baker has banked the ovens for the night. The fire is not out, only lowered. The bricks hold their heat the way bricks do, patiently giving it back so slowly that morning will still find them warm. And the dough is rising in the dark, under a cloth, needing no one to watch it. It rises because that is what it does, quietly all night in the warm dark, and no one is standing over it. No one is checking. The work of the night is the kind of work that only happens when everyone has stopped working. You are like that now. Whatever is mending in you tonight mends the way the dough rises, on its own, under the cloth, in the warm dark, not because you are trying, because you have stopped. Breath in, small and easy, and the long breath out, longer than it needs to be, and let it be the cloth settling. And the bricks of you are warm, the long bones of the legs holding their heat, the broad plate of the back holding its heat, the hands curled or open holding theirs. Nothing in you is going cold tonight. Everything in you is a banked fire, lowered on purpose, kept on purpose, giving its warmth back so slowly that morning will still find you warm. Lowered, not out. Kept. And in the orchard at the edge of that same town, the apples that were not picked are still holding a little of the summer inside them, a whole season of light, folded into something small and round and quiet, hanging in the dark. And the trees are not thinking about the apples. The trees are hardly thinking at all. They have gone down into their roots for the night, the way trees do, all their business moved underground, slow and dark and sweet. You can go down into your roots too. You may already be there, down below the face, below the thoughts, below the day with all its names in it, down where the slow, dark business of resting goes on without you, sap slow, root quiet. The face has nothing left to say. Let the jaw hang inside itself. Let the tongue lie flat and forgotten. Let the small muscles around the eyes give up the last of their watching. There is nothing to watch. The orchard watches itself. The night watches itself. Heavy in the cheeks. Heavy behind the eyes. Heavy all through the quiet dark of the head, like a lamp turned down to almost nothing. A coal of a lamp, just enough glow to dream by. Breath out and down. And further out, past the orchard, past the last fence, there is a stone bridge over a small dry creek. It has stood there for 200 years. It stood there all day today, and it is standing there now in the dark, doing the one thing it knows. And here is the thing about the bridge. It does not hold itself up by effort. Every stone leans on the next stone, and the next stone leans back, and the whole arch stands because everything in it has given its weight away. Nothing in that bridge is holding on. Everything in that bridge is letting go in exactly the right direction. And that is why it stands. You do not have to hold yourself together tonight. You can be held together the way the arch is held, every part of you leaning its weight into the part beneath it, the head giving its weight to the pillow, the shoulders giving theirs to the bed, the ribs resting on the ribs' own settling, the hips, the legs, the heels, each one passing its weight down and down until the whole soft arch of you stands on nothing but surrender and holds. Given away and held is given away and held. That is the oldest engineering there is. The body knew it before the bridge did. And let the next breath out cross that bridge and keep going, out into the dark fields on the far side, where nothing is happening, where nothing has been happening for hours, where the grass is bent under a little dew, and the dew is bent under a little starlight, and the starlight is so old it has forgotten where it started. Old light, falling on sleeping grass, asking nothing. Some of that light left its star before there were bridges, before there were towns. It has been traveling all this time, quiet as anything, and tonight it ends its whole long journey on a blade of grass in a dark field, and that is enough for it. The journey did not need a better ending than that. A soft place to land. Your day was a journey too, shorter, but real, and it ends the same way, a soft place to land, this bed, this breath, this dark. The journey did not need a better ending than this. Landed. Landed and done. Breath in like a small door opening. Breath out like the same door closing slowly on a room where everyone is already asleep. And there is a barn somewhere on that dark land, and inside it the animals are sleeping, standing up and lying down, each in its own warm way. And the barn has a smell it only has at night, hay and dust and warm breath, and the rafters tick very softly as the wood cools, one small tick every few minutes, like a clock that has given up on minutes and only keeps the hours now. And nothing in that barn is worried. Not one animal in the dark is going over its day. They are just warm shapes in warm straw breathing, and their breathing fills the barn the way your breathing fills this room. Slow, even, enough. A warm shape breathing is. That is all you have to be for the rest of the night. A warm shape breathing. Not a name, not a list, not a story, just the shape the warmth makes when it lies down. And if a thought comes now, let it be like the tick in the rafters. One small sound in a huge warm dark, noted by no one, followed by nothing. The barn does not answer its rafters. You do not have to answer your thoughts. Tick and gone. And the dark closes back over the place where it was, smooth as water over a dropped pebble. Except there is no water here, only dark. Warm, dry, hay-scented dark, closing over everything smooth. Breath out, slower than the last one. And now if any part of you is still awake enough to feel it, feel just this one small thing, the warmth inside your own hands, not the bed's warmth, yours, the warmth your body makes all by itself, every hour of every night without being asked. It is there in the palms right now, a faint, steady glow of aliveness, like the last coal in the baker's oven. You have been carrying that warmth your whole life. It has never once gone out. Through every winter you have ever slept through, it was there, doing its small, faithful work. And it is doing it now. You are the banked fire. You are the kept warmth. You always were. And the hands can be very heavy now, heavy as loaves, resting wherever they rest, and the arms heavy, and the shoulders long since gone, and the chest just a slow, soft rising and falling that belongs more to the night now than to you. The night is breathing you. You gave it permission hours ago. It is doing a beautiful job. Breathed. Being breathed. Nothing to run. And far off, on a hill road nobody is driving tonight, there is a milestone half sunk in the grass. An old one, the kind with the miles carved into it. And the carving is soft now, worn down by 200 years of weather, so the numbers hardly say anything anymore. And that is the truth about distance late at night. It wears down. The far things stop being far. The miles stop counting themselves. Tomorrow is not 7 hours away, because hours have gone soft like the carving. Everything is just here or gone, and almost everything is gone, and what is here is warm and lying down. No miles, no numbers, just here, worn smooth. And the grass grows up around the milestone a little more every year, tucking it in. The earth is patient like that. It tucks everything in eventually, slowly, kindly, without a word. And tonight it is tucking you. You can feel it if you want to, or you can just let it happen. The slow green patience of things growing up around your stillness, tucking you in. Tucked a little more with every breath. Breath out and let the grass have another inch of you. And somewhere a candle that was left burning has finally put itself out. Not blown, just finished. The wax pooled and the flame got smaller and rounder and bluer, and then it was simply not there anymore, and the smoke went up in one thin grey line and let go of the wick, and the room did not mind. The dark came in gently, like a friend who had been waiting in the hall. And the wax is cooling now into whatever shape it chose, and that shape will be fine. Whatever shape the night leaves you in will be fine too. You do not have to arrange yourself. Cooling things find their own shape, and it is always the restful one. Finished, not forced. The flame got round and small. And the dark came in like a friend. Let your own last light get round and small like that, the little watching light behind the forehead. It does not have to be blown out. It just gets smaller and rounder and softer, and you do not even notice the moment it becomes dark, because by then you are the dark, and the dark is warm, and the dark is you resting. Smaller, rounder, softer, and the night is more than half spent now, though no one in it is counting. The deep middle hours, when even the wind lies down, when the roads are empty all the way to the sea, when every clock in every kitchen ticks to no one. This is the hour the body loves best. The hour it does its deepest keeping, cells tended, small hurts visited and smoothed. The whole quiet housekeeping of sleep moving through you room by room with its soft lamp, putting things right, asking you for nothing, needing you asleep, and you are giving it exactly what it needs. This stillness, this slow breath, this warm, surrendered weight. You are doing it perfectly by doing nothing at all. Room by room. Put right. While you rest. Breath in, hardly anything. Breath out, long and thin as that last line of smoke. And if you are still hearing this voice at all, it does not matter what it says now. It is only whether, a warm front moving through the dark of the room, slow and low, you can sleep inside a voice the way you can sleep inside rain on a roof. The words do not need to reach you. They only need to keep the silence company while you go further down. Further down, where the bricks stay warm. Where the arch holds by letting go, where the old light lands on sleeping grass, heavy, warm, kept, and the loaves rise under their cloth, and the apples hold their summer, and the animals breathe in the straw, and you are the stillest thing in all of it, the one the whole night arranged itself around. Breath out, and down. And there is one more thing the night knows, and it is small, and it can be said very quietly. Nothing that matters about you is awake right now, and nothing about you has stopped mattering. The two things are both true at once all night, every night. You can be entirely gone from your day and entirely kept. That is the whole secret of sleep, and it is not even a secret. The baker knows it, the bridge knows it, the grass knows it, and now somewhere far below words you know it too. Gone from the day, and entirely kept. So let the next breath be smaller than a word, and the one after that smaller than a thought, and the one after that just warmth, moving on its own in the dark, in the deep middle of the night, where everything that holds you has been holding things for a very long time and has never once let anything fall. And far to the north of that night, there is another night, colder, slower, and just as kind. Snow is falling over a small harbor. It has been falling for hours. It will fall for hours more, and no one is watching it. That is the best kind of snow, the kind that falls for no one. It lands on the water and becomes water. It lands on the boats and becomes a blanket. It lands on the long wooden pier and lies there, inch by inch, unhurried, the way sleep lies down on a body, one soft layer at a time. The boats are asleep at their moorings. They rock so slightly you would have to stand very still to see it. A slow lean one way, a slow lean back. The ropes take the weight and give it back, take it and give it back, all night, without effort. That is all a mooring is, something that holds without gripping. And your body is moored like that now, held to the bed by nothing tighter than its own weight. Rocking, if it rocks at all, only with the breath, a slow lane into the exhale, a slow return, nothing to do about it. The rope of gravity has you, and it has never dropped a single sleeper. Breath out, long and low, like water leaving under a pier, and the snow keeps falling. Out past the harbor mouth there is a buoy with a small light on it. It blinks, waits, blinks. It has been keeping that rhythm for years, not because anyone tells it to, but because that is its whole nature, a slow pulse in the dark, patient as a heartbeat. Ships trust it without thinking about it. They don't watch every blink. They just know it's there and steer soft around it and go on their way. Your heart is the buoy tonight, blinking its slow light down in the dark of the chest. You do not have to watch it. You have never had to watch it. It kept perfect time through every night you ever slept, and it is keeping time now, unsupervised, unhurried, deep in water that belongs entirely to it. Let the chest be heavy around that light. Let the ribs rest like hulls at anchor. Nothing to steer, nothing to signal. Only the pulse and the snow and the dark. Down, down. And in the town above the harbor, the street lamps stand in the snowfall with their heads bowed, each one wearing a slow cone of falling white. They light nothing but the snow itself now. Every window is dark, every door is shut soft, and still they stay lit the way kindness stays on in a sleeping person, not doing anything, just on. You can let your face be like one of those dark windows, nothing behind the glass but warmth, the eyes gone soft in their rooms. The small muscles around them off duty, off shift, home for the night. The forehead smooth as a snowed-over step. The jaw unlatched, the way a gate is left unlatched in a town where nothing ever needs to be kept out. The tongue lying in the mouth like a boat in harbor water, moored, slack, done. Breath out. And smaller. Somewhere in that town there is a clockmaker's shop, closed for the night, and inside it 40 clocks are ticking in the dark. None of them agree exactly. They never have. A soft rain of small ticks overlapping out of step, and somehow all together they make a sound like water, like the inside of patience. The clockmaker sleeps above the shop and has slept through that sound for 30 years. It does not keep him awake. It is the thing that lets him sleep. Proof ticking softly under the floor, that time is being taken care of, that no one has to hold the night up by hand. It advances on its own, tick by small tick, carrying everyone in the town toward morning at exactly the right speed, which is to say, slowly, and without asking anything of them. You are being carried like that. The hours are doing the walking. You are the passenger, wrapped and still. And every tick you do not hear is a step taken for you. Carried slowly in the dark. The snow keeps falling. It has covered the pier now. It has covered the lanes. It is lying along the branches of the one bare tree by the harbour master's office, balancing there impossibly the way soft things balance when nothing disturbs them. Every sound in the town is wearing it now. Footsteps would be silent if there were footsteps. Bells would be muffled if any bell rang. The whole world has been turned down to the volume of sleep. And under that hush, let the shoulders take one more step down into the mattress. Not because they must, because there is room. There is always one more small floor beneath a resting body, one more inch of yield in the dark. The arms lying along the body like oars shipped and stowed, the work over, the water calm. The hands half open on the sheet, holding what hands hold when they hold nothing. A little warmth, a little air, enough. Breath out. And down. To the harbor, below the hulls, below the reach of the lamplight, the water grows still in a different way. Not frozen, just slow. The fish hang in it, barely moving, resting the way fish rest, with the current doing their breathing for them. Down there the snow never arrives. It melts into the surface and becomes the sea. Every flake that fell all night is down there now, indistinguishable, joined at rest. A whole storm dissolved into stillness. And that is what has happened to your day, every flake of it, every errand and word and worry, fallen into the dark water of the night and gone smooth. You could not find one of them now if you tried, and you are not trying. They are not lost. They are absorbed. The sea keeps everything and shows nothing. That is its way of being gentle. Absorbed. Smooth. Kept below where nothing has edges. And the belly rises and falls over all of that deep water, slow as a tide that has nowhere to be. The back rests against the bed the way the seabed rests under the sea, never once tired of holding it, never once needing to be thanked. The hips heavy as harbor stones. The legs long and quiet, 2 breakwaters with the storm long past, nothing left to break. Only the small, spent waves of the breath arriving and arriving, softer each time. The feet at the far end of the night, past the last lamp, past the last sound, 2 warm shapes under the snow of the blanket, present, unvisited, asleep before the rest.
Heavy, slow, low.
And if any small part of you is still listening, it can have this, one plain, quiet thing spoken the way snow lands. Rest is not something you are doing right now, rest is something you are in, like the harbor is in winter, like the boats are in water. You did the lying down hours ago and that was the whole of your job. Everything since has been the night's work and the night is good at it. Older than every town, never once late. Never once gone missing before morning. You are in the oldest, most reliable thing there is, and it is in no hurry at all. In no hurry at all.
Breath out.
Lighthouse down the coast turns its long arm through the snow, slow circles. The beam sweeps the water, the rocks, the falling white, and comes around again. It is not looking for anything. There is nothing out tonight. It turns because turning is what it does, the way the breath breathes, the way the tide leans in and leans away. And each time the light passes, the dark comes back a little softer behind it, the way silence comes back softer after a word. Let these words be that beam, coming around, passing over you, gone. You do not need to catch them, they will come around again, and each time they pass you are further down, further in, warmer, less here, more asleep. Passing over, gone, coming around, gone. The keeper of that light sleeps too, you know, in the round room below the lamp. The machinery turns above him all night and he trusts it completely. That is the arrangement. The light does the watching and the watcher does the sleeping. Your body made the same arrangement long before you were old enough to know about it. The breath watches, the heart watches, the warmth watches, and you, the keeper, you sleep. It has never once failed. It is not failing now.
The watching is handled. The keeper sleeps. Down and down.
Snow is slowing now, not stopping, slowing. The flakes come fewer and larger, drifting sideways, taking their time the way the last thoughts do, one, and after a while another, each one landing somewhere soft and staying there. The town is a shape under white. The harbor is a darker shape beside it. The tide leans out, a finger width an hour, drawing the water down the pilings so slowly that not even the sleeping gulls feel it go.
Everything is being lowered tonight. The water, the snow, the lamps burning down, you, all of it lowered gently together by the same broad hand. Lowered, gently, together. Breath out, smaller than the last. and the one after it smaller still. The body knows this arithmetic and does it alone, each breath a little less needed, each exhale a little longer than it has to be, spending nothing, saving everything. Warm under white, still under slow, deep under dark, and far out past the boy, past the beam's last reach, the sea goes on doing the one thing it has always done in the dark, rising a little, settling a little, a breathing too large to be anyone's, and every small breather on every shore breathes inside it, borrowing the rhythm, lending it back. You are one of them tonight, one warm, slow breather among all the warm, slow breathers, the sleeping town, the sleeping keeper. The fish hanging still in the black water, all of you moving the same small amount, all of you held by the same enormous patience. One breather among many. None of you watched. All of you kept. The last flake of the slow snow is falling now. It has a long way down and no reason to hurry. It turns as it comes, drifts wide, comes back. The whole dark harbor beneath it, every soft landing place already white. It does not choose. It is not choosing. It is only descending the way you are descending, easy, spiraling, certain of a soft arrival, because everything beneath it is soft now. Let it fall as long as it likes. There is no floor tonight that is not gentle. Falling, turning, nearly there, never needing to land. Breath out, and down, and further. And when the snow has finished, the quiet it leaves is not empty. It is full the way a held breath is full. The town rests inside it, the harbor rests inside it, and morning is still far away on the other side of the water in no hurry, giving the night all the room it asked for. There is so much night left, hours of it, deep-stocked, unhurried hours like shelves of dark laid up for you, and you may have all of them. No one is counting. No one is coming to take any of it back. So much night left. All of it yours. Heavy as harbor stone. Slow as the leaning tide. Warm as the room below the light. And the words are thinning now, the way the snow thinned, fewer, larger, farther apart, drifting down through the dark of the room and landing on the quilt without a sound. You do not have to catch these either. They are only weathered too. The last soft weather of a long, soft night. Breath out. Still. Deep. Kept. And the tide leans out a little more, and the boats lean with it, and the ropes hold the way they always hold. And somewhere under the floor of the sleeping shop, 40 small clocks carry the town another minute toward morning, and not one person in it stirs. And far inland from any water, where the land rises in long, slow shoulders of dark,
A night train is crossing the sleeping country. You do not have to board it. You do not have to go anywhere. It is enough to know it is out there. A soft line of lit windows moving through the fields, carrying its own small warmth from one darkness to the next. The sound it makes is not really a sound at this distance, more a rhythm the ground remembers, a slow, even swaying, like a heartbeat that belongs to no one and so belongs to everyone. And inside the train, the lamps are turned down low, and the seats are deep, and a few travelers are already sleeping, their heads tipped against the cool glass, their breath fogging small circles that fade, and fog again, and fade. No one on that train is checking the time. The train knows the way. The rails know the way. Everything that needs to be steered is being steered by something older and steadier than worry. Your body is like one of those sleeping travelers now, carried, rocked by something so gentle it can barely be called motion. The jaw gone soft, the hands open where they lie, nothing to hold because everything is being held. Breath out. Long and low, like the whistle the train doesn't need to sound tonight. There is no one at the crossings. The roads are empty. The whole country has agreed to sleep. Train passes a field of tall grass, silver where the moon touches it, and the grass bends once in the wind of its passing, and stands back up, and goes on dreaming whatever grass dreams, something slow, something green, something with no words in it at all. And that is allowed for you too, dreaming with no words in it, thinking nothing the way the grass thinks nothing, upright only in the sense of being exactly where you are. Heavy, warm, carried. Train crosses a stone viaduct, very old, very sure of itself, arch after arch after arch over a valley full of mist. The mist lies in the low ground like a second, softer river, and the train moves over it without disturbing a single fold. Some things pass through the night and leave it exactly as they found it. This voice is trying to be one of those things, crossing over you, arch after arch, leaving you undisturbed in the low, soft ground of your rest. Breath out, and the mist thickens, and the valley keeps its secret. Further along, the land opens, and there is a farmhouse set back from the line, low and long under its dark roof. One window glows the color of banked embers, not because anyone is awake. It is only the stove holding its fire down low for morning, fire that has agreed to be patient, heat with nowhere it has to be. Inside, the kitchen is warm the way stones are warm hours after the sun. The loaf for tomorrow is under its cloth. The chairs are pushed in. A dog is a circle of sleep by the stove door, one ear folded wrong, too far gone to care. Everything in that kitchen has finished its day completely. Nothing was left half done, and even if it had been, the night would hold it just the same. The night does not inspect. The night only covers. And your own warmth is banked like that now, turned down low, kept in, enough for the whole night and morning after. Nothing in you burning faster than it should. Breath out. Embers. Patience. The train is smaller now, a thread of light being drawn slowly through the dark cloth of the hills, and you can let it go. It doesn't need watching. It will reach where it is going while you are asleep, the way most good things do. Let it go. Gone. And the dark closes softly behind it, like water behind a slow hand. And now there is only the countryside itself, breathing, the long hills lying against each other like sleeping animals, warm flank to warm flank, the hedgerows full of small tucked lives, birds with their heads under their wings, field mice folded into cups of grass, every small heart in the county beating slower than it did at noon. Yours among them, One more warm, slow heart in the great dark inventory of resting things, counted in, kept.
Breath out. Slower. Nothing to do.
Somewhere in those hills, there is an orchard, very old. The trees planted by people whose names the trees have long since stopped needing. And in the dark, the branches hold their shapes the way sleepers hold theirs. Crooked, comfortable, settled into themselves over many years. No fruit now, or maybe the last few high apples nobody reached. Left for the birds, left for the frost, left because some things are allowed to simply finish on their own time. Orchard does nothing all night, and it has never once felt guilty about that. Rest is how it makes everything it makes. The sweetness is built in the dark, in the still months, in the long doing nothing that only looks like nothing. And the same is true of you. This stillness is not empty time. This is where tomorrow's strength is being made, quietly, below the level of trying, in the deep workshops of the body that only open when you close your eyes.
Heavy, rooted, unhurried as an orchard.
A little wind moves through the top branches, only the top. Down at the trunk everything stays still, and you are down at the trunk now. Whatever moves up in the high thin branches of the mind, a flicker, a half-thought, a leaf of something turning over, it can move up there all it likes. Down here at the trunk nothing stirs, down here it is thick and quiet and old. Let the top branches have their little wind. You live at the root tonight.
Breath out. Down to the root.
And under the orchard, under the grass, the ground goes on and on, layer under layer, the dark topsoil soft from 100 autumns, then the older clay, then stone that has not moved since long before anything had eyes. And all of it is at rest. All of it has always been at rest. The deepest parts of the world have been doing this forever. You are only joining in, taking up, for one night, the oldest habit there is. Stillness is not something you have to learn. It is something you come from. It is underneath you all the time, patient as stone, waiting for you to lie back into it. And you are lying back into it now.
Still, old, underneath everything.
Once more, without effort, let the attention drift down the body like the last warmth settling in a house, not visiting each room now, just feeling the whole house at once, the face dark and smooth as an unlit window, the arms laid down like tools after harvest, honestly used, honestly done, the chest rising a little, falling a little more, the belly soft as risen dough under its cloth, the legs long and heavy as fallen timber going warm in the grass. One house. All its lights out, all its doors shut gently, everything inside it safe. Breath out. The whole house at once. Dark and kept. A moth finds the ember-colored window of the farmhouse and rests there a while, wings closed, a small grey thought that stopped needing to fly. Even the moth sleeps, even the flutterers, even the ones made entirely of restlessness fold up at last and cling to something warm and go quiet. Whatever in you was a moth today, circling, tapping at the lit windows of one worry after another, it has found its warm ledge now. Let it fold, let it cling.
Let it be done flying. Folded. Quiet. Done flying.
The moon, which has been working its slow way across all of this, the hills, the orchard, the empty rails, is lower now, softer, its light lying along the land like a hand smoothing a sheet, one long, unhurried stroke from one edge of the country to the other. And where the light passes, nothing wakes. It is that kind of light, the kind that checks on things without disturbing them. It passes over the farmhouse, over the folded dog, over the orchard and the deep stone under it. And it passes over you, finds everything as it should be, and moves on. Checked on, found well, left in peace. Breath out, and again, even longer, like the moonlight taking its time. And the hours themselves are gentle now. They do not march, they graze, moving slowly across the field of the night, heads down, taking what they need, leaving plenty. There is no hurry anywhere in them. The third hour leans against the fourth against the fifth, warm flank to warm flank like the hills, and you are carried from one to the next without ever feeling the seam. The way a sleeping child is carried from the car to the bed and remembers none of it. Only that the morning came and they were somehow home. That is how the rest of tonight will go. You will be carried, you will remember none of it, and you will be somehow home. Carried, seamless, home the whole way. Somewhere a stream runs along the bottom of the orchard, thin and dark and quick, too small for a name on any map. It talks to itself all night in a voice like coins turned over in a pocket, and no one listens and it doesn't mind. Some sounds exist just to prove the world is still running. You don't have to attend to them. The stream will keep the account. Let every small sound left in your night be that stream, proof, not summons. The world running, not the world calling. Nothing that needs you, nothing that will need you for hours and hours. Nothing needs you. Nothing for hours. The stream keeps the account. Breath out. Thin as the stream. Going down to the low ground. Where all water rests on its way to rest. And the words are grazing now too, slow as the hours, a few steps, a long pause, a few steps more. They are not leading you anywhere anymore. There is nowhere left to lead. You have arrived every place a resting body can arrive. So the words only keep you company now, the way a lamp in a far window keeps company, not needed, just there, just warm, just proof. Warm. Far. There. Deep in the hills, the old rail line hums once very faintly, long after the train has gone, metal remembering, and then even the memory lies down. And the hum in you, if any is left, the last faint remembering of the day, it can lie down too. It has hummed long enough. The rails go quiet. The whole line goes quiet, from one end of the country to the other. Quiet. End to end. Breath out. And let it be the longest one yet.
spending itself all the way down, like the last of the light going level along the field. Heavy as the sleeping hills, slow as the grazing hours, low as the banked fire, still as the stone under the orchard.
The mist rises a little higher in the valley, unhurried, filling the low places first the way sleep does, finding every hollow, every dip, every soft low corner of you that was ready first, and then rising gently over the rest. You do not have to breathe it in. It is not that kind of mist. It only settles, it only covers, it only makes the whole valley one soft, grey, sleeping thing with no edges anywhere.
No edges anywhere.
And the dog by the stove sighs in its sleep, a long sound all the way out, and does not wake. Even its dreams are warm, something about grass, something about being called in a kind voice and coming. And if you are dreaming already, let it be like that. Small, warm, something about being called in a kind voice, something about coming home.
Breath out, all the way out, and do not wake.
The night has hours yet in the hills, deep grazing hours, mist to its shoulders, fire banked low, every small heart in the county slowed to its night pace, yours among them, counted, covered, kept. And the moon goes down behind the long shoulder of the westernmost hill without any ceremony at all, the way good caretakers leave, quietly, certain everything will keep till morning.
Everything will keep till morning, and morning is far. Down, soft, covered.
And in the dark that is left, which is not an empty dark but a full one, a dark like the inside of a seed, everything that you are is folded small and safe and complete, the way the whole orchard is folded inside each apple's black pip, nothing missing, nothing exposed, just waiting, warm, in no hurry to be anything but held. And the ground holds the seed, and the night holds the ground, and something older and gentler than either holds the night. And so on, hold within hold within hold, all the way down, and you are inside all of them at once. And far from the hills, in another part of the same night, there is a harbor where the boats are sleeping on their moorings. Small boats, work boats, their ropes slack, their hulls dark, rising and falling so slowly on the black water that you could watch for a long time and not be sure they moved at all. The tide is coming in, but gently, the way sleep comes in, not as a wave, as a level. A slow lifting of everything at once, so smooth that nothing on the water knows it is being lifted. Boats know how to do this. They have done it every night of their lives. They do not hold themselves up. The water holds them. They only have to be hollow and quiet and willing, and the sea does the rest. And your breath is like that now. You are not breathing it. It is breathing you, a slow swell in, a slower settling out, in and out, the way water moves under a hull that trusts it. Along the harbor wall, the old stone is wet to a certain line and dry above it, and the line is rising finger width by finger width without a sound. A rope creaks once, softly, somewhere out among the moorings, and then nothing. It was not a warning. Ropes talk in their sleep too. There is one light at the end of the pier, low and amber, not bright enough to wake anything, just bright enough that the water beneath it carries a long, soft smear of gold, folding and unfolding, folding and unfolding at the pace of the swell. You could rest your whole mind on that one piece of moving gold and let it fold you with it. Folding and unfolding, nothing to follow, nothing to finish. The same slow shape over and over all night. Breath out, long, like the swell letting the stone go. And under the boats, under the moorings, the water goes down and down into a dark that has never once been in a hurry, down where the light of the pier does not reach, where the anchors rest on the soft floor with their chains lying loose beside them, doing the easiest work in the world, which is staying. An anchor does not grip all night. It only lies there, heavy and patient, and its weight is the whole of its job. And your body is doing that same easy work now, lying where it was set down, heavy, patient, asked for nothing more. The weight itself is the whole of the job, and the weight is already done. Heavy, resting on the soft floor of the night. Chain lying loose. Nothing pulling. And it begins very quietly to snow. The first few flakes come down through the amber light at the end of the pier, slow as ash, slower, turning a little as they fall, and where they touch the black water they simply stop being without any sound at all. One small white thing after another, arriving and dissolving, arriving and dissolving. The gentlest arithmetic there is. Snow does not mind. There are so many flakes and the night is so long. Some land on the water and are taken in. Some land on the gunwales of the sleeping boats and stay, building in thin white lines along the wood. Some land on the coiled ropes and make them soft white nests. By morning the whole harbor will be trimmed in white and no one will have heard a single moment of it happening. That is how the deepest changes come, without one sound, while everything sleeps. And something in you is being trimmed in white like that now, slowly, silently, flake by flake, a softness settling on every ledge of you, on the shoulders of your thoughts, on the long railings of your breath, not covering you to hide you, covering you the way snow covers a garden, to keep the roots warm, to let everything under the white go on resting, unseen, unbothered until it is time. And it is not time. It will not be time for hours and hours. Breath in, small and easy. Breath out, long. Like snow leaving the sky, unhurried, certain of where it is going. In the houses above the harbor, the windows are dark. One by one they went dark hours ago, in no particular order, the way stars come out but backwards. And behind each dark window someone is doing exactly what you are doing, lying still, breathing slow, letting the night hold what they could not carry another step. A whole street of them, a whole town, all resting at once, and none of them knows about the others, but the rest is shared anyway. The way warmth is shared by everyone standing near the same quiet fire, even strangers with their eyes closed. You are not resting alone, you never were. All over the dark side of the world this same hour, millions of breaths are lengthening, millions of hands are going soft. It is the most ordinary thing there is, and the most ancient, bodies giving themselves to the night, and the night receiving every one of them, without exception, without a list, without a door.
Received without exception, without a door.
And the snow keeps coming, thicker now but softer for it. The amber light at the pier's end is a globe of slow white motion, and the sound of the harbor, which was already almost nothing, is wrapped now in that special silence snow makes. The silence that is not an absence but a presence. A hush laid over the world like a hand laid gently on a drum. Everything that would have rung stilled. Everything that would have echoed absorbed. You know that silence. You are lying inside it now. It has come indoors with you. It is in the room, filling the corners, resting on the floor, rising slowly around the bed like the tide rising under the boats, and you float on it exactly the way they do, hollow, quiet, willing, held. If your jaw has any last small holding in it, the snow settles there, and it lets go. If your hands remember anything about gripping, the snow settles over them, and they forget. Palms open or closed, it does not matter. Snow does not need the ground to be any particular shape. It covers whatever shape it finds, perfectly, every time.
Covered perfectly every time.
Now so slowly it takes minutes, the point of view lowers, down the pier, down past the waterline, into the water itself, where the snow cannot follow, and the cold is not cold from inside it, only still. Down here the swell is barely a memory. A slow lean one way, a slow lean back. The kelp at the harbor floor sways with it like the softest grass in the softest wind, but there is no wind, only the sea turning over in its sleep. Light does not reach here, and it is not mist. The dark down here is complete and completely kind. Fish hang in it without swimming, their fins making the smallest possible corrections, less than breathing. Some of them are asleep with their eyes open, because that is how they were made, and the dark does not mind being watched by sleepers. Nothing down here has ever heard of morning. Nothing down here has ever hurried. The water is old. The salt in it is older. And everything the water has ever been asked to hold, it has held. Ships and storms and summers, and this one small winter night, with its snow melting into the surface far above, joining, becoming sea. You can rest at this depth. You are already resting at this depth, below the weather of your thoughts, below the surface where things land and dissolve, down where it is all one still, dark, kind water, and has been all along. Every night of your life this place was here, under everything, waiting without waiting.
Breath out and lean slowly one way and slowly back. Like kelp is like water, is like sleep.
And time down here is not a line, it is a thickness. The hours do not pass so much as deepen. This hour is deeper than the last one, and the next will be deeper still. And you are sinking through them at the speed of honey, of amber, of a leaf settling through pond water, rocking a little side to side, in no danger, on no schedule, toward a floor that is soft and will not be reached for a long, lovely while.
Settling, rocking a little, in no danger, on no schedule.
Somewhere far above, on the surface of things, the snow is still falling on the town. It falls on the roofs and the roofs grow quieter. It falls on the lanes and the lanes forget the shape of footsteps. It falls on the one amber light and turns its glow into a small soft moon that the harbor keeps for itself. And it falls, last of all, on the window ledge of a dark room where somebody is sleeping. A thin white line building on the cold stone, one flake at a time, all night. And the sleeper never knows, and the snow never tells. It is enough that the room stays warm and the ledge grows white, and the two of them, warmth and white, keep their gentle distance through the glass until morning, which is far. Farny. And getting no closer. The night is wide here, wide as the sea, and you are a small warm boat on the very middle of it, riding the slowest swell there is. In and out, in and out. And there is nothing you need to remember from any of this. That is the beauty of it. The harbor does not ask to be remembered. The snow does not sign its work. The deep water keeps no record of the boats it carried. It all simply happens and holds and lets go and happens again. And you are allowed to be that way too tonight, unrecorded, unaccountable, a warmth in the dark that no one is measuring. Doing the one ancient thing bodies do best when they are finally left alone. Which is this, only this, breath by breath, slower and softer and further from shore. The tide has reached its height now. You can feel it the way you feel a room go still when a story ends well. The water stands full against the harbor wall, holding everything at its highest and gentlest. Nothing straining, nothing spilling, just fullness resting. And in a while, hours from now, it will begin to ebb as slowly as it rose. But that is the sea's business, not yours. You will be far away by then. Deep in the warm inland country of sleep, where tides are only a rumor and the snow is only a softness in the walls of a dream. He's fully and resting, nothing straining, nothing spilling. The last boat at the last mooring turns a few slow degrees on the full water, the way a sleeper turns once and settles deeper. Its bow comes around to face the open sea, as boats do, without waking, without meaning anything by it, and then it is still again, snow on its gunnels, gold folding on the water beside it, rope slack, hull dark, perfectly asleep in the very place it was made to sleep. And so are you, in the very place you were made to sleep. Breath out all the way, and the snow keeps falling, and the water keeps holding, and the night goes on being exactly what it is, large and calm and yours. And somewhere in the white hush above the town, so high it is only a feeling, the snow clouds themselves are thinning without ending, layer above layer of soft grey, each one dimmer and quieter than the last. And above them all, unseen, the winter stars are doing their slow, cold work of shining on the top of the weather, patient as anything, lighting the upper side of the snow, a brightness the town will never see and does not need. It is enough to know it is there. The way it is enough to know that above every sleep, however deep, the world goes quietly on, tending itself, asking nothing. Asking nothing of you at all. So let the harbor keep its boats, let the snow keep its silence, let the deep water keep its old dark patience, and let this breath, this one going out now, be the softest one yet. And the next one softer still. There is nowhere to arrive. You are already there. You have been there for hours. Down. Warm. Cold. And the snow falls, and the water breathes, and the night, wide and kind, goes on. And away from the water now, without leaving it, the way a thought drifts sideways in the last minutes before sleep, there is a lane at the inland edge of the town, narrow, unlit, going quietly out between hedges into the dark fields, and nothing walks it tonight. It simply lies there under its thin blanket of white, remembering feet. And you can drift along it without moving at all, the way warmth drifts through a resting body. Slowly, belonging everywhere it goes.